So everybody, welcome to the stream. Day 3 of the Tactician's Crown. And we are ready. I hope so are you. We have a little bit more minutes before the games or everything will actually start, because we don't have to listen to the endless blabbering of the hosts and casters. So I'm gonna check that real quick here on my phone. Today I even charged it, so I even have a phone to use here. And yes, there's the stream. Does it work? Yeah, so far it's working. As always, you can just type the messages in the chat. Doesn't matter if you are on YouTube. It doesn't matter if you are on Twitch. So I'm gonna make hey everybody, the usual test message. Hey everybody, welcome to day 3 of the Tactician's Crown. And then we're gonna go, oh okay, it's already there. That's crazy good. And then we're gonna do the same here. I hope you are ready for the finals. Okay, seems like both is working. That's great. The window is open at the moment, so my window is open here, so I have to close it later because I don't have a light outside anymore, so the mosquitoes and everything will come inside if I don't take care. So I don't really want that. And we have to do that here. Where's the stream here? Okay, the stream is still not started. And we have day 3. We have only one lobby. We have 4 rounds today. And our final players are YBY, Title, Voltaire, Balmyong, Darkest, Milk, SCSC, and Cubixon. So actually a good amount of players from all different regions, and I'm very excited to see them in action. And there we go, it starts.
Spell slinging frenzy. Madness will descend upon the convergence.
Up with the executions, but the Nami actually does get the stun onto the Jinx.
Close fight, but it is not enough.
君道者的回血，维鲁斯一剑射过去，皎月还在，瑞子没倒下，放一个技能。
It's time to unleash the Eldritch, play with fire, and maybe even save the bees. All to stir up some serious mayhem.
It's the same intro as yesterday.
Of course, he was the one holding the brides this whole time. Fairies are gonna be stronger, but no, the mages are actually holding the line. We can see they're learning to spell. One more cast, but it's not coming.
From the dueling grounds, only one will be crowned champion of this spellbinding showdown.
都比较久哦，哎，没有用，一个，但没有血，但是
是给上，格拉斯启动第一波，还有很多人要带走了，出奇倒在了第3名的位置。
Get ready to flex your hexes.
Okay. Nothing actually to say. How is the sound actually? Need to tell me how the sound is? How is the sound quality?
Have climbed the highest peak of TFT. Since Galaxies, we have crowned a champion of each set, defined by being the best player to showcase their skills and mastery, to outlast and outsmart their competition.
Seems to be fine, right?
Year, this set
I'm also not that
championship
huge,
has grown in scale
loud,
and
so
difficulty as TFT has grown as a game and as a community. 292 players have walked through these doors to compete
Darkness
for the
in the
glory,
studio.
and only 9 have walked away as champions. Today, we look to crown one more. Welcome everyone to the
I want
final
that.
day of the Magic and
They
Mayhem
even show the
Tactician's
sugar
Crown.
crafts here, right?
I am so honored to be here alongside some incredible friends to send off the Magic and Mayhem TFT set in style. How are you guys feeling ahead of the final day? I have so many jitters and nerves for all of our players that are about to take the stage.
So we have half an hour to wait here.
I definitely have goosebumps. I don't know about you guys, but that had me.
While they're blabbering, we're gonna go through our sheet we made yesterday and analyze a little bit the comps and everything, because the blabbering is not really what we're looking for. We don't even have the images here. Is something wrong with the document right now? So we have 5 APAC players, double time EMEA, and 1 CN representation here. Aimer actually is out already. Nobody from America is approaching to the finals today. And these are the lobbies, right? But this is already done, day 2. That's the leaderboard again. Every player above Milk had more than 65 points. Every player above Dank Memes had more than 45 points. So here we have the prize money, and I'm going to go through it like quickly. Even if the player didn't make it to the top 10 or top 8, they still made $11,000 here out of this event, which is huge. Of course, they could get more. They could get even like bigger prize money here, but just imagine for an event of this size, the amount of prize they actually give out is incredible, and I would believe like it sets a totally new standard for esports, and especially a strategy-based game like TFT. So very interesting to see that here. And we have okay, we're gonna see here, these are the streamers. I don't know, I cannot read all of them. We have DTCLVN, I don't know what that is. OTP LOL, we have Frodan, and we have Holy Toth. Interesting, that's YouTube streams, and that's the Twitch streams. We have 8 rounds to play? It's 8 rounds to play today. Wow, that's actually a huge event again. So do we have this already? We have round 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then we need one more round for round 8. How do we copy that? Copy. Round 8. So of course we want to know which comps are being played and which comps are dominating for our analytics here. And we have only one lobby to watch, so this we can all delete here. Hello. Delete. And then we're gonna make one beautiful line here. And that's it. Here's one. Delete. And we're gonna make one line here and one line here. And one line here. There we go. A bit less space here for the placement. A little bit more for placement here, so actually it's not so confusing. And there you go. And now we can actually give the players the names. YBY 1. We have Gear PYM. We have Balmyong. Then title. Darkest. Midfeed. Ryu. And Volta.
That I would like to point out. The Syndra, the Mages, and the Ahri, I think that's the mainstay of how everyone is going to start.
I mean, I think you make a great point, dear, because it's so easy with the rerolls to end on similar lines, find yourselves back in the position, and we saw this yesterday particularly, where you just have a really good spot for something, but so does someone else, and that's where the trouble starts.
It's about posturing and bullying, right? Those are the two keys to success for the day.
I'm glad you said it.
You need to make sure that everybody knows from the get-go where you're going. At this point in time, people cannot afford to pivot into contesting players. Yes, you're playing for points. If you have a bad spot, you want to make sure that you aren't going to be, going 8th in those early games. So I expect everybody to try and play uncontested lines at the beginning of the day.
It's kind of why we saw a lot of our players actually pick those hero augments on 2-1. So you can signal the best way possible. This is my comp.
That's
Don't
right.
you dare touch it.
That makes me think of yesterday. I don't know who it was, but there was a player that picked up Hunter Crest out of the gates, first offering, and insta started pinging it, saying like, guys, I'm on this line, I'm locked in, don't you dare do it.
After
didn't
we've
even
been
see
talking
that
about
pinging.
The standard meta, you do have to take a first place to win it all. So these are the specific win conditions we've seen players reach for. It's all about high vertical caps, and another big thing is all about those Ornn item combinations. Like Gear PYM, the Mr. 100 did have that Zanias plus this suspicious trench coat. That's always a mouthful. Combo going in.
On the flip side, though, we saw players gamble with things like What the Forge. I believe it was Jedusor on day 1, or it might have been Gobo, one of the two of them. I keep forgetting.
They're close friends, it's fine.
Who took What the Forge and completely whiffed. Clement outlined there are certain combinations that when used in conjunction with one another allow you to get that peak. Sometimes you take it and you cannot find anything that really fits the board. So it is a gamble.
True.
What about 10 Portal though?
He's
That 10
that ought
Portal
to
a
do it.
couple of times, I think, which
Yeah,
was
2 times.
It's so exciting.
The risk, though, is you play for something like the vertical portal, and what if you don't get the second portal emblem? And then you're playing 8 portal, you're never winning with 8 portal.
That's what you say.
Similarly, we've seen Witchcraft kind of crop up. Also, one of those vertical traits are really
that was amazing, that Witchcraft game yesterday.
Yeah, I love seeing them, personally.
Insanity.
I think they're super fun. But I think our players are also super fun. So why don't we start talking about them? Clement, you already mentioned Gear PYM in that What the Forge game. Mr. 100, as we dubbed him correctly, based on that Lilia game yesterday. And I just want to say, there are multiple challenges in a global championship like this one, because all of these players, of course, have stuff going on in their actual real life as well. And Gear PYM this weekend has exams, final reports due, lots of stuff that he needed to do for his university. and also doing prep for globals and making it into the day 3 is amazing.
He didn't know he would be here after a golden spatula because he wasn't in the top 8. This has never happened before. But because the APAC was so stacked, he did get the substitution. I do want to talk about him as the dark horse of APAC. Nobody really saw him coming. He only showed up at the very end of the set. And if you look at his stats, they weren't that promising because he's the only sub 50% top 4 player coming into this Tactician's crown. However, he does have a very high first place rate. We think that he's a very eccentric player. He loves to play Warwick reroll.
30% win rate.
Favorite line. So when it goes to that checkmate format, you can never count him out.
You are talking about the dark horse from the APAC region. I feel like this is the perfect time to talk about Bamyang, who is most certainly not a dark horse from the APAC region. If you've been following along with APAC, Bamyang has shown from the beginning of the set that he is a step ahead of the strongest region in the world. He's one of only 2 players from APAC to have made final day in all 3 cups. Koala had enough qualifier points coming after the 3rd cup that he qualified for the Tactician's crown before even setting foot at the Golden Spatula. And I think most impressively, Bamyang is one of only 10 players to have had a 20% win rate or higher before the Tactician's crown. And actually, he's kind of showed us that here as well.
He has, but it's so funny that he is maybe seen by us as somebody that is not necessarily a dark horse, but he sort of thinks of himself as one because it's just not being as known or maybe being a little bit humble. But you're right, the stats totally back, has a very high win rate coming into the final day of competition, 23% first place rate. That's really good.
The most important thing I want to call out about Bamyang,
I don't even know my first
his
place rate.
competitive journey after set 4.5, the Fates Championship, where 8L Jaywalking became the first ever Korean global champion of TFT. And Bamyang saw that and said, you know what? I want to give it a shot. And now here he is. We talked about standing on the shoulders of giants that came before us yesterday with Araya and Mauld. Bamyang, we're seeing it once again, and he has a chance, if just for a moment, to put Korea in stardom of TFT.
He can do it too.
He can.
I mean, over the last couple of days,
14.2%.
I think what's been so amazing is that he's been able to show off such strong fundamentals.
Ooh.
I just think back to the Sweet Tooth Nunu game that he ended up having. Yes, maybe there was a Radiant Warmogs that ended up helping make that composition as strong as it did, but you don't win without positioning that Nunu perfectly.
True.
That's true. But let's move on and talk a little bit about the last hope of CN, because in past sets, quite notably so, there were always a couple of CN players making it through that day 3. This time around, Ziyue, the only player that makes it for the CN region, was the favorite going into this tournament, but now, of course, a lot of pressure from that region to maybe get yet another title after, you know, the big heroes like Hwanmyeon did not make it, and we
also
looked at the
70%
stats,
top 4
Gangly.
rate.
We're gonna need a little bit of extra cooking, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, Ziyue, one of the most consistent players across the entirety of the set. The one caveat is that Ziyue had one of the lowest win rates coming into the Tactician's crown, and now in the top 8 has the lowest win rate of the 8 finalists. The format changes. Consistency is not actually enough to win you the crown. So what I want to see from Ziyue is that get into check, and then you have to make the change. You cannot play like yourself. You have to go for the gamble.
Yeah, and I think that's where we're going to have to see Ziyue maybe try to make up some differences in those play styles. I think one way to potentially do that is through Trait Tracker. This is an augment that we haven't actually seen a whole lot of just yet, but Clement, can you break down why this is such a high win rate percentage?
No problem, and we do have to go back to the CN region to take a look at this, because they are the only region to have actually played in the checkmate format beforehand. And before looking at the actual footage, we're going to tell you a little bit about the Trait Tracker combinations going into this one. We have a great cheat sheet that all of the players I know competitively actually use from Mindful One here, and it showcases all of the different combinations you can possibly find. A couple of big ones that we should have showing up really quickly right here is the triple trait units. You're either going for the Sugarcraft ones with the Bard and the Rumble, or most likely going onto the Portal route, coming in with the Galio or the Zoe. Those are kind of the 2 lines, and for you aficionados out there, you have to remember, even though that the Drew trait coming in from Wukong is a unique trait, it still does count for Trade Tracker here. So those are the important things. Thank you, Mindful One. We have worked with you many times before. Take a look at this. I know all the players have this one on speed dial. Now that we have all of that information on how to put Trade Tracker together, let's take a look at it in action. It's so important in checkmate format because
I haven't seen that before, to be honest.
Your units, they cannot deny your actual emblems. Now let's take a look at how people set this up. Typically you want to do it on the augment selection turn around 4-2 because this gives you extra 20 seconds to set your entire board. You have those combinations we saw from Mindful One set up on 4-1. You go into this one and there's a couple big ones that you really want to find. Right here, there's an example from Tucci, and the biggest one has to be the Arcana emblem here.
Oh, yeah.
Because the Arcana emblem, once you have 5 Arcana, actually gives you 6% damage amp for every additional emblem. Right here, it's already 55% damage amp in. As we talked about, he is going for the Sugarcraft line, and let's just watch this roll down. What's so fun about this is it takes a lot of APM to actually make all of this work together. Has a huge find on the Xerath as well, which gets you to 5 Arcana, opens your Ascendancy charms, and also allows you to get the Signifier bonus that we talked about from the emblems here too. Then you have to
another
fill in
Xerath
with the additional sort of legendary units, and when you're looking through it, usually it's going to be a Varus, a Blaster, that is your primary carry, and you top out with the Xerath to finish out on the end. This was all done in 50 seconds. Tucci set his entire board there and went on to have a very, very strong run. I expect to see a lot more Trade Tracker as the primary win condition when someone is alone in checkmate.
Thank you so much, Clement, for that tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. We know that TFT can be a really high analytical game, but we can't forget that TFT at its finest is about the people that are behind that computer screen. I think one of those people that really comes to mind for me is Darkest, who finds themselves in this final 8 of the competition. I mean, Darkest, I thought, retired and now has had the comeback season of the century.
Yeah, it's a bit of a funny story, right? There was this tweet they put up saying, we have it at the bottom here. Unfortunately, I didn't make it to regionals this way. I don't have a way. But then, similar to what we were saying for Gear earlier, the store opened up, gave them another slot, and then with that, just pushed on through 6 times at the regional finals in EMEA. We know this player very well, but that ceiling breakthrough didn't happen before, and now it finally has been done, and I feel like the world is exposed to the great creativity that has come out of Darkness.
Yeah, I mean, Darkest won 3 games yesterday, and in fact comes into this final lobby today with the highest win rate out of the entire field, 38.46%.
Hello.
46%. I'm going to round up, and that's almost half.
Yeah. Basically 50%.
Yeah, that's girl math right there.
That's right. Round up again, it's basically 100.
I mean, I take those odds if you ask me, but I just want to also add to that they played a wide array of comms. There was not like this one lean into a Jinx board or something that we've seen from some other players. Darkest really staying open with their choices on what comms to go for and bringing them to a first place is truly
The problem is,
impeccable.
I believe, in this entire setup, how they do these TFT tournaments is that we cannot watch all lobbies at the same time, and there is not like this overview of everything like I tried to do in the stream here. So I feel like you miss a lot of potential like highlights when you watch it live. So you actually have to rewatch or do something else to actually catch all of these highlights and actually understand what they're talking about. Because like Darkest, for example, yeah, you see, we saw him like 2 or 3 times his games, but we haven't seen the rest of the other rounds he was playing. So it's a little bit sad that we couldn't really, or that they don't have a better format to, or I'm not sure, like better, but a more efficient format to show everything, so we actually can see every game and see the highlights when it's happening.
But I think it is partially the mentorship that's come through from YBY1 that maybe midfeed has helped to find some success in this tournament. But YBY1, the one of the biggest threats we have in the field.
Midfeed might have dominated Vietnamese ladder, but YBY1 came home with the results, and that's why he's the GOAT in that region. Third place at Monsters Attack overall. In APAC, if you look at the stats, he is only behind Tidal overall career-wise, and we call him the closer. He has participated in 8 Riot events, and he has top 8 in 4 of them. So half of the times, he makes it to the final tournament. If you look at the tournament so far, he was the best player on day 1, highest points on day 2, and it wasn't even really close. He was 12 points above the cutoff line. So I think when you're looking at this tournament performance so far, he has to be considered the heavy favorite.
Well, you know, APAC might have the GOAT, YBY1, but EMEA has the boar, Volta. So let's roll the tape.
They started playing TFT on set 1, but at this time I was not really good. And today I ended up being on the last day of the Tactician Crown for the 3rd time.
When Volta just barely sneaks in off that 2 tanky Honeymancy, 66 points is the cutoff in the end after these 13 games.
Volta has a good chance to win tomorrow. There are a lot of good players, but I think like out of them, like Volta would be one of the favorites for me.
Tactician's Crown will be mine.
I love seeing it, right? I mean, I think he's such a fun character. We talked to him yesterday in the interview. He always is quick on his wits and also not so quick on his rolls sometimes, but we don't need to get into that.
Well, I mean, even a self-proclaimed high roller, as he said himself. But it was so cool to watch that final game where Volta ended up going for the Kog'Maw reroll, ended up finding some really great items, just being able to sort of maybe weave in and out of all of the other Hunter players that were trying to contest that line, and find himself in the final lobby today. 5 times at the Tactician's Crown, another final lobby for Volta, and maybe the crown this time around.
I mean, you're seeing it behind us, kind of the achievements thus far, the closest he's come, that 7th in Runeterra Reforged and the 4th in Galaxies, where kind of the taste of victory so close, and yet so far this time around, Volta looking to maybe change that.
We talk about YBY1, Volta. These are kind of the category of players that are the kings without a crown, right? Both incredible high highs, but narrowly have missed that actual championship crown. This is their opportunity to do it.
What about the final raid boss, though?
Yep. Ooh, the king with the crown.
Yeah, the king with the crown. It's Tidal. Tidal has already won a Tactician's Crown and comes back to potentially repeat that. But this is not the first time that we've seen Tidal take on a tournament like this and be in a position to see a final lobby and yet another crown.
I cannot overemphasize how important Tidal is to the storyline of TFT esports here. In a world of variance in RNG, Tidal could show up as our Faker-esque figure and the constant, the true north of TFT in terms of playstyle. He's the only of the 4 horsemen left, and even though he hasn't shown up always on the competitive stage, stat-wise, he is still the best player out of the entirety
He
of
always
APAC.
comes out of
I also
nowhere,
want
right?
to tell everyone how
Like
much
stats-wise.
he's ramped up in day 2. 43 points, eclipsing everyone, even YBY in his run. We call him the protagonist. He always scales up, and if he closes it, this would be the biggest story in our esports ever.
I mean, you mentioned it already, Necra. Runeterra Reforged. I was there, I remember. And let me just tell you how dominant that run was, because Clement, you've been saying Tidal is a player that plays to the format, and this could not be more true. In that final game, when Tidal took the crown, he left himself all options open, and then once every other player decided their line, he said, okay, this one is open, I'm taking it, and I'm running with it. And he left no one else a chance.
What Tidal represents to me, he is the true mantra of it only takes one. It only takes one player to put a region on a map. We've talked all weekend long of how players like Orion Mauled represent so much for their region, how 8LJ walking then led to Bamyang being here on this stage. This is what Tidal is. He comes from a small region. Even among APAC, there are not many other Japanese players that can rise up against the incredible talent that is APAC, and yet Tidal is, and he represents that region. And I think in doing so, he represents every small region who can send 1 or 2 representatives to the Tactician's Crown stage and truly believe, yes, we may be small, but it only takes one of us to win to make a statement.
I mean, even when we still had the region split, we were maybe wondering, okay, well, Tidal's winning all of the Japan finals, but what happens when we actually do merge these regions? Can Tidal keep up with the pace? And that is a resounding yes. Can find himself in the final lobbies of the APAC Golden Spatula, and now finds himself once again on the precipice of reaching yet another height in TFT. We are getting ready to go into the final lobby, but before we do that, last minute predictions. Who do you think is going to win?
I'm going to say YBY because I know Clement's about to say YBY. And I
That's
needed
not
to
really...
say it first.
Go ahead.
I think YBY, listen, this guy, you're talking about point leader throughout the entire event. YBY has shown consistency. This is his 4th consecutive final lobby in his last 4 tournaments. YBY, absolute monster performance, a expected favorite. I am putting the prediction out there so that Clement gets to copy me. Go for it.
I actually already posted it on Twitter, so I did go for a title because I think he is much more calm when it comes to those final decision moments. We've seen this guy in tournament, and he shows absolutely no emotion. He's one of the fastest clickers in terms of augments, deciding his lines and items. He is very well versed and does not crack under pressure. I think Tidal has the experience to triumph over YB1's 2 days performance.
I'm actually so surprised, guys. I thought you were the stat guys, the analysts, the numbers people. Did you not listen when we were talking about it? Nearly 40% top 1 rate. Darkest is taking it, and it's not even close.
I believe we said nearly 50%.
Yes.
Then we said nearly 100%.
Yeah, so actually, you're really ignoring the numbers now. So even more argument for Darkest. I'm actually mad at Gangly because you took my pick.
Oh, sorry. I pointed at the wrong person.
There we go. Do you want to do it again?
Yeah, I think, honestly, every single one of these players makes such a strong case for themselves. I wouldn't be surprised to see any one of them be able to take the crown. I still just hope that it's in 7 or 8 games. That's going to be the only thing that I'm hoping for.
I think if there were ever a set where we actually go 7 or 8 games, this is almost certainly the one to do. I think everybody is going to be scouting that player in check extremely closely, and there are many, many opportunities to be able to grief that player in the lead.
I hope you are all excited to get the action for the final.
I'm really excited how it works.
Underway.
I thought like
you're getting that final lobby ready for you, and
I thought like it's gonna be like every round the 8th player will be executed.
That is happening and
but not sure yet, so we're gonna see.
You can tune into the TFT action, and also make sure to check out the Twitch extension. I know that has been a very cool tool for everyone to play around with, and so you can be in the know of everything that's happening in the game in real time. Also, make sure to stay tuned after our competition today for an exclusive dev drop and sneak peek into the next TFT set, into the Arcane. So much to look forward to, everybody.
That's gonna be exciting.
No!
Here we go.
I'm not ready.
What are you waiting for? Of course it has to.
I don't know. See, this is the thing with tournaments. I said this earlier. I always feel so bad for the people that don't make it, but I'm afraid I'm not the one deciding things here, and we are getting our portal loaded up and going.
There we go, party people.
Opens up and we know the game is loading. Everything's starting. You can
Oh, the game is loading already, so we are actually ready. I wonder if he's sitting alone
one of the stone cold killers of the scene
in the arena here in China.
There is no emotion. There is no tilt. Low roll does not matter. I'll try again next time. You can see him locked in right now.
On the other side, we do have players that do show a lot of emotion, like YBY1. His signature move is clapping and getting up from his chair where Mortdog has blessed him with some high rolls.
I like midfeed jamming out right now, really getting into the zone. I love the pink headphones. It's a nice touch.
Do you know what I'm missing? I'm missing Darkest Cat. I don't know where the cat went, but I need it back.
The cat is gonna come back in
once we're on check.
Most perfect moment.
Oh,
exactly.
Yeah.
It's gonna come in for the check blessing.
Did we get a name?
We did get a name. I'm going to make a fool out of myself by pronouncing it. It's Hureire, which is a reference to, I believe, the father of cats or something like that. We did ask. I'm just going to say that very confidently. And
there we go.
Chat. Thank you very much.
Let's get into the first.
There we go. We have the portal.
Very interesting things upon us. A couple of players.
Oh, all 3 are chosen, and we could start with a trainer golems game here, which would actually bring a lot of surprise already, but also a lot of learning potential here. So give us the trainer golems, and it's trainer golems.
And that's exactly who sends us into the portal as well.
Volta cracked a smile right here. If you guys have been watching the past 2 days of tournaments, this
oh
guy
my
is
god,
absolutely high roll, level 7 legendaries.
Okay, we're gonna note down what is gonna be played. We have Scholar, Shapeshifter, Blaster on ZUA here. Scholar, Shape, Blasters. Here we have the Blaster, Shapeshifter, Scholar. Is it the same? Ah, no, they turned it around. Okay. We have Pre-server, Blaster, Scholar. Oh my god. On gear. Pre-server, Blaster, Scholar. We have another Scholar and Shapeshifter. Shapeshifter, Scholar, Pre-server on Darkest. Shape, Scholar, Pre-server. We have Multi-Striker, Vanguard, Blaster. Vanguard, Blaster. But that was not mid-feed here, right? That's what that was. Belmyong. And we have Pre-server, Shapeshifter, Incantor on YBY. Pre-server, Shape, Incantor. We have Sugarcraft. Oh my god, what is that? Witchcraft, Sugarcraft Chrono. But first we have Witchcraft Vanguard Blaster on mid-feed. Witch, Chrono, Blaster, right? It was? No, Vanguard. Vanguard. We have Witchcraft Chrono, Sugar on title. Witch, Chrono, Sugar on title. And we have multi pre-server Scholar, multi pre-server Scholar on Volta.
You can actually get to a position where you can roll for those 3-cost units.
Midfeed already cracking a smile here. He has a very good start to go.
Okay, let's see. We have already a Galio. No, Galio and Warwick too. So there's a beautiful head start here with the Vanguards. We have 4 Vanguards already. Another Vanguard on the bench. Here's a double Warwick in the shop. Could even go for the Warwick reroll here. On ZU we have already Portal and Blaster active and Shapeshifter, obviously. Oh my god, that's actually the perfect thing to do here, is going for Portal for ZU. That's crazy. Going for the Jace carry with the Pandora's bench. Playing against Gear here with double Vanguard and not really any synergy so far. 2 mages only with Galio and Zoraka, but not really any other synergy, and he's gonna lose here against Ziu.
I was gonna say, I think this game actually does allow you to have that
crazy. Darkest also won his first. Not sure here. Actually, Tidal has a lot of good option here. Very almost uncontested. And we have triple Shapeshifters. Here's already 4 Shapeshifters on the board. And Scholar with the Zoe, giving him Witchcraft also. And only 1 more champion for that portal trade active. That looks very good. That actually looks very good. Here we have the Bastion reroll. Makes sense, but could also go for multi-strikers. Because there is multi-striker already active with the pre-servers. Could be a fairy multi-striker run here. For the Rakan.
I love that comp. But
the Karma one?
Yeah, I love it, but I'm also thinking it's not so great right now.
Ooh, okay. Volta makes it happen against Darkest here with his 4 shapeshifters. That's actually a crazy win. But there's already a Hecarim on the board, so actually he has good amount of chance here against Darkest board.
Surely.
We already have a few completed items here. We have a Nashor's, we have a Bloodthirster for Ziui, we have the Morello on title already, we have the Spear of Shojin for YBY. Actually, that looks pretty exciting already.
I want to outline how Midfeed was one of the few players who was actually able to slam an item in the front half of stage 2, able to get that Nashor's on the Syndra. We did see it as well from ZUA, but it's no coincidence that Midfeed is also
the Chain Vest for Darkest.
At this point in the lobby, though,
I mean, he can play Shapeshifter, he might not be that contested, but it's still triple Shapeshifter Trainer Golem is exciting, is very exciting for this run. We have 5 Multi-Striker for Volta already, so we have the Multi-Striker reroll that could be capping out with Melio for the Scholar, with Rakan for the pre-servers, Splash, so we're gonna have a Fairy Multi-Striker reroll here. That's very interesting, and he's gonna play against that Portal guy. And this Multi-Striker is going down. Not even a single unit died of Zio here. And it's also very interesting to see that nobody goes for the static shifts. Very interesting, because you can use it in the normal game, you can use it as a item unequip tool, because after the round you played this charm, all the items which are not completed items will be put back on your bench. So actually you can re-itemize your units without using a remover. Very interesting, very powerful. We have here already 5 Vanguards for mid-feed. Double Blaster with the Golem and Rumble here. And I think he's looking for that Cassiopeia to actually play that Witchcraft in the backline. Or might completely ignore the Witchcraft here and go for Blaster with his Hui carry. That's actually even more useful to do. So there is a Wukong on the board. Jace protecting the backline here. Very nice that he placed Jace in the backline so he can actually protect this very vulnerable Zilean and Ziggs. It might even make it. Ooh, that shield. And oh my god, that Jace, that's actually Jace diff here. That was absolute Jace diff. That he was positioned in the backline so he would actually protect as soon as he moves his items, as soon as he uses his ultimate to transform. Very, very well played here. Oh my god, so interesting. Ah, and YBY? Oh my god, he actually sacrificed 20 HP here to get that extra gold, but is not really ahead when we look at the money. YBY doesn't really have a lot of econ compared to his compared to his opponents. I had the word of components in my head and like, hey, no, it's not components, it's opponents. But he already made very, very well use of his golem here for Chrono Witchcraft. Makes sense that we go here for the Witchcraft board, connected with the Gwen, with Rise, building already items here for Rise that could go for Gwen. Very nice itemization here. Sorry for that. And we look over to YBY, who has the pre-server active with that Zilean too, which also gives him Chrono, Shapeshifter with the Jace, and the Encantor with the Ziggs too, who just smashes the backline here. Another bomb by Ziggs, and Ari goes down before she can ult, and that Seraphine goes down. So actually very, very nice here by Ziggs, who shredded the entire backline of the opponent here. And we have another silver augment choice. A little bit boring, but what do you expect? It's the first game of the series. We have Ascension picked for midfeed. Another Ascension picked by Ziwi. Darkest goes here for... Cannot really see that. Not really familiar with that one. Pandora's Bench on Volta, which will give him a lot of power to hit his multi-strikers and his fairy units, especially later when it goes about the high-cost units. And midfeed here, very, very powerful. Swaps over to 4 Vanguards, 3 Eldritch with that Elise 2. Has a very strong board and a Gwen in the shop. So this will actually be very good for title here, that shop with Jinx and Gwen and Zillion. But it's for midfeed now, and we have the Vanguard Eldritch play here. I thought he would go for Hwei Vanguard Blasters, but it seems like he wants to make use of his Cassiopeia here, or of his Witchcraft extra. Lost against 4 Shapeshifter triple portal. I mean, he's using every emblem he got here, so actually pretty smart. Here we skip the multi-striker, 4 Vanguards, 1, 2, triple blaster. He is missing the rumble, otherwise that would go crazy here already. But has the portal instead. Plays an extra Ezreal because he also benefits from the portal bonus, and portal gives better items for every star of his portal unit. So actually this Ezreal adds another star here to his portal, which then deals more damage, gives better shields, gives better healings, does everything better than without that Ezreal unit here. Very, very good choice to go for that Ezreal. But seems like he's gonna lose to midfeed here with the incredible strong Vanguard Eldritch Blaster board. Rakan. So we're gonna stop here for a second and check the lobbies so we can actually note down what is going to be played. We have Ziwi with the Shapeshifters. Not really any combination here. We have Portal active so far, but I think there's gonna be Shapeshifter Portal. Then we have Tidal with the Witchcraft board. So far. We have Volta with the multi-strikers. Very likely that he's gonna switch from multi-striker into multi-striker fairy in the late game. I mean, his trainer golem shows exactly that. Then we have YBY with the pre-servers. Pre-server Incantors. So could go for that chrono board. And midfeed with his Vanguard Eldritch board. We have Darkest with Shapeshifters so far. Oops. What was that? Shifter pre-servers. We have Balmeong with the Blaster board. Blaster. And we have Gear PYM with... Not really sure what he's going for yet. Might be the mage reroll, to be honest. So, because it's uncontested, even though he has not really the best reroll for that. Like, mages don't really go well with the blaster and the scholars, but we'll see. We'll see what they're gonna play, and gonna hop back into the game. We see Gear PYM right after the selection, item selection here, and seems to lose a lot of HP. 33 HP right now with triple mage, triple portal, double scholar, double vanguard. Loses against this partial ascension of Balmyong. No, mid-feed actually. Balmyong just passed by to check out, but it was actually mid-feed who defeated Gear PYM here. Then we have the PvE round. We have the leaning towards actually some strong frontline here with the multi-striker Kassadin, with the Bloodthirster, but the same goes for Volta, who has already 7 multi-strikers on the board, which should dominate the lobby pretty soon if he can find the items for that Kalista. And he finds double bow, double rage blade for that Kalista. What is that high rolling? Holy, double rage blade on that Kalista with 7 multi-strikers. Holy macaroni. And he's gonna reposition his sniper. Okay, he's gonna go for double rage blade. He's gonna go for double rage blade and bow for his Ashe. Might find the Ashe 3 here. Is already only 2 Akalis away from Akali 3. Only 3 Kassadins away from Kassadin 3. So he's actually, his board is going crazy. But YBY found the early Briar here fully itemized, and that might just be a loss for Volta here, because that Briar is gonna be fed from the beginning and it's gonna shred that backline, and Volta takes the loss here. Even though his board looks so strong against 6 Shapeshifter, triple portal, with that fully itemized Briar, full offensive items. Oh my god, that's actually unlucky for Volta here. And we find School Mascot. It's gonna be rolled. More Ascensions in the shops. Little buddies. We have not today. Press the attack. Press the attack for the multi-strikers. Volta finds it all here today. What an incredible high rolling. Volta with the press the attack for his multi-strikers. And finds the another Akali. Finds the Akali 3. He skipped the Hecarim there. One more Kassadin for the Kassadin 3. There is the Jax. He's skipping that one. Finds the Morgana. In hope to be able to make a Camille out of it. And now the Akali 3. No items, sadly. 1 unit away from Ashe 3. He even sold the rest of the board, rest of the bench to have more gold here. But still goes down against the Balmyong board, which has 4 Blaster, 4 Vanguards, already fully itemized Varus here, and has another Varus on the bench, so that could be Varus too, very, very soon. Finds the Camille! He found the Camille! What? What an incredible high rolling here! But here's also Gwen too, so it's not too easy. Finds... he sold the Kalista. He's totally ignoring the fact that, oh my god, he's totally not going for that ferry. He's totally going for that multi-striker here, ignoring his scholar, ignoring the pre-server, even though he could have gone with the extra pre-server and the extra scholar with Melio and Rakan. But he simply ignores it and just goes full multi-striker. Will he be able to make it? Camille is down. Kassadin goes down. And Volta takes another loss. Even though this incredible high rolling we've just seen from him still loses against 6 Witchcraft, 4 Chrono board here. Of course, for Kronos, the perfect counter here because they just stun the multi-strikers so they cannot ramp up more. And what an incredible play here by Tidal against multi-strikers by Volta. So we're gonna check. We already have some comms here finally locked in. We have the Syndra reroll and Vanguard on mid-feed, who's currently leading. So Syndra reroll. We have Balmyong with the blaster board. I think that's still the same. Yeah, that not really evolved any further. It's just built out. Here's already Varus too. As I just see here, all the items are on Varus. Only the Morello is on that Ezreal too. And Gear PYM could find the Morgana with double Bloodthirster and Protector's Vow. Fully itemized Rice, but it's only Rice 1 so far. So we have that pre-server board here for Gear. He totally locked out of mages and went for the Scholars. Morgana pre-server build here, which makes absolutely sense with the Scholar pre-server trainer golem he had. Then we have the Gwen 2 fully itemized, as I can see it. No, it is a these gloves here by Darkest on that Gwen 2. So Darkest actually also dropped the shapeshifters, went for the Gwen Scholar board here. And we have Ziwi with a... Oh, actually, that's Capricious Forge here. A Blacksmith Gloves on that Shyvana 3 so far. And drops all the shapeshifters onto his board. And also dropped that portal, right? No, still has the portal active. So still goes to Shapeshifter Portal Road here. And Tidal with... And he even found another Witchcraft Crest. Wow, that's the Witchcraft board here for Tidal. The classic one. And Volta with the multi-strikers. I think I already wrote that down, yes. And YBY currently last of the board with a very interesting combination. According to his trainer golem, he has pre-server shapeshifter Incantor, so he has the Karma for double Incantor. He has that Rakan, he has that Zillion, that Bard 2 here for the pre-servers. Maybe looking for that Morgana right now. And has the Briar, I think, as a little bit of protector here, but don't think that this will be any further played. But we're gonna jump back into the game, and Volta found his Kassadin 3. Still, the Akali is not itemized. In this set, or in this patch, Akali is not the best unit, so I can understand here Volta's decision not to go for Akali itemization. He already has the Titans on board, goes here for the bow, and I believe it's gonna be red buff for the anti-heal. Finds another Camille. Finds the Shen 2, but still drops everything. And is at the moment at 0 gold. Finds the Ash 3. Wow, that's incredible. He sold everything on the bench to hit that Ash 3. And actually went for an IE on Ash. And a Titans on Kassadin. And the shred item, the static shift on... Oh, but he's going down. Nah, he's... Oh! Yo, and Ash actually wins, which keeps Volta alive. With just a little bit of HP here. Ooh, okay. Okay, we have a Briar too. I just seen it here. There's no money in the bank. Darkest is already out. Darkest dropped dead here. Oh my god. In stage 5. Already first player out. And everybody rolled down. No, actually not. YBY 60 gold. Title 60 gold. Balmyong 58 gold. Volta has to make it here. He has to find the good angle, has to find a good positioning to get the damage off of his multi-strikers and actually make it happen. His team is stunned, broke the stun, and I think that's a win for, for this multi-striker board here. But at the same time, Title wins against... No, YBY actually defeated Title here in that match of that Briar 2. Volta on 1 HP. Can he make the comeback? He found the attack speed charm. And we have Title with the board I already predicted. 76 gold. Looks here for the level 9. He is quite low, but he's not gonna shiver. And he's trying to make that max gold level up here. He has a 6 Witchcraft already. And we're gonna see Volta versus Gear with that Morgana Bloodthirster. Ah, but we're not gonna watch this? Oh, we're gonna watch it, yeah. Here's that Morgana with the Protector's Vow and double Bloodthirster. She might not go down. And that's it for Volta. Volta is out. Or is he? Yep, he is. Volta secures here placement 7 against that Bat Queen Scholar board. And currently dominating Balmyong with a good amount of HP actually. And having... Oh, now he even played double IE on that Varus. But we also have a fully itemized Karma already. And we see by of mid feed, we have the Syndra 3 here fully itemized. We have the Mordekaiser fully itemized. So actually, it's not over yet. It stays exciting. It stays interesting in this first game of the grand final of the Magic and Mayhem Tactician's Crown. So I'm very interested to see here what's gonna happening next. And we have the 8 Shapeshifter triple dragon board with the Smolder 2 fully itemized, with the Briar 2 fully itemized. So it's not over yet. It's actually not over yet. Everything is possible here. Still. And we have midfeed versus Ziui here. And depending how his units are moving, that looks very bad for midfeed, and midfeed is going down. Is it enough to kill him though? And midfeed is out. He went. He is down. And Gear PYM is also out.
He doesn't have the 6 color in, never found the Milio. I think that's an acceptable result at the end of the day going to that matchup.
And so we reach top 4 already. We have another Smolder, right? Or is it the same Smolder? It's the same Smolder. No, it's not the same Smolder. It's 8 Shapeshifter, 2 Dragons. We have 8 Witchcraft. 4 Title here. But on very low HP. YBY currently on the win streak. We can't really see what's going on here. Oh! YBY is level 10. Balmyong versus Title. But that tile board just got destroyed. 8 Witchcraft seem not to have a very good chance against these 6 blasters with the 4 Vanguards. Interesting. What is that? The bat is hanging on that way. And YBY goes here on very low HP. That was the board here. That was Shapeshifter versus Shapeshifters. I knew it because here the Smolder looks different, the items were different. We have the PvE round. And we have to say, like, actually, Balmyong is the only one who has a good amount of HP currently leading with the 38 HP, which means like he has about 2 to 3 lives here. Might win the lobby with his 6 blaster board, where all the perfect items are on his units. And he still makes his econ up. But we have level 9 now for our shapeshifter, shapeshifter board, and both our shapeshifter players reach their carries level 2. We have both Briar 2 and Smolder 2 on both boards, so it keeps being interesting. And more items here, more tank items for the Morgana by Tidal. But is it enough? Is it enough for Tidal to actually take out this incredibly powerful Morgana 2 shapeshifter board? We will see. We will see. The Chrono stun. But this Briar won't go down. She's not impressed. She's not impressed. She's stunned. But I think that's it for Tidal. And Tidal is going down here. Against YBY. That means Tidal actually places as 4th here. And Zio and Balmyong, who won? Ah, Balmyong won here, right? No, actually, Zio he won. Balmyong has a 1 loss streak now, so as soon as we see the shapeshifters fighting each other, it's gonna be interesting. We have the pre-server active with the Morgana 2. We have Witchcraft active with that Nico 1. And we have Incantor ignored, I believe. Oh, I would love to see that actually close up. It's hard to see what's going on here. But these Smolders... Smolder... YBY is going down here. Oh. YBY is going down. And it's the final fight between Balmyong and Ziwi. Wow. The way, the shape in which Balmyong's playing this, though, the 3-item Ezreal 2, the 3-item Varus 2, it doesn't actually with the partial ascension, the capricious forge, but these items are not... Okay, yeah, it's actually Trickster's Glass, so we have double stun potential here, but it is blasters versus shapeshifters in the end, and the question is, can they make it happen? We have the double jump. What was that, actually? Where did that... Oh... Uh-oh... Varus is down. And Balmyong loses here the first 1v1 against Ziwi. I don't think that 6 blasters actually have a lot to say if he cannot find that Smolder 2 against this Fat Briar and Smolder 2. Depending also on the items for that Shyvana now. Mittens and Glacial, okay. It's crazy, right? Shapeshifter Blaster for that Smolder. Found that Smolder 2 very early. So he actually gets 2 bonuses of his board here. Of his trainer golem. That's gonna be a tough one for our Blaster Vanguards. Okay, Briar got blocked here. No. No, Shyvana got blocked. And can that Varus and that Ezreal make it happen? One more Ezreal R. No, it's not enough. And Balmyong goes down here against Ziwi. Crazy first round here. crazy first round. I believe. I mean, the Tacticians. Trainer Golem is so insanely mixing up the game, so we cannot really play meta like straight up. We have to be aware of the traits that come with the Trainer Golem, and everybody hit insane Trainer Golems here. It's crazy to see what happened, but in the end, the Shapeshifters of ZOE positioned here better than the Blasters, and Scholar Shapeshifter Blaster by ZOE secured the first place in the first game of that third day of the Tactician's Crown.
Really kind of scouting very well, looking at all of those Trainer Golems, saying, okay, this one is 3-way contested, this one is 4-way contested, how about the Shapeshifters? I'd much rather contest those, and identifying this very correctly and going into those.
Something I love...
But we cannot really take that for granted, because there were triple Shapeshifters. There was triple Shapeshifters. We had YBY with Shapeshifter, we had Darkest with Shapeshifter, and we had ZOE with Shapeshifters, so everybody could go here Shapeshifters.
When Trainer Golems hit, this is the time when we get to see these creative 6 blaster boards like we got to see out of Bamyang. And it's that knowledge of the lines and the conditions in which they work, even when they're narrow, it's just evidence of why Bamyang is here to begin with. Dominant season, a step ahead of the best region in the world, and here second place with an off-meta line that we have not seen even once this weekend.
And once again, showcasing his strength, which is positioning. Think about how well he was able to position around the Briar the first time, also being able to position to deal maximum damage to the Aegis when everything was grouped up, but it still takes that recognition to be able to separate yourself from the rest of the field.
I'm just a little bit sad, you know. I'm not the greatest game of a start for the EMEA region, so we'll see.
Walter actually got eliminated here.
This was Walter's first game.
Even though he had this incredible high rolling with that Camille coming out of nowhere instantly, and having the press the attack on this board, and still had 0 chance, just tells you how powerful the other boards already were and how little it matters the high rolling when the other boards just have the stronger like starts or max out in the end.
On stage 4.
Let's remember the format, right?
Yep.
You go 8th in game 1. In a way, I'm not going to say it doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter because you don't have to have the most points at the end of the day.
I'm listening.
I like that.
Tell me more.
You have to get to this check and then win. It doesn't matter how many games it takes you to get there. All that matters is that you deny the person the first until you can get there yourself. If there is someone that can magically get to check after going 8th place, I actually think it might be Volta.
I think you might be right about that. But here are the standings after just the first game. As a reminder, we are looking to see which player will be the first to reach 20 points, which is our benchmark, to put the lobby into check. They will then need a win, a first, after that point in order to secure the Tactician's Crown.
That's it,
I
okay.
just say how important
First person need to reach 20
even though
points.
The entire community has pegged him as their tournament favorite in the biggest region of TFT. There still isn't a lot of fanfare for him. He has came into these tournaments on very small platforms, Kwaiso, twice in a row, doesn't really stream much. Even the CN community doesn't. They're looking at 1 minute, they're looking at 60 seconds. This would be a game changer for him to cement that he could actually be a killer, be a winner, and return CN.
Career-wise,
it's been very
if
long
he goes
since
strong here, actually.
Championship. I believe set 7 was actually the last one, right? And since then, we've had so many stars rise up in CN, and I think you put it perfectly. It's hard for someone like ZUA. Yes, best tournament results in CN all set long, but when you are competing with Hwan Mie and 62nd and Achun, 2-time TOC champion, it's hard to stand out.
Which is wild because this is ZUA's second time that they're at a Tactician's Crown, and the last time that they were here, they got second. So, like, what do you mean? How is he not standing out for everybody?
I sometimes it's a subjective game. Sometimes we hold on to our heroes. We put people on platforms, and it can be arbitrary. Yeah, you can have the results, but sometimes it's not just the results. It's the showmanship. It's the stardom. It's making the statement when it's presented, and sometimes
and the good old American concept here.
And I mean, mean, sometimes it's also just about who's most fun to watch and who has those flashy styles. And Zira, a player that is very safe in their approach, usually going for like an average, you know, of just making it into top 3, top 4, saying, I don't need anything great if I can just keep on cruising. And so that is not something you keep in mind a whole lot.
It is expected for CN to place into the top 8, make the final days. That is why the runner-up doesn't count. When you've already had 3 champions, runner-up doesn't mean that much. However, for Zira, this is really important because this is the first time in a long time. He is the only CN representative here. He's going to get that region hyped up for him as well. And also, I think it just dispels the notion of that bad day 2 he had. He had the worst day 2 of the 8 coming in here. We didn't see him turn around those low roll spots. Now he's showing up strong.
I think it's poetic when you think of the shape of CN in TFT's history. For so long, they were
very interesting.
You know, multiple set championships in a row, and now after this drought of lacking the championship, this almost humble GUA finds himself in the top 8, lowest win rate of the field. If there's a player in this top 8 that I think people are not expecting to make it over into that checkmate, it's now CN. And it just feels it's so different than what we saw for so long in TFT's history. I mean, it's a beautiful story.
I was, you know, thinking of like taglines for each individual player to kind of remember their play style and their personality a bit. And for me, Zero has the tagline of the stealth killer. Ooh. Like just coming in and people, if he were to take it all, I'd be like, woo, that's a surprise.
I want to point out something that was so smart here from Zira. Because he was going up into the matchup versus Bombyung, he knew that he didn't need double Titans on the Briar. He actually needed immediate burst prevention, going for the Styrex and the Bloodthirster onto the Briar instead, and also making sure that his backline could not get sniped out by the Ezreal or just a random Varus shot. We know that the Smaller doesn't have very good self-preservation instincts, so...
Instincts!
That's true, that's true.
Yeah,
the Smaller loves to suicide.
The evolutionary line.
He loves to kill himself.
Yeah.
That's
a random movement is crazy.
That speaks to the player agency in TFT that you can control. There are many variables that are outside of the player's control, but making that optimization, I believe it was taking the Styrex from the Nasus before. Is that what it was? It was making a swap from somewhere.
Double Titans on the Briar when he was going up against the other 8 Shapeshifter player, because that was a scaling matchup. That was so smart. And then when it's a burst matchup, he takes one of the Titans off, puts the Styrex in to prevent the Briar from going down to the 6 blasters. I thought that was just genius.
And I think that there was another instance in that game. I want to say it was ZUA. Clement, you had called out very briefly that you saw a Radiant item on that Briar, and I want to say that it was the Radiant Bloodthirster that he had used item removers to pivot around. So this was not the first fight that we had actually seen ZUA show off that prowess of having that high APM to actually make those split-second decisions when it mattered most.
Yeah, I think he got lucky up from a charm, from a Radiant charm.
It was a Radiant charm, but still.
Everybody gets lucky at some point in the game,
Volta.
right?
Exactly.
Some more than others, but I do agree with that notion generally.
All right, well, we have game number 2 almost upon us. Let's see if any of these players can inch ever closer to that 20-point checkpoint. Everybody really locked in at this point.
I just want to make a quick call out because we saw it in that game, I believe. YBY won in the questionnaire that we give to players that he plays with the Vine Sword Irelia when aiming for more points, as he feels that brings him a little bit of extra luck. So
Whoa!
if you're seeing that little legend there, just a little bit of information on why that's been chosen.
Can we confirm what little legend he had last game? I was not paying attention
I saw
at
an
all.
Irelia finisher, but I'm not sure if
I think it was the Irelia.
Okay.
Yeah, we're getting confirmation. So there you have it.
There we go.
I know which one I'm getting next. Yeah, for more points, gotta go with it.
You all don't have this though. I feel like I always have like the one little
There
legend
we
that I feel
go.
like brings
The
me.
next match
like when
starts.
I gotta really lock in, that's the one that I play because I know I'm gonna do the
We have gold subscription Crab Rave. Oh, that would be very interesting. And the support anvil. Only YBY is on the support anvil so far. ZOE and Voltaire share the spot on the Crab Rave, and 4 players on the gold subscription. Let's see what we're gonna play here. And it's a gold subscription for Gear PYM. So not a lot of bonus RNG here, but it would have been very interesting actually to see a Crab Rave game played by pros in the finals of the Magic and Mayhem Tactician's Crown here, but gold subscription also very nice to watch because we have way more gold, way more econ to play with for our professional players, which is definitely beautiful to watch. And we have the double mages here already for Zioe, but he's holding these double Elise and the Jacks in order to maybe switch into one of these other reroll comps. Double Poppy for Volta here and putting that Syndra in the front line for the extra cast. But Poppy makes short process. And we have double Soraka and the Seraphine. And finding the Poppy too and the Syndra. The question is, will he go for that Poppy and let go of the Mage's reroll? There is also the Galio in the shop, so but it seems like he's waiting and hoping to get some gold here. Otherwise he will sell, and he finds some gold. He finds that Soraka too. He sells that Seraphine, goes for Poppy. And he sold that Soraka going for that Galio. We have gold augments, which is always nice to see. There is a Bastion crest, there is an Eldritch crest. There is Zap attack. Zap attack for Balmyeong here. Eternal growth for the Shapeshifter board. For YBY. But also Epoch, a very... Oh, okay, he didn't take the crest. Here the crest was taken. The Bastion crest. And Zap attack was picked. Okay, so we have Zap attack already. Zap attack for Balmyeong. But he didn't have any Blitzcranks, right? He didn't have any Blitzcranks. He has the double Poppy. He has the double Lilia. Not really any other Vanguard, but has the Kog'Maw already. And that might be just it for YBY's Mage Epoch board here. And Balmyeong secures his first win. Here there was the wrong stats because that was showing multi-strikers. Okay, we have the double down. Win or lose streak for Darkest. Lilia 2 have the transfiguration. He actually went for... Oh, that's interesting. He went for the static shift charm here. He has already... I think it's the mages. It looks pretty much like mages. There is the Seraphine, there is Galio, double Galio. Going here with that Rumble for the Sugarcraft. And deals a lot of damage to Darkest. Which, who is like happily taking it. So I believe this is gonna be the Transfiguration mages here. Or... I haven't seen it. We have another Transfiguration player.
Actually doesn't work with that many compositions. He's trying to keep on to his multi-strikers, and that means he can't full
Fairy Warriors. Not clear yet. Where is the Bastion picker? Where is the one who picked the Bastion? I couldn't really see who picked the Bastion. Now the swap. Triple Fairy, double Vanguard. Midfeed, Portal. Waiting for that Galio here for the double Vanguards. No items yet so far. Playing against that Bastion reroll of Tidal. So Tidal has the Bastion. Bastion. Ari. Midfeed has Portal so far, but I'm not sure if he's gonna stick to that or not prefer to go with something else?
We're going to be leaning into that Kog'Maw more. What do you guys prefer?
I think it depends, honestly, on what you hit naturally. The nice thing about the honey line is actually quite how flexible it is. You have multiple.
Okay, Ziwi and Balmyong again, top players in the lobby. We have the carousel, and we have actually Crown Guarded here for that Blitzcrank 1. That's Frost so far, but that's an early game board. I'm not sure if he's gonna play that Frost out.
He just hovers it, makes sure he picks something else, and then takes it. So he has the multiple options open. I think that's really important when both of you are trying to lose streak.
Yeah, I agree. Very heads-up play there, and we are seeing a little bit of a view of all of these boards there for a second. Are you guys surprised by the extra charm pickups on the Augments?
50% chance to hit that goal. He didn't go for that.
I'm not actually. I feel like we've seen it.
Oh no, we swapped. We are now watching Title Sport, who already found 4 Bastions and double Witchcraft with the Zoe and the Morello. So we can say Title loves to play that early health burn. Actually, the early burn. Also last game he had that Morello instantly.
Fits really nicely into the reroll line, so you're probably going to see them head in that direction. Of course, Vigar is the one
Darkest with the Jinx.
If you want to go for that mage line.
Interesting that he didn't play Rumble here instead of that Lilia. Because he could get sugar by that, but I'm not sure what Dark is trying to do here. Just making econ. He sold everything.
To kind of paint that picture a little bit more, out of our top 8, 2 players have played it.
And here we just saw actually the charm Darkest used. He used that minor polymorph to get some extra gold. 1 extra gold for him. Okay, Ziwi locked in the mage's board.
You can just say it anytime. It's the most applicable mantra in the world.
That's my favorite line now. Well, something we have to call out is that we
Found already that Galio 2, found that Rumble 2, is at 45 stacks of the sugar. Actually, that looks really, really good for Ziwi again. 4 win streak, and he will definitely smash that board too. I think midfeed is going for the multi-strikers here, as far as I can see. Because triple multi-striker. But let's be patient. Let's see if he really picks that multi-strikers, because he has only 1-star unit so far. Ziwi on a 5-win streak here, finds another Galio, finds that Seraphine too. His board is completely starred up, which is an incredibly powerful early game here. And yep, midfeed, I think he chose the multi-strikers, but not really finding all the units he needs and waiting for these 2 stars. Okay, that's if he finds a bow, that's actually useful. The rod here, otherwise. Oh, Hackerim! And can sell for 1 gold. Finds a bow, so that's a Rage Blade actually. Oh my god, that's an IE and a Rage Blade. But I think he's gonna go for that Kassadin frontline, so he might want to actually play for... Oh, he's rolling with level 4. So he has that very high 55 1-cost chance and 30% 2-cost chance. So he's gonna star up his board, it seems like. Balmyong having that Blitzcrank 2 and is only 2 Blitzcranks away from the Blitzcrank 3 with 2 items, both defensive items. There is a random Blitzcrank. That 1-star Blitzcrank. Hold by YBY, who's currently pivoting to a mage board, but doesn't seem very strong. Could pivot into the Blaster Vanguard way board, and it doesn't look very good for for that Zap attack Blitzcrank. Wow, it's actually lost. And YBY keeps up the win streaks and hops onto 4 wins in his win streak. Honeymancy Crest. There was the Honeymancy Crest actually for Zap attack, right? Yep. Oh my god, that's... There's the Portal Crest, there's the Multi-Striker Crown, but also there's Ascension and the Trench Coat. Crazy. And he dropped and went for the Radiant? Nah, what? He went for the Trench Coat. Okay, he goes for the safe option here with the Trench Coat. Balmyong still thinking what he's gonna go for. I mean, it's a pretty tough decision if you want to go with the Honeymancy Crown, but he went for the Honeymancy Crown. And can put that on that Rumble. He's not really having that second Sugarcraft unit, so I'm a little bit sad here for Balmyong actually not finding that Blitzcrank 3 and the second Sugarcraft unit, but it's his decision. And he's the pro, not me. Playing against 5 Bastion board of Darkest at the moment. No, of Title actually. Why is Darkest here? Tiny Title with the regen. And Ryu and YBY keeping up their win streaks. Crazy. While also allowing you to have something like a Mage Mordekaiser if that is eventually open for you. We love that. Ziwi. Finding another BF sword, which is not what we're looking for that Mage board. Staying above 50 gold. He can wait with the gold because he has 100 HP. So he doesn't have to roll down. His board is incredibly strong. With the Mage Crown. And Volta playing the Shapeshifters here. Shapeshifter Incantor actually. Shapeshifter Incantor. With the Spellcaster's Toolbox. And he takes Title to a loss. But Title has the 4 loss streak, so it's not for nothing. And he has the tiniest Titan, so he can actually go for some losses here to pick early in the carousel, to get the better units, to get the better items he needs. And he still gets these 2 HP every round, so actually he's on a safe spot here. Picking up that Chain Vest here, and he has a rod on his bench. He also has a bow on that Zoe, so I'm very interested what's gonna be built here, or if he's gonna itemize his Shen further with... Ah, yeah, of course, he could build the crown. Obviously, yep. He could build crown. And I believe, actually, Balmyong will skip the Veigar and keep with the Rumble here instead of Veigar. He holds Veigar on the bench. But I'm not sure if he will actually go for that. Ooh, okay, we have the Fiora positioning in the front. So Fiora will get all the damage so she casts earlier and then she will die. Hello David, thank you for the follow. How are you, man? Oh my god, that's actually so interesting. What an interesting tech here to use that Fiora in the front line, let her die, and then go for, like, instantly make her cast. And then when she dies, she splits into 3 Fioras with the extra damage, who all have that Veil here to go invisible on 40% HP. Oh, that's so interesting. What an interesting tag. Never seen that before. And finds that Gwen. He finds the Gwen. So he can actually play that warrior board here. Crazy.
not sure versus PvP though. For PvE, I don't
know. That might be some hopium.
Interesting. Why would he not switch that? He could go for... Why would he not put his Syndra 2 here to have better... a Syndra 1. Maybe she can make more casts. So Volta is at the moment at a 1-loss streak. So if she deals less damage, she might cast more often. And by that, when she goes level 3, then 3-star, she actually... My god, what a genius decision, right? Since she has the Zhonya's, she will cast so much more. Can she get another cast off? She got another cast off. So in this fight, Volta just makes 6 casts or 7 casts out of this 1-star Syndra. What a genius play. Because he has the frontline, he can't tank enough. He can't tank long enough and make that Syndra cast as many times as possible. What a genius play by Volta here. And we have Gear going for that Jinx actually. Very interesting. Gear going for Jinx with the with the Crown Guard on his Wukong. Oh my god. Finding how many Wukongs did he find? 2 Wukongs in that single PvE round? Oh my god. We have high rolling like bosses here. And he's gonna go for that Witchcraft Warrior board. Spectre's Glass on the Gwen. So we have to write down. We have Gear going for... Gear went for... Now I forgot it because I was so excited about everything that is happening on the board. Darkest with the Witchcraft board here. Witchcraft Gwen. Fighting the already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Bastion board of title. But the Fiora, what an interesting tech here. Again, Fiora, she also won't be attacked because... Oh my god, it's so genius. And then we have these triple Fiora. Can we see the triple? No, title actually loses against Darkest here. Before these Fioras can even ult. There's also Rakan and Clockwork Accelerator. Can be interesting for Darkest's board, but we have the Arcane Crest. Oh, everybody picked already. We were too slow. Couldn't really see what's going on here. Ah yeah, the Jinx Hunter. The Jinx Hunter. So Gear went for Hunter Jinx Crown. Hunter Jinx here. So exciting. Now we have Gwen 2, we have that Rakan 2, we have Morgana already. Now Volta found his Syndra 3. So we have Shapeshifter Incanto for Volta, but I think I noted that down already. Yes, I did. With the Ascension. So if he can keep his carries alive, they will deal amazing amount of damage. We have the first cast for the Syndra. We have the second cast for that Syndra. We have the third cast for Syndra. We have the fourth cast for Syndra. And the fifth cast. And she will deal more damage. Can she cast one more time? Yes! 6 casts again. And he even wins! What was that Sonya's difference? Oh my god, what? Yeah, Gear definitely has to find his Jinx 3 and his Wukong 3. Otherwise, he will go down in this lobby. It's way too powerful already. People are going crazy. But you see the difference of the pro play here. And actually Title went for the Crown Guard on the Shen as predicted here in the last carousel. With the Camille. I think the Camille is a little bit random here. She adds nothing to the trades, but she is a 5 cost, so more interesting to play than the Karma here. And he sold Karma for that 50 gold buff because he might not win against the Zap attack, which already found the Blitzcrank 3 and is playing Jinx 2. Oh, that's beautiful. That's such a beautiful play here with the Honeymancer crest. And I definitely have to note that down for future reference. It's so genius to actually play Rumble for the Vanguard buff and play Jinx for the Hunter buff, and both adding to that board with the Sugarcraft cash out after some time. I love to see that, actually. We have the Zap attack. Oh, Balmyong with the Jinx. Crazy. Okay, now we need to stop for a moment and check everything if we're still on the right track. We have that Mage Crown here and the Lotus for Ziui, who again leads the lobby. Then we have midfeed multi-strikers. I think I didn't write that down. Multi-reroll. We have Volta with the Shapeshifters in Cantors. I already wrote that down. We have Darkest with the Pre-Server Warrior board. Pre-Server, oops. Pre-Server. And we have YBY with the Scholar board. YBY play Scholars with Rice, and okay, he only has Zoe 1, Bard 1, also Rice 1, but Rice already fully itemized, and that Ahri, which gives him four Scholars here and double Vanguard, double Bastion with Hecarim and Taric here, and I think he's gonna cap out with that Zerath. We have Gear PYM with the Hunters, still waiting for his second Rage Blade for the Jinx here. And we have Balmyong with the Zap attack, and we have Title playing that 8 Bastion, but currently is on 8 position, so it's gonna stay exciting and interesting here. Title found, actually, his Zerath, which empowers his board tremendously, also with the Melio. So this could be a comeback for Title here, who was top 4 last game and could make here an 8th place depending on who he has to play against. And he has to meet YBY, who is actually at 4th position right now, and he got his Rise up, but we will see if Title can prevail here. Oh, Melio did cast and gave that Zera before his first cast. Oh my god. The Rabadons, and kills 4 units on YBY's board, and actually 8 Bastion together with Zerath. Oh, yes. Gonna make a win here against YBY and keep Title in for another round here. I mean, YBY made it to level 9. It's not to be underestimated. He didn't collect that 1 gold. Here's 1 random gold. What is Title doing? I think he couldn't really see where it went because his map is so bright. His arena is outshining the gold on his side. And we have the Scholar board. Okay, he decided to remove the items from Rise because he might find better items. He's still on that. Okay, he sold the Hecarim. Will he bind Ahri? No, he's going for level 9. And now rolling for that Zerath. Finding Morgana, double Taric. Camille, he bought the Camille to thin out his shop, most likely. Finds the other Camille, finds the rights too. Sold the Camille again. Finding another Camille, finding Emilio, which he already replaced here. The Bard went out for the Emilio. And we have Shapeshifters by Volta, whose HP are also getting low here, 28 HP. He doesn't really have any 3 stars or any itemized units here besides his 2 encounter carries, but I think the multi-strikers do a better job for midfeed here than for Volta last round. And the 5 multi-striker will defeat the 4 shapeshifters of Volta. Will Volta actually make bottom 4 another round here? He had already 8th place in the last game. Will he 7th? 7th, I think he was. In the last game. We'll see how Volta will prevail. He skipped the charm, finds that Nasus 2, which is a very crucial unit for the shapeshifters. And now he's looking for that Shyvana. He's looking for that Shyvana 3. Can he find it? Ooh, double Swain. He would love to pick it, but he chose not to. And it doesn't make any sense to roll here because he has nothing to sell. Sits on these 3 gold. Couldn't really find that Shyvana 3. And might lose against the 8 Bastion board. But Melio 2 already. I think the shapeshifters... But it looks actually good for the shapeshifters. Holy macaroni, what is happening? The Ascension kicks in. And shapeshifters actually defeat Title's 8 Bastion Scholar board here. Man. And Title drops here to actually 6 HP. And Volta might even position higher than Title. Ooh, Title finds the Diana 2. Is also only a little bit gold away from that Zerath 2. So he would have triple 5 cost 2-star units here. If he can find that other Zerath in the next round or in the carousel, that's going to be great for Title. If he survives this long, actually. Volta and Title, if they lose, they're both out. Title has to face Balmyeong, who is actually at the top of the ladder right now against the Zap attack. Can he do it? Okay, Zerath got the Nashos Tooth here. Diana got the second Diana cast. Zerath got items. Okay, Diana died here, but can the Zerath cast actually do it? Oh, and Melio ult here. And Title actually makes it, and Volta also made it. Both made it to the next carousel, and we see the Zerath here with not the best item for Title, actually. Will he still pick it? Will he still go for that Zerath? He's gonna go for that last Whisper. Dropping that Zerath. Does Title have? He doesn't have reworkers, so it would be useless for him to pick it. But I don't understand that last Whisper here. I don't understand the last Whisper. Is it good on Zerath? Damages tell us magic damage. The next champion you buy is free. That gives him 4 gold, but not really any combat charm. Midfeed also now. Gear PYM, midfeed, all are in the kick-out range here. And it's gonna be very interesting. I think we're gonna see the first elimination here. Yeah, between midfeed and Title. Depending, there is a Hackerim 3. There is a fully itemized. It might be just the off for Title here. Let's see how many cast that Zara gets off. He got a Spear of Shojin, so not that much damage. But I think Kassadin, one more cast by... Nope, and Title goes down here against midfeed. But Volta also dies, and Volta takes the 8th here, and Title takes the 7th. Volta doesn't have a very good day 3 here. That's the second bottom he got in this tournament, in this day, in the grand final of this Magic and Mayhem Tactician's Crown. Can midfeed actually prevail here? YBY also in the kickout range. Gear PYM also now with 12 HP. Looks very bad, depending on... Really, on the setups now. Okay, Darkest fighting the Scholar board of YBY can be... It can be very even. Oh, did that Morgana just find a Briar? Oh, she found a Taric. And Tidal defeats YBY. Not even close. And I thought it was close. He keeps the money. He's not buying that Morgana. Very interesting. Because he already has Morgana 2. He's not going for Morgana 3. I can understand it. And YBY is out. Midfield could win. Actually, it makes it almost into top 4. Balmeong lost and has 11 HP by now. I think Ziwi will make another top 4 here. And Darkest, who actually went 8th last round, might get the first here. Yo, we can't see anything. If you zoom out this crazy, you cannot see anything. It's way too small. It's way too small. Please give us the full screen view back. Give us the full screen view back.
To try and get into that range for potential check next game.
That was a Gwen too. I'm looking at Darkest. I'm like trying to see if maybe the rolls are giving us a Fiora 3, but it does not come on through.
I think it still could though. Darkest is so healthy.
Yeah. Still close.
So healthy. You're going to be able to survive this round. But one of these players is not. Between our two good friends, Midfeed and Balmeong, one of them is going to have to get eliminated here.
Jinx.
Great positioning diff here. Actually keeps most of his
and Balmeong is out.
On the left side. The Hunter isn't able to target them out. And he's going to take out Balmeong.
I imagine Balmeong's probably not the only person that's going to
Midfeed actually makes it all the way to top 4.
It is.
Ziwei survives with 1 HP here. We couldn't see the fight, sadly, because they didn't switch fast enough, but I think that's it for now. And there is not really a combat charm here.
The augments were picked, and we looked at it very early on, but really going for the full vertical mages, not something we've seen ever since that.
Oh my god, everybody looks so unhealthy right now. That HP is going down. Ooh, that Yumi is actually attached to that Soraka. Soraka carry here with Spear of Shojin and the Death Cap. Okay, Fiora 2 is already popped, but... Ooh! What? That Soraka just deleted all of these... Oh my god! Ziwei survives. Oh my god, what the hell? Midfeed and Ziwei still in the game. A cash out for Ziwei here. Incredible. Guys, I have to close my window for a second. So you keep watching, I keep closing my window here.
Despite being at the bottom of the standings for most of the last stage, because of the eliminations and the HP being so close, actually got the bonus of scoreboard scrapper despite only being at what I thought.
I don't like this view. It's so hard to see anything, to actually keep track of the units and everything. So let's see the Soraka cast here. Boom, boom, and boom. And another one. Boom, and boom. Okay, but that Kassadin is not very impressed. And it looks like the mages go down here. And Midfeed makes it from 7th position with 7 HP all the way to 1st and secures a victory here. But Ziwei, not to underestimate, he actually got a 2nd now, which means he already has a 1st and a 2nd and gets here 15 points out of the 15 points here for him secured, and looks very safe actually for the next game.
I love that call out. Having the Infinity Forces is great because multi-strikers is a
So for everybody who's watching the stream, who do you think is actually the favorite so far? Who do you think will make it into the top 2 or top 3 players here? We have to check here. Actually, the mages got 2nd here against the witchcraft. No, that's not correct. mid-feed here with the multi-striker reroll against ZOE mage reroll. Here we have the stats. Gonna take a quick screenshot of that.
I want to say the shape of the game is a lot of these high cap boards did not actually make it there. Darkest, also title, I think,
Or the augments and everything.
And also if you look at
Now we're gonna listen a little bit to the blabbers.
With his portal vertical board there as well, and that's why we saw some of the lower cost rerolls that weren't doing so well rise to the top.
I actually want to commend Darkest for this game because while going for an open fort, you usually know that Callista or Fairy should be your out. It's very strong of those 4 cost comps to go for. Didn't really work out with the items. We're not really aligning there for what it should have been. Then
And
finds the
right now,
suspicious
gold
prismatic
subscription.
and says, okay, I'm just pivoting completely into
And here we
another
have the
4
trainer
cost fort
golems.
despite playing from behind and playing it out to this extent where maybe they could have won the lobby with a Fiora 3. Honestly, I was here for it.
But that's why that is such an impressive comeback, because you do not have enough HP to work with to actually roll for those forecasts, actually find those hits. And so it was very impressive to watch Darkest come back from that and get that top 4.
The most important thing that happened for him in the roll down was he actually got the Morgana super early, because that was 4 Preserver and also the Witchcraft onto the Fiora in the front line. So that was a huge find to stabilize.
We talk about TFT as a game of resource allocation, right? And sometimes your resources are HP, sometimes they're items, sometimes they're gold. And one of the benefits of having gold as the resource that you have in plenty is that it's one of the few instances in which pivoting is more easy. Because you have so much more gold going into this roll down, while many players can tunnel saying, hey, I'm playing double down, the line traditionally is played into Callista. Darkest, what they've recognized is I have enough gold to pivot in which many players could not, because they don't have enough gold to hit the 4 cost, the 5 cost. And what they did that was so exemplary was that they rolled down and they only rolled to 20 or 30 on that initial roll down, which allowed them to keep their interest threshold and go all the way to level 9 to hit a cap that could get themselves a 4th place and potentially that first with just a single more Fiora.
Crazy.
Impressive stuff coming through from this second game.
The 5 multi-strikers beating the 7 mages.
Some high variance. I remember we were looking at a couple players sitting on that Crab Brave, and I thought just maybe
15 points for ZOE.
See a wild game.
12 points for midfeed.
Standings. There are 2 players right now after 2 games that are within that striking distance of
That
hitting
doesn't
that
look very good for Volta here.
Point for check. And that is midfeed and ZOE.
Yeah, midfeed needs notably that first place to make it happen. Like you guys already called out for ZOE, a top 4 would be enough, and it's going to be very hard to deny a top 4. So we're going to be seeing how that will play out. Everybody else still scrolling.
So Volta won't make it.
That happens in TFT where when you start playing for a placement, it makes it impossible to hit that placement. I actually feel like if you're a midfeed right now, you kind of should pretend like you're not in contention for check with a first place.
Do we have the update here already? Leaderboard. Oh yeah, we have it. Okay, so we have. Oops. Volta has only 3 points. Darkest only 6 points. So even if they win the next lobby, like if he wins, he only has 11 points. If Darkest wins, he only has 14 points. And if ZOE gets he only needs a top 4 here, and he will already hit the threshold for the 20 points here. So let's see how it turns out. It might be only 3 games here, then it's already done, but I'm excited to see what's going on in the next fight. I mean, midfeed, if he hits first, he's also already towards 20 points and will hit the check. Everybody else needs at least 2 more wins to actually make it to 20 points. But the interesting thing about the checkmate system is that if people now try together to actually deny ZOE the win, if somebody contests him, so he won't really be able to play a stable comp, and he hits that bottom 4, and somebody else but midfeed will actually win, then everybody else gets the chance again to actually hit the 20 points. And only Volta needs more than 2 more games to hit the 20-point check mark. So it's gonna stay it stays interesting, it stays exciting to see if Volta and Darkus can turn this thing around for EMEA and actually hit the check before somebody else can, and if they can deny Ziwi and Midfeet the already hitting the 20 points here for the check mark. Okay, we have some advertisements here for the game so far, or for the stream. Gonna check what's going on. Meanwhile, we can go through our trainer through our sheet here. Trainer Golems always gives some off-meta comms, like possibilities for off-meta comms. So it's not really likely to see everything we need to see here, or everything we would love to see. But we can say that the shapeshifters already have been played twice. We have seen scholars already have been played even thrice. Bastion Ari also kept out with scholars here. Zap Attack, Jinx, Hunter Jinx wasn't played last game, which is very interesting because this is the most played comp in the tournament. Stable top 4 comp. And we have seen Witchcraft Gwen both games so far. We have seen multi-strikers both games. We have seen mages both games, because mages is just I believe the go-to simple reroll. Very powerful. And Zap Attack we haven't seen, but we have seen last round. No, we haven't seen. That was yesterday, where we have seen the Kog'Maw rerolls a lot. So at the moment I would say nothing has been played too much, but it's only 2 games, so we have seen some combs in both of the games so far. So, and we go back to the lobby. We have 1 minute left for the next round. Gonna check here quickly on the phone if the stream is working fine, if everything is visible as I intended it. That's always the trouble with the
Welcome back to the Teamfight Tactics, Magic and Mayhem.
it seems to be working, but I'm not really sure.
You guys look good. I'm happy to welcome you to day 3.
It is working. Okay, everything seems to be fine. Great.
Americas, show up, right, guys?
No.
Right? Yeah.
Maybe EMEA will show up as well, because it has not been the strongest start. But now that I'm here as the blesser of all players, right, Makes?
Right.
Surely EMEA, Volta, and Darkus will turn things around.
America with no representative, both of them in the double with their Spencer and Milk. But CN region, they have CUA now in the top. Only 1 representative for the CN region. As he's popping off, he could be the champion.
Yeah.
Well, I am very, very curious on how the check is going to play out. Who makes it in this game? 2 players, like you said, have the potential. You guys have been watching. Are you as surprised from ZUA as we were? Because the win rate wasn't that high coming into this tournament, and day 1, day 2 as well. So now really, really clutching it out here.
I think that's a playstyle diff. I think ZUA also understood the mission. You do not need to win a single game in day 1 and 2 to find success and make that top 8. You can go the route of just being consistent. In a reroll meta, it is very easy to be consistent, finding your line uncontested, just going for that top 4, top 3 every game. Now that it's day 3, there's a different mission. And I think Zio is a player who has proved before in Sets Henry Mixed Rumble that he understands the mission, he understands how to pivot from a top 4 playstyle to a win playstyle, and we're seeing it now just really elevating into that
Prismatic Party.
Doesn't really start usually until game number 4.
For game 3, we have Prismatic Party, Champion Delivery, and completed item Anvil. Only one player is sitting on the Anvil, 2 players on the Champion Delivery, and all the rest, besides one player, sitting for the Prismatic Party. So it's gonna be a Prismatic Party game here. Wow. And again, we see that turtle opening the stage. And we're gonna write that down. Prismatic Party. And then we go... What is that? What are you doing here?
Really weird combinations, but Gear has been showing that he knows how to cook with that composition. So we're going to be taking a look as soon as we are getting to those augments, as Prismatic Party has been locked in.
Now we're having a little more on CUA. He has been maybe on the shadow of 67 and Kwame, but actually they played together. So EWC, they were together, they performed so
There is a Tristana already, but also 2 Eldritch units for Volta here. I really wish that Volta gets a good game here. It would be so... Ooh. He sold that Tristana for Zoe and Poppy, finding 2 frontline items, and now the Seraphine, Soraka, and Galio. I mean, that's actually one shop stop.
Yeah, Volta started off the game with a couple of reroll compositions, right? Not that typical Volta.
Okay, Shapeshifter so far. We have the Nomzi. He's still going for that Zoe, because he has to pair Galio, Ari, and Cassiopeia.
And I feel like that's kind of why Volta and Darkest have been caught in the crossfire.
Eldritch Crown. We have the Eldritch Crown. We have the Scholar Crown. Was rolled.
A couple of interesting ones that we're seeing is Hard Commit is being
okay, Zioe already committed.
As well as Upgraded Adventure, which in a meta where rerolls are as good as they are could be interesting as well.
Yeah, definitely.
We have 2 times an Upgraded Adventure actually. Giant and Mighty might end up in a Shapeshifter board.
To find just a consistent 4th or 3rd in this case to rack up those points to make checkmate in this game 3. Really
hard choices here.
Of what could be a 4-game tournament.
In Counter Crest and pumping up.
And with the Eldritch reroll line, so we will probably see that in that 3 with the Syndra 3.
Okay, okay. YBY went for
Giant and Mighty here.
Giant and Mighty.
Y1, a player who dominated the first couple days of competition, right? Had a 6-point lead after day 2. Right, kind of a middling start here in day number 3, but
playing against that Eldritch board.
Praises definitely looked at as a tournament favorite here.
And also YBY maybe thinking of a long tournament. He's getting his calories in. I love to see this.
And doesn't lose a single unit against midfeed. We would love that cast to get off, but it didn't do it for him. Volta also lost his first round. He cannot really afford these losses. I mean, it's the beginning of the game, but I would like to see him popping off strong.
Yeah, it was an 8 for Volta last game, so maybe the current idea in this day 3 not ideal.
Well, you both called it out. So Zizue and midfield
Might make a little bit less volume here. I think we're gonna see a Shapeshifter game here by YBY. I mean, he already has the Shapeshifters. That could be Shapeshifter or Hunter. I think he's thinking what he's gonna do.
Yeah, I was just looking at Darkest here that actually going for...
And again, midfeed here with his not very strong Eldritch board. Gonna take a 0 kill unit loss. A 0 unit kill loss here.
to go long. So it really does make a lot of sense to pick up this prismatic augment at 2-1 in game 3.
I mean, that's the perfect synergy, isn't it? Dragon, Hunter, Shapeshifter, Vanguard.
I appreciate it.
That's incredibly by Darkest.
What were you guys thinking? I mean, obviously now it's looking like there is a chance for a 4-game tournament.
Finds the Gwen on level 6.
Coming on through on 2-3.
Ooh, but no other Sugarcraft unit. Okay, Ziwi picked the latent force here. Finds the rapid fire cannon for the Syndra. He even plays Eldritch, but does it better than mid-feed so far. Balmyong with the Vanguard and already 4 Aries.
But it could be Ziwe, right? Over in 4, just needs 5 points in this game, right, to get into that check position. So
And Balmyong might go down here and lose his first round. But that Ari actually stands strong. Can she kill at least that Wukong? Nope, she doesn't. And Balmyong loses 5 HP here. And YBY and Ziwe stand strong here with 0 losses in the first 3 fights.
We did see on the opposite side there was playing into the Ari line. His best performing reroll in the first 2 days, a 3.0 average, so must be feeling very comfortable, especially with 4 Aries already. Finds it here for her as well.
Yeah, fantastic.
It's actually interesting that both 3-cost units with offensive items are untouched so far. Go for it.
A lot of Ari and Syndra being held for now. Question though, is Darkest potentially? Nah, okay. I just
It's a Rage Blade for Darkest.
I was thinking, is there a world
He still has the options. He still has options to go for Briar with the Shapeshifters, or and put the Rage Blade on Briar, or go for that Twitch until he finds that Jinx Hunter board. So also here it's not clear yet what we're gonna do. Are we gonna go with the Bastion board, or are we gonna keep the Ari? Oh, or are we gonna go for the Vanguard Blaster board? That Ari doesn't really have a good time here. Can she cast one more time against and kill at least that Shyvana? Nope, she doesn't. But she casted at least. Didn't kill his Shyvana. And Midfeet gets another time damage. This time against Ziwi.
That Ari maybe falls down into that bottom 4.
There could be a potential contest between Gear PYM and Ziwe.
Ooh, second Wukong.
We're seeing a Wukong, we're seeing a chain picked up on the carousel. We're seeing obviously that Ziwe has noticed that there is already a on prismatic ticket. You can't really fight against that.
That's not latent forge, actually that's living forge. Sorry for that.
Yeah, absolutely. The Wukong pair is crucial. Also, that rapid fire cannon in the back line, right, is a very serviceable Jinx item. So definitely going to be looking to be that direction, but still maybe win streaking all of stage 2.
Yeah, also CUA with that. I'm thinking something else. Maybe in the bottom right we see.
But we cannot really see any patterns so far. I mean, Ziu will go with the Eldritch board, it seems like. But he can still pivot into another Encanto board here, so I don't want to say anything. Oh, Ziggs missed that Nomzi. Nomzi made the sidestep here. Oh! But it's not enough. It's not enough. The bomb, the portal bomb killed that Nomzi here. And we go into the first PvE round. He finds that Wukong too. So he goes for very, very interesting to what he's doing here. Oh, we have 2 full items on Nomzi. So this looks like a Jinx build here.
The line is open, right? That's kind of the big kicker here.
But it really depends. Ooh, finds a golden orb. That's a lot of gold.
On somebody else in the lobby. Thus far,
and gets the 250 gold here. Finds a glove and a tier, which is actually great items for Olaf. Or the frontline item here, the redemption. Okay, Balmyeong goes for the Bastion Ari here. Bastion Ari. The itemization and everything looks very much, and also the shop looks very much into this direction. He's gonna keep his loss streak here because he's not leveling up to get any extra units onto the board. I believe title. Title can lean towards that mage, but I think he's gonna go for the blaster lineup. And boom, Balmyeong loses against Title here.
Thinking, hey, I'm gonna spike a little bit later into the game. I'm gonna hit RE3 at the same time, maybe as my 1 cost as well. I'm gonna wait, especially for my prismatic to come up and see.
Okay, now we need to get the overview fast. He already picked Vanguard Crown. There are Witchcraft and Shapeshifter Crown. There is the What the Forge. You know that people love that. He didn't pick it though. Ooh, okay. Radiant Spear Shojin for a mid feed. We have the Randuins picked up. And ooh, Zero actually goes for that latent, not the latent forge, the living forge and the What the Forge. What is this? Oh my god, I didn't even see him itemizing everything because we kept so long. Oh my god, that's incredible powerful items for his carries here. Oh my god. And he will find more and more artifacts here. Oh my god. But he's gonna go down here against the Shapeshifter board of Darkest. YBY still building on his win streak, and we never see him actually building anything. It's a little bit sad. Okay. Title also went for... he also went for that What the Forge. He found very good frontline items actually. Like that Azrael. Very delicious build here. Mordekaiser with Mogus can give a lot of gold here to Title, which can actually secure him the top 4, because if that Mordekaiser gets off, oh my god, he's healing, but he's alone, and he gets the first gold, second gold, third gold. He stays alive. He stays alive. Oh my god, more gold. Can Azrael get off? Mordekaiser is ulting again. Come on, Azrael. Oh, what? Holy, what? What a round by Title. Oh my god, what an itemization here. Oh my god. Crazy. Okay, we're gonna stop here for a little while. And we see Shapeshifter Crest picked by YBY, who's gonna pivot towards that Shapeshifter board. So we can log in Shapeshifters here. Shapeshifter. I mean, he have Giant and Mighty, has the Shapeshifter. No econ so far, but he is on a win streak. He makes his extra econ. He is on a very good spot to actually dominate this lobby. Then we have Title with the Blaster Vanguard board. Where is he? Here. Vanguard. Oops. Vanguard Blaster board. With an incredible funny build style here, or play style. Super interesting. Then we have Zui, who is currently going for that that Eldritch board. And then we have Volta going for the Scholar board. Oops. Yeah, that was actually correct. We have another shapeshifter player. I actually think he's gonna go for Hunter Jinx, but he's not really finding that Jinx yet. So I believe Darkest will still pivot into Hunter Jinx, but at the moment he's gonna go for that shapeshifter shifter. And Balmyung has locked in the Bastion Ari. I already said that. We have by Gear PYM, not sure what he's gonna go for, but it looks like a Frost pre-server board, not sure yet. We have to wait. And midfeed playing also Eldritch here. Oh, I messed it up here. For Darkest, right? Yes, Darkest. And Gear PYM and midfeed, we have to wait. We have to watch a little bit more to see actually what they're doing. But chat, if you have any clue what comps they might go for, then feel free to tell me. So, actually, YBY lost his win streak here, and Darkest and Tidal are on win streaks now. 6 and 5 wins for their win streaks. And Darkest board actually defeats this Jinx board here. Ah, YBY actually pushed into the Jinx board now.
Just all those Jinxes in the end, there was kind of some bad news for Gear PYM. There was 2 Jinxes on Darkest's bench. Also YBY1 is using that
Hunter Jinx.
transition unit as well with the Rage Blade Slam. So for
Darkest sticks to the shapeshifters, I believe.
It could have been. We're going to be seeing a little bit of trouble also for Mia Rep Volta as we are hopping over to a 10 loss streak.
Volta with the 4 pre-servers. 10 loss streak at the moment. He doesn't really have a lot of gold, right? Like for the fact that he is 10 losses. Okay. I believe he's gonna go. Finds the Zerath. Finds, oh my god, he finds so many. That's gonna be a pre-server Arcana board. I'm so damn sure about that. Pre-server Arcana Scholar board. He plays the front line here. He has all the units he needs. Scholar Arcana, actually. YBY, 6 shapeshifters. Versus the shapeshifter Incantors here of midfeed, who has only 5 shapeshifters. Let's see. Oh, this Jinx too. Yeah, but he's going down. Interesting that actually midfeed could sustain. Shapeshifter Crown. Cross Crown. Shapeshifter Crown. Oh, we have so many people instantly pick everything they need here.
Picking up a lot of gold there, if I'm seeing correctly.
Yeah, a ton of gold. I got a Vex 3.
There is invested plus, yeah, true.
We're gonna be getting word what the call to chaos reward.
Okay, he roll the dice. That would be Rascal Gloves, right? Witchcraft Crest. And a movable object. And he's gonna go for... Ooh. He actually went for the Randuins here.
A bunch of very strong augment combinations are coming out of this prismatic party.
He also found the Tactician's Crown. So he has the extra unit, which actually gives him a lot of late game potential here, but can he actually defeat this crazy Mordekaiser too? Oh. Oh. Ezreal stunning that Syndra. She gets the hit off. Oh, what? And by 1 unit. Oh my god, by 1 unit, midfield loses against the Vanguard board of title. So we watch Gear PYM here at the moment with the Hunter Jinx board. Already has the items. Has 1 item. Okay. A little bit sad that we didn't watch him longer. Goes for the Warwick here. Still 1 Frost unit off. I think we're trying to find that Ezreal 3 and that Hui 3 and that Mordekaiser 3. Don't want to go down here below 50 gold. Makes sense. But can he actually defeat that incredibly strong board of Darkest? And he does. He does. That Mordekaiser feels untickled. And Darkest goes here to his first loss streak. And Title actually makes an 8-win streak. He even went for the sniper's toolbox. For even more frontline items. No, he didn't. It was Darkest who took the snipers. He has a sniper anyways. That's why I got a little bit confused. I saw the sniper's toolbox here and then I saw the sniper's focus on Hui. That's why I got confused. Okay, now we have the double check here. If everything is still working the way we believe. We have the shapeshifters. We have YBY playing the shapeshifter Jinx. The sneezing is very annoying. We have Darkest also playing shapeshifter right now. But we need to check Gear PYM. Okay, he's actually going Hunter Jinx. I think there's nothing else he can play. Volta with the pre-server board. Scholar Arcana. Scholar Arcana. Pre-server, yeah. He misses this Rise though, right? Then we have Midfeed, who now goes all out on that shapeshifter and Cantor board. Darkest also playing shapeshifter here with the here. Might actually go for Witchcraft board, but we have to watch that a little bit longer. And I think that's it. Okay, Ziwi finding that Vex 3. Replacing his Wukong. Ah, because Call to Chaos, right? Gear PYM has the Wukong 3, has the Jinx 3. Now we're gonna see if Ziwi looks very bad. Okay. I mean, there's still only... Ooh. Beautiful Nami ult, but Ziwi will lose against Gear PYM. Volta made it back with the 4-win streak now.
Maybe 4th place that we need. Remember, with a 4th place, he wins the 5 points. The thing is, the board that he has, I don't think is more than a 6, so maybe he'll take a little risk, but he actually played the Syndra tempo.
I mean, shapeshifters are so crazy contested, so I believe actually that there's not really... Now he's trying to collect more stacks here on his Syndra.
Landing the top 8 again, right? That new school of China very much impressing and carrying the region.
Gets a few casts off. Finding a Nico. Oh, more gold, more gold.
Like Hoope was saying, right? Needs to just not get bought 2 or not bought 1 in the next game. And I'm not blaming
Or Chrono Eldritch.
player, but there's a target on his head right
Zoe goes with the Chrono board.
You can't contest and hold everyone's units, but if there's one player you choose in this game 3 and game 4 and potentially in game 5, it will be Zoe because he is
Chrono Eldritch.
Saying, right? If Zoe just keeps playing these level 9 compositions, it's a lot harder to grief as opposed to playing reroll.
It's also something that in the past
YBY on 8 shapeshifters now. With the Smolder too. Wow. And the Warmox on that Briar.
At the same time, they're playing for points. They're trying to get up themselves. They're trying to get those first places. So it's all about.
It actually looks very, very good for YBY, to be honest.
You can hold some units. Yeah, you're probably going to do it, but it doesn't happen as often as you might think.
Ramping up there, the Smolder already very big. So 2-star, very strong, going to a backline. So
Mid feeds.
What?
A lot of damage here.
He also had one of each, looking for the Diana 2, so both of them cost testing them. The one who achieved the most legendary is the one who will get the first place, probably in this lobby.
And before CN,
There is the Briar. He actually found another Briar.
Free falling 4-loss streak, the tempo game plan. I commend. I think it was the right choice. If you play
My midfield is here very, very close to an 8th place. I mean, Shapeshifter is crazy contested, so...
not quite working though.
What is working though is a Volta's game plan, because on a 6-win streak was able to turn this around, took forever to get that rise off the board, will play it now and does get those wins.
And his Shapeshifters have again to face another Shapeshifter board. That Smolder might suicide though. And the Smolder suicided here. Briar is on his carries. Oh my god, Darkest Smolder just suicided, but is it enough? Will that Briar go down? And Briar goes down. Cassio survives that even. Oh my god. Oh my god, the Nasus and the Shyvana 3 are actually keeping them alive. And midfeed defeats Darkest here and destroys the win streak. But I want to see Volta actually.
Here is big because every single placement that they can clutch puts them closer to the finish line, to that checkpoint that they're looking to get to, and they're currently staring at YBY1 and Gear and saying fall.
Gear PYM also now in range of the loss here. It would be amazing to see your midfeed and Gear PYM fight each other and then to see who's actually gonna lose here. And are they gonna face off each other? No. Oh my god, Gear PYM has to face Balmyong, but midfeed has to face title here. And I believe that's it for... Yep, that's it for midfeed. Midfeed places 8 here. And Gear can actually make it happen. And midfeed places 8 here. Against title. We are stuck on that dual screen. I don't know what's happening. I'm not the one who is in charge here. Yes, now we're back. We were watching the carousel. Ooh, Giant and Mighty here for Volta. Volta actually made it happen to go from this 10-loss streak now to an extremely powerful win streak. And he didn't lose any HP since then, so... And he went for a Bloodthirster here.
You've got a target on your back, man. We are all hoping to bring this tournament into another round where it cannot be...
All 4 costs, but doesn't really have the money. There is no karma he can buy.
Relegated to holding just normal crafted items, not the artifacts there.
Game number 1, I think, was some blaster of ours. Really impressive.
Darkest sitting on that Smolder one and on that Briar one. That might be it. But he's fighting Gear. So, interesting interesting duel here. Jinx is destroying. Oh, Jinx is on Briar. Can Briar sustain? Nope, she's going down. And that Olaf is... Wow, what? And Darkest... Holy, that Nomsy, right? That was the Nomsy overkill damage. Who actually destroyed Gear. Oh, what? All the players are out. What? And this is actually very interesting because... Okay. Oh. Okay, midfeed and Zeri both placed bottom 4 this game, so they actually got... But Zeri gets 1, 2, 3, 4 points and is on 19 points here. Oh my lord. Almost made it. He's on 19 points now. And Balmyong is out against Darkest and he goes into top 3. And Volta actually made it happen into the top 3 with a very, very strong, stable board. I'm really interested to see if Volta can make it. It would be so cool to see him dropping a first here. And his board is strong. He has that Diana 2. He has the Ryze 2. He's sitting on a Xerath and on a Morgana, so he's close to a Morgana 2. Drops a Kalista, instantly sell. He's not interested in that Smolder. Finds a Rakan, but he's already on Rakan 2. Ooh, that's an Archangel or a Giant Slayer here. Yep, Archangel 4. He doesn't want more items on Ryze. Okay, I can understand that. Now he goes level 9. And he puts this Xerath. Okay, Title also found all his 3 stars. Still playing that frontline Ezreal. The casters were laughing about, but I still believe it's so powerful, especially if Ezreal has lifesteal. Ooh, Ezreal is going down against that Smolder too. Ezreal is down. But the Smolder is also down. And Title versus... Title's entire team versus against versus that Briar too. Oh my god, she's healing so much and she got... Ooh. Oh, almost. The Briar won here, the Briar lost here.
The knowledge that Title is playing here in terms of the combination of artifacts on specific units that you wouldn't normally think of, you would think 5 cost to really get the most from what the Forge. I mentioned again...
Oh, that's actually interesting. Because he will jump into the backline, will instantly ult, and stun the backline units, which are usually the carries. There is the Melio. He locked Melio here for the shop. So next, if he survives that round, he actually has the Melio too and has a very, very good chance to dominate this lobby. But he is against Tidal. And Tidal's team is incredibly strong, has a lot of blast damage, and Melio goes down! Melio was one shot for that Ezreal. And this Mordekaiser is not even touched yet. And Ezreal gets another ult off. Zap. Oh, and Volta is down. Couldn't find... he couldn't really find that second Melio. Melio was one shot. And Darkest also loses and Tidal makes the first here. Oh, Darkest seems to have to... he seems to... He lost... I don't know to who he lost, but Tidal made it here. Oh my god. So Tidal actually won it with the Vanguard Blasters and these incredible items on his units, and Darkest made the second here.
into the game,
wow.
recognized that someone else was playing the Wu-Wings, the Wu-Jings, and it was perfect. I don't know if he has this line prepared, but if he did, genius. If he didn't, more genius.
I think Title has every line prepared. I think every combination of augments and items and units that can be played, Title has probably gone through the data and looked at it. I think this is a player that, looking back at St. Iron Terra Forge, the way he played that last game to win it all, the way he used, I believe, was the Frost Mordekaiser to buy time in Stage 3. He's someone that, when it matters most, showcases some of the most creative and big brain and
I'll check the augments, actually.
Absolutely. A What the Forge masterclass here from Title.
What the Forge has the highest win rate, 20% win rate.
Right? Where I had my doubts about the Ezreal in the front line, right? It looked very silly in the early game, but I was proven wrong, and everyone else was proven wrong in that game as well as Title took it.
Well, that's actually the great part about
very
TFT,
treasures.
While it
Okay.
is silly,
Gain a random item
incredibly
component at the start of the
fun
next
and
6 rounds, including this
smart
round.
Sometimes to do silly things, which Title just proved here once more. And what an amazing
Then for the
game we
bulwark,
had,
so he gets
with
even
all
more
points kind of
items.
shaking out to bring players
Ah, so
closer.
genius.
Now, one thing is guaranteed. You called it out during the game already. So you after next game will be on check. Even if it's an 8th place, that 20-point check will be reached. But let's talk about some of the other boards here. How are we feeling?
So let's actually check. We have...
With the prismatic ticket, we were kind of hoping that
So
this would work out in favor with the Syndra reroll.
Zio now lost as 4th. You have to update this. Oh my god. Here. We have Zio at 19 points, as I said. Title now at 15 points. Balmeong at 16 points. So it really depends on what's going on here. Volta now has the 9 points. He only made 6 points last round, even though it looked so well for him. Still on 6th position. Darkest moved all the way up from 7th to 4th here. So whoever wins now, the next game, apart from Volta and YBY, actually will reach the check mark. So it looks very bad for YBY and Volta, to be honest.
From the 2-1 spots, the augment selection, the item combinations, what are players going for? Is it a spike in Stage 3? Is it a spike in Stage 4?
But we will reach, right? We will reach. Yes. Zio, it doesn't matter if he wins or loses, he will reach the 20 points here. Crazy great. I'm going to use the bathroom for a second, and I'll be back in a moment.
Right? Volta saying, okay, that reroll, it's just not working out that well for me. We saw it a bunch in EMEA finals, but here on Tactician's Crown stage, Volta has been mostly leaning into late game comps, and those are working better for him here on this stage. Similarly for Darkest, with a little bit more creativity, usually comes a little bit more success for them. So I really love that you're kind of tapping back into what can I specifically do that maybe someone else can't.
Yeah, I also want to point out that the only 2 players to play no reroll throughout the day have been YBY and Darkest, right? They're already coming out the gates with the game plan of like, all right, I'm going to be going for these first places and converting some of the time, right? YBY, of course, converting in the first game, not so much the next couple, but then Darkest, right, climbing back up in the standings, making the middle of the pack.
So after this game, after the next game, YBY1 and Volta will not be on check. Everybody else, though, has a chance, starting from Gear upwards. Gear, of course, needing that first place, Midfeed and Darkest needing a top 2, and so on and so forth. I'm really looking to see how this one is going to shake out. What are you saying? How many players are we getting?
1.
1? Just
listen,
1?
I came in, I said, let's slow things down for EMEA. The Caster Blessings have worked out, both players 2 and 3. Still, we have to slow it down. Only Zio has to get a win here.
3. I think 3, but then it will not end. No, I think 3, so it will be like tension and people will say, okay, maybe I have to play against him, not allow him to go for the first, and then we'll have another one, maybe more cap out, maybe 6 on the next one.
Crowan, give me a number. How many players on check after the next game?
I'm gonna have to say 3 as well. I think it's the most likely number. I'm copying your homework a little bit there, Hoope, but I think because it's the correct homework, I think yours is the one to copy.
I want to copy your homework with the dreadlocks.
Oh.
The trenches, I really like it, and you look amazing, man. I totally love your outfit. I love the thing you have going on here. So great. I'm looking forward to that tech also.
You caught me off guard. Thank you very much. I mean, we all look stellar today. Absolutely, right? Props to the team. You all make us look so good.
I just want to say the big difference between having 1 player and 3 players in check. 1 player, very easy to just directly target. The entire lobby can hold units for reroll, can make their life a little bit more difficult. When there's 3 different players in check, you don't have the resources to individually yourself control the outcome of the match as easily, and that kind of spirals into a snowball effect for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, I agree. I'm really curious on whether or not this set is the set where we actually see multiple players target a single player that is on check. Because, as I said, in the past, players were a little bit shy on doing that. Usually, they're like, I care more about my placement. Yeah. If it ends here, I want to have the highest possible points, and so on and so forth. So with this reroll meta, I think we're in a good position to do so.
Exactly. You cannot hard commit until to get the other one in the bad position, but if everyone knows that this guy's in checkmate, maybe I'll hold a Jinx, I'll hold a Wukong, and we share together, and it's very easy to, at least in a team way, in a more group way, don't allow him to get the first.
Yeah, we already saw an example of that earlier. It was Tidal grabbing a Fiora on the carousel, denied from Darkest, right? Fiora 3, 4 cost, 3 stars, still a big win condition. So it's already on players' mind. I wouldn't be surprised to see, you know, that kind of playstyle come out here once multiple players do reach check.
That was a little bit more disrespectful, though. Darkest was not in check, very far away from check. Still, you have to start
coming
practicing.
into his pool right soon. It was going to be, okay, I can beat a Fiora 2, maybe even 2 Fiora 2s. Xerath 1, Xerath 2, you know, not that much of a difference.
I don't think any player in check will be playing reroll. You're just griefing yourself. I think players at this point in time, they know that once they are in check, everyone's looking at their board. They have to play for a fast 9, for, you know, some kind of win condition angle. This is very hard to force. You cannot always, you know, say, hey, at 2-1, I'm getting, you know, some kind of crazy augment to get to level 9. It's very difficult to force this.
I think there might be an angle for it with technicalities, right? We saw Milk play Zap Attack Blitzcrank, and it was reroll, kind of quote-unquote, got that Blitz 3, but then pushed levels. If players are able to find those instances, it can still be kind of a good mix of the two.
I think that's going to be a very niche situation to identify for these players. So we're going to be seeing what they opt to do once that next game gets started. Just to kind of round out the predictions, I personally think 2 players are going to be on check after the next game, because I think one might just be aiming for a little bit too low, but we'll see what the next game brings once we get that underway. Personally, I've been liking seeing so much variation, so not only as much of the reroll, even midfeed, kind of coming into this tournament, I was saying we've seen a very narrow line on what he was playing day 1, day 2, opening up a little bit and saying, okay, there are more comps I'm actually comfortable on.
Yeah, overall the meta is, we can argue if it's balanced or not, but it's broad, and that means balance. So you have a lot of reroll, you have maybe conditional possibilities to go to that fast 9, to that fast 8, and the meta also changed. We actually saw a lot of reroll so far, but actually the comps that are winning right now are the Dragon Shapeshifter. So everyone is going for that, and that should be the comp that when you want to achieve the first place, you go for it, but they're going for it right now. So they're actually like putting the feet on front and saying, hey, I want to go for this.
Not only has meta changed, but it's changed even during this tournament, right? And that always happens, and especially when we get to day 3, we get a lot of people in checkpoint, right? The rerolls are so strong, but there's still so many creative lines you can take. What the Forge is only one example, right? We see so many possibilities. We see 10 Portal, right? We see 9 Fairy, things like that, which if you get the +1 traits, we see more Prismatics perhaps. We can definitely get those lines.
Even something like the Witchcraft has been cropping up quite a bunch during the games, and I'm personally, you know, maybe hoping to see a little bit of a Trainer Golem again. Those have been great fun to watch.
ZOA, game 1, pick Trainer Golems, right? It was already understood the assignment, Panda.
Understood the mission. The mission is more, you know, more direct, more you're locked in. But that's one thing I wanted to mention. Makes a great point. The portals. The portals are very, very impactful in terms of possibilities of going fast 9. We have gold subscription. We have gold opener even in some cases. Just even 3 gold early can really snowball into a lot of extra interest gold. Trainer Golems especially. My big question is, if someone is low on points, they want Trainer Golem for the variance of high rolling the Golem and trying to jump up with a first place. They also open the door for someone who's already in check to win the tournament.
To get risk
involved, and kind of the risk management, I think, is the whole concept of a day 3.
Yeah, these players are risk averse, so they love to go for that. And we saw Tidal with maybe one of the first expression in the first game when the portal was picked. He was like, rage. And that was the first time I see him actually going for that face, going for that aura. Of course he has it, he's laughing, but he wants to go more for the cold mine. So starting to show him showing emotion and go for it is so amazing for him. Remember, he's the only one with the possibility of getting the second crown, the second championship in TFT.
That's right, and we are going to be moving closer to the next champion being crowned, as Game 4 is going to be going underway in just a couple of seconds. One more look at our top 8 players here in day 3 of the Magic and Mayhem Tacticians.
There we go.
And this is going to be our game number 4. Portals cropping up right
the portals, we have Radiant Blessing, Champion Duplicator, and Support Anvil. And people are actually going for that Champion Duplicator. No, not really, right? It's more like Support Anvil. More stability for the comms. Oh my god, I would love to see a Champion Duplicator. That would be so cool because we don't really have this crazy pop-off. And it is actually Champion Duplicator. Wow. Okay, we have to note that down instantly so we don't miss it here. Champion Duplicators.
I think this was also another game where Zue and Volta stood on the same portal together, right? They, in game 1, both stood on Trainer Golems. It was Zue who won it. Also winning it out on this game as well with that.
Kassadin here.
Throw some crazy situations in. If we get a lot of
we have Sword. Looks, well, it can be a Kassadin game, right? He finds another Nomzi, but also double Seraphine. And he moves directly towards that Seraphine. Oh, double Zoe, but also double Eldritch here on the bench for Volta. He really needs to find some really good games, otherwise he's out. Oh, he sold that Nila for that Soraka. Okay. Multi-strikers. Very.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think the first priority should be denying points from
Rumble is like Vanguard, but this is the Sugarcraft, but I think the Sugarcraft board is not strong enough in these lobbies. There is a Lilia. It would be Lilia too. He also didn't pick up. It's so genius. He didn't pick up the Champion Duplicator because he doesn't need it and he knows he doesn't need it. Finds the Syndra. Okay, we have Deja Vu, we have Molten Caramel, which is not really preferred in the last patch since Rumble got nerfed. Royal Guard for a fairy board. For Darkest, we have the Mage Crest, we have Unleash the Beast. Ooh, Fortune favors the bold. I don't think that anybody's gonna play. It's way too risky. I'm not sure if Tidal might go for it. Patient Study, Combat Bandages, Murder. Very interesting choices. Press the attack. He took Press the attack. I mean, he already has the multi-strikers on the bench. Ooh, he even rolled here. So Tidal is definitely gonna go for this multi-striker reroll. What did he choose? He didn't choose anything. I chose Warwick too. Not really interested in this Casio Zillion. Takes a loss here, but that's usual what happens to this setup. He didn't buy anything. He didn't buy anything. Both units he can hit. Ah, Gear also didn't take the Champion Dupli. Double Nomzi. Already 5 Nomzis. If he finds that Shyvana too, that's gonna be a crazy strong. That's gonna be a crazy strong board. He could also go for that Kog'Maw too. Not really sure if he wants that though. But these Nomzis, he's even lining up his Twitch and his units, so actually everybody will go in front here and Twitch will hit as many units as possible. Genius play. Genius placement of units to get the most out of his Twitch ult. Finds the Shyvana too and decides to go for the Shapeshifters here. Okay, that's powerful. We have Zio on the Shapeshifters.
I can take effectively an econ augment, get that early game power spike off of it, and then transition into the late game.
I really love seeing Presti attack from title here because we've been seeing how consistent multi-striker is at just kind of getting a good early start and then bleeding out a little bit into a solid top 4, and that's all title needs. So a nice little game plan there coming out once again.
Now I want to really check on the gold ones. We have Presti attack. Ooh, there is a Bard with double items already. Bard needs one more cast and the multi-strikers will go down. Ooh, okay. Wow. YBY with the aggressive pre-service here. Ooh. I like that. I like that. I like that. Combat caster. Ah, okay.
I think there's no way he commits to multis this game. I think he knows, especially contested multis, that would be absolutely wild. He knows he has to go.
Okay, gear goes for the Ari Bastion.
Stabilization into a level 9 high cap game plan, which can backfire, can become another 8th, another 7th, and that, you know, could be dire. But as was said earlier in the day, I think on game 1 during the cast,
Mid feed goes for
if you get an 8th, it doesn't really matter.
the Hunter Jinx with the category 5 here.
And we could see this tournament finish on game 7.
Yeah, I also want to highlight really quickly.
Can also be the Warwick reroll, but it just not hit very hard.
But it does take up a slot
Bloodthirster.
right? So just that little optimization, leaving one more slot open.
Good news, though. Yeah. We have good news. We have the change there. And some people say, okay, it's different.
It could be Warwick, but I think he's only holding these items until he finds that Jinx. But he has triple frost, so that's actually more valuable, I believe, than the Jinx here. If he finds that Rumble, though, it makes so much sense to go for Jinx Rumble. Morello.
What do you mean, Nate? Morello Warwick, isn't that big?
I fear.
Amazing.
It's a good unit. It's a strong
He wouldn't buy that. Gain a 2. The chance is very low, and he will most likely go out with -1.
I'm from the school of Huame. I don't look at stats. I just
Another Jinx and a Nomsi. I like that actually. Oh, uses the duplicator on Jinx and locks in that Jinx comp.
Anyway, we are seeing some players lining up for something else now because Warwick is out, at least in terms of item holding. Jinx is in, and she is going to be getting at least that Rageblade and that Runans for now.
Yeah, that's always where this comp wanted to end up, especially with that category 5 pick, right? Not too many other compositions, maybe multi-strikers can make use out of it with the Ashe.
He put the Morello on Cillian. Can get the win here. Aggressive pre-server. Also winning. Oh, he even took the charm.
And now midfield maybe showcasing why he is the expert on this line. The Jinxes are coming to him. 5 games of Jinx reroll being one of the most contested or the most contested reroll in the first 2 days. It's crazy that he found that spot so often and pushed other players off of it.
Yeah, because normally the spot is actually preserve HP. You don't look good for a win streak. You don't look
Mid feed with the Hunter Jinx. Yeah, we already note that down with the category 5.
That are not super relevant into the meta. So this spot with the win streak,
We have Zio on the shapeshifters. I already noted that down. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, he's 1 Nomsi away. 1 Nomsi away from Nomsi 3. Ooh.
Early as possible to buy some time to start out fights and make sure that the units can kill off enemy units.
The Shyvana, the free Shyvana here.
I love what Zio is doing.
My god, my god.
Maybe wanting to roll until
And
hitting that
now Elise
is getting pretty close to a Shyvana 3 as well, right? And as we see the rolls,
oh my god, he's rolling. Finding another Shyvana.
Another Elise could get Elise 3 as well. Rolling rather deep. But where's the Nomsi?
He goes there. The Nomsi is. Okay, he rolls down to 25 gold. Finds already 6 Jays. Oh my god, he's 2 releases away. He's 3 Jaces away. He is 3 Shyvanas away for a complete 3-star board here. Wow. Oh my god, That Shyvana just bursted hard into the backline, still alive with half HP. She got a nerf this patch. She got minus 50 HP in total. Base HP. There's another Jinx player though, right?
They played Fairy in the very last game yesterday to guarantee their spot in this day.
Capricious Forge. Ascension. Scholars. Another Ascension. But also Dragon Spirit, Portal Forge. Very interesting augments here. Category 5 for Darkest. Support. Ash, 3's a crowd. I don't know his comp. YBY, what's YBY playing? Okay. Ascension. And YBY is going to pick...
YBY won the last to pick here. Still has one more roll. Too healthy being
Picking... okay, the extra AP on his units.
going down into more preservers, trying to play around maybe a Karma in the later stages. For now, that Bard will need to hold true.
That could be a Karma board here, yeah.
0.5 seconds, because I was thinking it could
Against Volta's multi-striker.
No, I don't think so.
It will be kind of the OG bully 4-class comp at the very start of this set that I think every, high-level...
And YBY goes down against the multi-strikers. So Volta also has the multi-strikers. But not sure if Volta's gonna stick to multi-strikers. It might be.
Needs to start coming up in the standings in this game.
I also see that line that you just mentioned, but it's very difficult. He doesn't have
But he plays it into a contesting with Tidal, who has to press the attack.
So maybe I'm seeing a win here.
Now we watch Volta. He plays actually the multi-strikers.
You only found that out now?
I'm finding it out more and more each time I talk to Panda.
When you hit my knee, you got the energy that I'm looking for.
Fair enough, fair enough. We are going to be
He has
at Volta's board though, because this
spellcasters.
Multi-striker players, and despite
So his Kassadin will definitely ult a lot and get the extra shield.
I'm just going to stay on this line.
It's interesting because Volta in EMEA finals to guarantee his qualification.
And the Jinx of Balmyong is going down. Balmyong actually Hunter Witchcraft Bastion. Not really committed for the Jinx.
Just didn't have a spot for it, but it's very weird coming from Volta. Already in this day 3, his second multi.
Okay, we're gonna check now. Darkest. Darkest is going for Fairy. Fairy multi-striker. Fairy multi. So multi-striker is extremely contested. Meanwhile, Zui already on that Elise 3 and Nomsy 3 with the Capricious Forge on that Elise. We have Balmyong still sitting on that Jinx. I'm not sure where he is going, but it might be some Witchcraft or some Warrior board or something like that. And Tidal with the multi-strikers and press the attack. Hardly contested here. And Gear with the Bastion reroll. But we miss YBY, has the pre-servers. Could go into Karma. And Balmyong, not really sure. We have to watch him a little bit because he has this Poppy 3.
Very creative board here with the Ginsus. I thought maybe there was a chance he was trying to play the Kalista, but he's actually not leveling up so much. He knows Kalista is contested from the other board, so he's actually cooking, just getting the tempo here with the Poppy 3, and then trying to go for some line that is free.
I want to mention Midfeed is a player who already in day 2 with the Jinx line picked up Transfiguration. Really,
right now, yeah.
I think him specifically, and maybe YBY and APAC as a whole, really liked Transfiguration in that Jinx line. So I think if you ask Midfeed, what is your kind of comfort game in this game 4, everything is panning out in exactly that direction.
Yeah, I played Jinx a lot, and it was an average of 3 as well. Only one game was bot 4 out of those 5 games.
As the biggest reroll or most contested reroll in the day 1.
Yeah,
That's insane.
Crazy stats there.
Who's cooking here is DUA, reroll, Nomsy, Elise, Jace. The tech.
The tech.
The true tech. coming up here from the CN Junior, they're the ones I believe that have been the most creative. They show us that they're extra a couple of times, not working out sometimes.
Some good amount of damage here on that Jace, I believe.
Actually, they're on the
Ouch! Oh my god, this Jace is hitting hard.
Popping off. It's good to see innovation, and normally it comes from there.
If you think of creativity when it comes out of China, usually it's Huanmia, but Zhuwei also saying, hey, I can be creative too. We all learn together, right? Taking the best pages out of each other's books.
Well, we are going to be needing to take a look at the players that will make some moves.
Wow, double frontline items for that Jace here. He's removing that. It makes sense, yeah.
So we're going to try to get our eyes on it, but Zira might be posturing.
Double Rage Blade on Hui until he finds...
Yeah, Darkest in the position to just passively level up to level 8 is going to have at least 60 gold in the next round. Going to be a huge roll down, but already 2 Rage Blades we talked about earlier. Created.
And components.
Yeah,
now we're talking. Give me one more cloak. Give me maybe a belt. The redemption is also okay on the Rakan there, but at least you have the stone play guaranteed. Want to buy a charm as soon as possible to have that shop slot opened up for the big reroll here. Trying to maximize the chances of the 4 costs. Olaf, love you, but please, we need the Rakan and the Callistas.
Let's play flexibly. Buy Olaf too. Fit it on the board. No.
Olaf, please.
Where's the real units that we're looking for? Where's the Rakan? Where's the Callista?
There's the Callista.
Okay. Yeah, 1-1. That's stable, right? Copium?
I mean, it's more stable than
We have 2 fairy players.
you were looking for, then yeah, you got an upgrade. But it's not the best one.
One last thing I think Dark is really going to need here is a good
Balmung
augment at this 4-2. The Econ is there. He's made it to level 8. They have the clear mind to get there. And now
wait, Balmung went for the Tristana board now, right?
Martyr, Combat Caster, anything like that will be amazing for him and give that additional strength. And then the healing.
Not Tristana, I mean the fairy board.
Has sold up to 34 gold, so we'll still have a decent amount of gold to reassess the situation next round, maybe hire a little bit, has still Duplicator to work with, so maybe we can't dream big, but it's Prismatics, what the Forge you were talking about earlier, just hit it on 4-2.
But, you know, Huber doesn't trust me. At least Crowan, you're on my side.
Oh my god, it's a prismatic augment. Oh, that's...
Within the EMEA region, Panda usually only jinxes
okay,
people.
Max, but you gotta...
Oh, good insight, Max, actually. Maybe I shouldn't trust him as much
no,
as I
so listen, I'll explain. I was using my powers for evil, and now on the global stage where it matters most.
All right. Well, bringing us back to this game, we are in our last choices. Here at the very top, you can see that there is still some thinking on what to go for. Anger issues also being offered, but I do want to kind of take a step back and talk about the roll down we just saw from Darkest and from Balmung side by side, because
very interesting that we have triple multi-striker fairy here. Like multi-striker.
So really getting those legendary units in to try and
oh my god.
Which is a little bit of bad news for Darkest, because they now are going to have a much harder time to get that Rakan off the ground.
Yeah, Darkest is full defense here, going for the Unified Resistance, and then with the Blossoming Lotus, he actually needs the Rakan 2 with more priority. Remember, now this is not fully crit. As time passes, you have more crit chance and more crit power, so he needs the Rakan to be as most tank as possible to be the final boss there in the front.
Looking at the gold situation as well, we know that Darkest rolled down a lot more, did not find even a pair of Callistas and Rakans. And it's that awkward position where they're forced to roll even more here on stage 4 where they don't want to be right now.
I actually love from Darkest not rolling past 10, because what if you get a Callista or a Rakan in the carousel? You want to save your duplicator until you know if you have that upside, being the first pick as well.
Being the first pick with Gear, who could also be taking something there. So Gear on that Ari reroll, we've been seeing a lot. I will
he's itemizing a lot, but he's not finding that.
Maybe once we look at that board, we can see it in
Shivunins. Oh my god, Balmung even has the Rakan 2 without using his duplicator here.
But maybe it's good enough to circumvent the Rakan.
Yeah, it's 2 away from a lot of things here, but took that combat augment in favor of the items there. Blinding speed on 4-2, making Ash that carry, and she's
oh my god, Rakan, can you do it?
Wait, can she actually do it? She can.
Wow.
Wow.
92 stacks on her Rage Blade.
Okay, guys, you know when we talked about YBY1's board, and I was saying for 0.5 seconds, I was hoping it's a Bart reroll. Our observer is letting me know that there are 6 bards on this board right now on the bench as well as in play. So there's also a karma, but there's a chance is what I'm saying.
It's great. It's always good to get the bard there. Normally it's a secondary carry. We know it also reduces the defense.
So we have all these.
It's actually a great support unit, and we've seen it pop up.
Volta title.
One, maybe not so good, so prevalent, but if you have a 3, you take it.
Look at midfield at the top, 94 HP still. This is a player who essentially, in terms of his comfort and his experience, handpicked both his line, his augments, his situation, really. Not surprised to see the domination here in stage 3 and 4.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than the usual Jinx we see, however. It's going to be Vanguard Jinx, right? Whereas the Wukong not on the board, but doesn't need to be here either, saying that, hey, I'm such an expert in this line, I can make it work out on these other variations that no one even else is going to.
Oh, he's going to face Volta.
I really like this. This is a little bit of cooking, and it's also a little bit of item holding that I'm seeing as these Kassadins are being taken out of the pool by midfeed as well. Says,
that Jinx is murdering.
Players, let me just make that a little bit harder.
That Jinx is murdering.
Also because they're rolling for the Gallia, right? That 2 cost, the Rumble as well, the Kog'Maws, so more 2 costs out of the pool, better for midfeed, but has a lot of gold, has a lot of HP, so can afford.
He had even the Ascendance Charm.
Very important. No one playing the
Didn't really needed it.
Line, so no one will contest the Mordekaiser. It will be easier for him to get that final raid buff in the center, and that will be the time that you want to replace that Wukong that is so important.
He's holding these Kassadins. He's holding 3 Kassadins.
I mean, might as well. Look again, look at the HP, look at the money. There's no reason not to.
We're rich.
One off the Jinx has a duplicator. Ideally, I imagine with the HP buffer.
Maybe we gotta sell the Kassadin now, actually, to make bench space. -1 gold.
Volta's like, all good. I already hit. Keep holding.
True.
Well, title is not on the chopping block, but a player is on 19 HP, and it's YBY1. Now, we are in 4-6, unless that loss is terrible.
Oh, he found the Shyvana 3.
Be safe here.
Actually, I think Volta's not saying all good, Panda. 0 gold, 1 off of Ashe, 1 off of Jax, and that's Petrocolor's Jace, right? Gets the backline, gets taken out immediately, at least.
Thank the lords that Kassadin did bodyguard duty and absorbed the aggro from the J-Star, or else our hero Ashe would have been taken down. Regardless, does not matter in the end. The Shyvana combination able to clean up. Volta taken down now 238.
That's a very well itemized Shyvana here.
But if anyone can get out of the situation, I think it is Volta. It's been natural Jax and Ashe the next
Now Darkest drops below YBY here. I mean, these... he found the Kalista too, but he used his duplicator to actually get that Kalista, and there will be nothing else. And I'm not sure if there's any more Rakan in the shop to be found, so might be very difficult to actually get anything done here. Hoping for most likely defense components, find some gold, finds that Akali not really useful. 17-20 gold, sells the Katarina here, make that a little bit more econ. Finds another Kalista.
If you position it correctly on which side, that's still
another Kalista.
2 Kalistas, 0 Rakan. That's a taunt from the shop.
Yeah, has to just sell the extra Kalistas. Kalista 3 is not a win condition that we can play for here. And yeah, I think we were dreaming a little too big here when thinking about potentially that Camille 2 for the duplicator. It's not even a Rakan 2 going into stage 5 here.
6 Bastion by Gear.
I think this was what you were talking about earlier with the Ahri with a very interesting item on it.
Oh yeah, I was hoping to see this board. I was not hoping to see it against a Nemia player, but that's a different storyline.
You win some, you lose some.
That's right. Gear cooking with the Ascension here on the Ahri. Also
Ahri still has
gauntlet, so really
5 seconds to go.
Power to this Ahri reroll, and will serve
no, even more.
Set of damage to Volta. For
he doesn't even need it. She has a Radiant Gauntlet.
Right and center, and that also means that we have our first players that are going to be up for maybe elimination out of our game 4.
Yeah, on the other hand, the people in the front
Volta also lost here.
Vanguard Jeans variation, ZUA being so strong there with a fast 9, and we were playing with also great possibilities.
Briar.
No Rakan there, unfortunately for Darkest. Gets the charm to buy a champion for
My God, Walter is...
He's one off, has to maybe swap. Is there any unit you can swap with here? The answer is no.
No.
The Katarina's 1-star on the board as well. So there was a heads-up option. I think you have to, you have to swap something here, even if it means losing traits.
Oh, finds on the Hecarim actually.
Oh, nice.
That's best case situation actually that could have happened.
Whoa, that was extremely lucky here for Darkest to get this Rakan too.
And they are up against
And then finds the Hecarim.
Item carrying a Tristana.
Tristana's the fakest unit at this point in the game. There is Emilio too though, so maybe that can make the matchup a bit more even.
This Camille as well could be scary. Emilio item on the BT now for the Camille.
Oh, on the left.
Taken out by Tidal, says, you dare to contest me on the multi-strikers, this is what happens.
Oh, can this Kalista actually help Volta to win this? And, oh, wow. Okay, Volta, no. Darkest actually makes it happen against Balmyong. Oh my God.
Landed in the bottom four, said, all right, I'm not going to play reroll anymore. I'm going to go into the Scholars.
Volta lost another game with his multi-strikers.
I mean, everyone remembers the high rolls from Volta, but actually he puts himself in this position where he needs a little luck to perform. So he went to level 6, still not having the one cost that he needed 3-star. The game normally gives them to you. It didn't happen this time, but then when it happened, we say it's a high roll. He actually is performing, he's playing the way he wants. He only needs that push of luck that he always can take.
Balmyong finds Kalista. Will that be enough? Kalista won as a way to maybe win and stay alive in this lobby.
On the right-hand side, Darkest fighting for survival against Tidal. All of these players are incredibly low, and all of these players are fighting for placements.
I think
Volta is already out, so 2 points are guaranteed as they are making their way towards checkpoint. Is it good enough? Kalista under
Oh, and Darkest loses against Tidal.
Unfortunately,
And Balmyong.
meets Balmyong.
I want to commend Tidal on the adaptability.
Balmyong is out.
Understand, hey, Kassadin's going to be contested this game from Volta. I will pivot into the lower cost reroll on both the Akali.
Actually, we had so many multi-strikers this game. And we actually see here the warrior combination. Like I said, YBY playing the pre-server warriors.
Not in check quite yet.
Both fairy players dead, and of course, a fairy emblem on the carousel. Just TFT things.
Oh, it's a tragedy.
CUA also getting here the Giant Slayer is huge for him. He already knows the cap board. He will go probably on the Smolder, and going up against all of these three-star units, perfect for him, and he could even cap up more. So CUA, we already know any points. He's already.
It's now about
he wants even more.
Well, let's
top 4.
Who's not in the cutoff yet, because that is Gear currently sitting on 5th place. Really needed a 1st place here, and with 3 HP, that dream might not come together. Looking at the board on the left-hand side, we're gonna get another glimpse at this Ahri, but is it
Gear versus YBY.
do something against the dragon on the other side?
No, wait. It's midfeed versus Idle, but they show Gear. Oh, no. It's midfeed versus Gear, and it's Tidal versus YBY, and YBY actually defeats Tidal here, and Gear is out.
Everything with just so much raw power coming in. Gear PYM taken down. That means Gear PYM can no longer get to that check, as Balmyong also cannot.
Tidal has, though. Tidal with the top 4 is going to be at least 20 points. So we have GUA and Tidal.
YBY1 starting at only 11 also can't reach check in this game. Midfeed, though, needs a 2nd or better.
That's the only condition.
GUA needs at least a 2nd or better.
So midfeed taking a top
No.
would put 3 players on check going forward, which what we both predicted.
GUA is 19, doesn't matter what he does, he reaches the check. Tidal also reaches the check, he will get 5 points. Then YBY cannot reach it. He can only hit maximum 19 points.
Yeah, that's okay though. Has done the job of getting to that 20-point mark.
And Tidal is done.
Too sad about a 4th place there. YBY on a 6th streak, and YBY
Makes it to the 20, yes.
Game so well. Panda, you were talking about it earlier, right? This is kind of harkening back to the
PvE round.
magic and mayhem around this kind of
Zio actually sits at 50 gold. So very healthy econ here.
And Karma, of course, no longer
Is Half-Life, if I see correctly here. 37 HP.
Was an incredibly strong unit in terms of DPS, spreading burn, but also just allowing to just constantly heal and keep your entire team alive.
Now goes for the level 9 and rolls down.
Normally a comp that you need excessive resources, and he managed to achieve these 2 double Thieves gloves for the front line. That's enough for him, so great.
I cannot really see the charms, it's too small.
Well, we've been talking about
He finds Nora too.
of the Hunter comp, how creative this approach on the Vanguards is.
Ooh, okay, 7 shapeshifter with this Nora too.
Upgrades. That Mordekaiser's 3 and that Olaf 2 are going to be helping the sport so much, despite midfeed being so healthy at the top there with 72 HP. This is looking to shake out quite in favor of our APAC player as he does go up against CUA.
CUA having a Nora 2 randomly in the back line. Where did that come from? It's going to be providing a lot of damage, but doesn't necessarily synergize too well with that. But oh, look at the Category 5 power from Jinx. All of those Runan's bullets taking out the back line as midfeed claims a
And Zio
win on a
actually
5v1 down to 2 HP.
He's the strongest right now, but ZUA, YBY have...
IBY 2 HP, Zio 21 HP, midfeed 72 HP. There is a little bit of gap in between them.
Take out YBY, and then if ZUA cannot find the Briar 2, cannot find the smaller 2, could be an easy win here for midfield.
5 Morganas, maybe with 2 HP, you don't have enough time to really go for this a win. But if YBY1, you know, wins 1 or 2 more fights, finds a Morgana on the carousel, could sell his entire board to try and guarantee the win in this game, stopping midfeed.
Okay, that's gonna be very interesting here. Oh, that Bard is down. That Gwen stopped getting aggro, but she's jumping back into... Morgana might be doing the job here. He might finish the job, and she does.
The answer is yep, it's working out for now. Takes down Zio, says if I'm going down.
Zio goes to 5 HP.
If we get animate bench too, that's also maybe a reason that we're keeping these Morganas around. Polymorph came through, but no. Back row star, the charm, salvager maybe if we want to make some late game swaps with the items. Hey, animate bench came through, but the Morganas are no longer there.
Stuff, no charm here for YBY. On the left, ZUA finding the +1 shapeshifter, so looks better for him. Whoever gets the real midfeed, and it will be YBY. He knows, and this is a tough part for him. Should be the win here for midfeed.
It could actually be a double elimination because midfeed is fighting both of these boards, one with his gold and one with the real heal. And
that Jinx goes crazy.
Look at the Gwen. Oh. Not able to do it. The Jinx.
Okay, YBY is out.
YBY1.
Zio though persists, makes it through.
And Zio makes it through. Zio actually wins that. Oh my god.
Your placement here with yet another first
it is Jinx versus shapeshifters.
Midfeed reaches check in this game number 4.
Okay, Zio goes for
gonna get really spicy in game 5 as players start
an Archangel.
This is not what I thought the top 2 would be, with Zio having Stars Are Born, going Nomzy 3, and having that actually be a strong enough carry to get into the late game. Smolder is basically not even a part of this composition. It's just there for the 3 dragon buff, but a lot of power on that Shyvana as well. 3 very good items. Again, I don't know where that Nora 2 came from, but might as well.
I love how these players hold the items until they know exactly what's going to happen, and then they place it shortly before the fight is going to start, or at the beginning of the fight. So there's no more repositioning, and actually the units will hit exactly what they want to hit. Oh, Jinx dodged that Jace here. But Jinx is burning against that Shyvana 3, and oh, this might be the end of Jinx. Jinx is going down. Can the Mordekaiser... and that Tahm Kench. Can the Mordekaiser do it? Can Mordekaiser do it? Oh my god. Oh my god, that Nora deals damage. And Nora actually defeats midfeed here. Holy.
pistol to work with, 50 gold to work with, a chance to go 9, a chance to find another level of cap for this Hunter board.
Yeah, looking at the gold tells a lot of that story there, right? Getting a support anvil there. There's so much higher that mid-fiend can go to cap here. Where on the other side, ZUA, 0 gold, can't even buy a good combat charm.
I'll probably wait to pick the Zephyr right before the fight starts, so no information is given to his opponent. Positioning maybe, just off of the position, you can kind of tell that a Zephyr could be picked.
Even puts Rumble in a position to be able to Zephyr a corner, Twitch in the other one too.
Thumbs up, Zephyr will hit and will take up the Jace out of all units. That's going to be the target one. However,
That might be it.
has made her way into the backline, is under fire by
Yep,
Hunter.
Jinx survives that.
Collapsing onto the shapeshifter board.
If Jinx now... Okay, that's it. That's it for Geo, and mid-feed wins with the Jinx reroll against the shapeshifters.
Midfeed showing an absolute masterclass on that Jinx line, being able to do it on a non-traditional style,
Wow.
but add +1 to that Jinx play rate. Just such a good comp there by midfield.
Also, CUA, even though he was looking for the exact full threat,
But he plays an extraordinary third day here. First, second, first.
He wasn't that up in HP in the midterm.
Wow.
Great recognition, and then funneling all the 3 items to her was so impressive to see.
Even at the end, Zuyue, despite not having information on the Zephyr, placed the Jace right above the Nomzi, predicting that there is an anvil open. You are expecting something like a Zephyr coming in, which is why the pick was delayed. So really heads up plays from all of our players. Showing
Wow.
why we're on a day 3, why they're so good, why they're here.
Let's take it back a little bit, look at our lobby once more. Unfortunately, Panda with a little bit of heartache as we see yet again both of the EMEA players taking 8th and 7th. What do you think is the problem for them today?
Well, they play
Contesting.
contested games. Volta decided to play into title.
They are so dumb. They're so stupid. They always go into these contested comms and then wonder why nothing is working. They don't hit their units. They had the champion duplicator. They could have played anything else besides these reroll, multi-striker rerolls. And that's why they go 6, 7, and 8. It's simply not possible to contest like 4 multi-strikers and expect you to win there. Even though you get this champion duplicator, you could pick anything else. You could go the Bastion line, you could go the Scholar line, you could go Witchcraft lines. You could even go Eldritch over that multi-striker. And that, I think this was basically why these 2 players lost, like Darkest and Volta, why they both hit 7 and 8, because they simply tried to contest things. Nobody of them had the press the attack augment, what gave Title an immense power spike and favored Title so much more than Volta and Darkest here. And it was kind of obvious that both players won't place in the top 4 with these contested comps. Even to think like how many Rakans are on the board and how many players want to hit Rakan, they will definitely buy and hold it. So it was not very, very smart by both of them to go for these comps, in my opinion. And that shows why they both went 7 and 8 here. And I mean, even Title with the multi-striker comp only went 4th here and didn't make it any further against the other comps that... I mean, even Balmyeong had the multi-strikers, went 6th. It's simply not to be expected that they hit any more than these comps. So YBY, I think, made the 3rd place here. So, right, YBY 3rd.
Away from this game for a little
Yeah.
bit because we have a tactical breakdown presented by HyperX ready for you guys.
Okay, we have 2 players hit the checkpoint here with 26 and 20 points at the moment.
Get off the sofa, guys.
Let's listen to
All right, now
the
to
tactical
celebrate
breakdown.
Title reaching check, we thought it was appropriate if we got to highlight some pretty cool stuff that Title did in the game. Not this one, but the one before. So I'm going to bring it up, and this is Volta's board on the other side in just a second, though. I'm going to wait until this pops up. Once we see Title's board, let's break down exactly what we're looking at. Okay, first off, we got blasters, but that is kind of secondary. The most exciting part about this board is sitting right here.
Yep.
Buried Treasure on his 2-1 augment, into What the Forge, into Impenetrable Bulwark. Now, we talked at the top of the show how What the Forge can lead to some pretty crazy circumstances, but primarily it is taken off the ground by having additional items. You take Buried Treasure on 2-1, 6 components. You get What the Forge, that means immediately, right off the bat, that is 3 additional artifact anvils coming straight to your board. But it doesn't stop there. Title's not done. On 4-2, he offered Impenetrable Bulwark, and right off the bat, 3 more artifact anvils come to his board. Now I'm going to hand it off to Clement so he can break down exactly how Title uses these artifact anvils.
And this was really
so
the key to
genius.
how he won the game, because usually when you're playing Vanguard and only 4 blasters, not a lot of chances to win out. But with these items, he was really smart. His main carry is going to be the Ezreal right here, and the way he's going to play it is to line up the damage for a massive overkill onto this side of the board. He has the Luden's Echo, which does give you the overkill damage. So you want someone as low HP as possible. He stacks the Deathfire Grasp on this side as well, targets the Rakan, and watch what happens here. It was very, very close to actually succeeding on this side of the map.
It was
get the
easy
fight
game.
starting. Smart thing from Volta, keeping his rise away. Very low health, and then he gets the burst across. It nearly hits, didn't quite, but gets the Zoe on the end. We see the idea there playing out. Just really cool stuff from the Ezreal. And I have to say,
and we have to
both
see here
Ezreal
too
Vanguard wins so
how
far
the
has
Ezreal
been from our artifact
shreds
combinations.
that rise.
And that's the
Boom!
thing, when we now have
On
3
1
players in
HP,
check, you
he
gotta
hits
look for those
that
orange
rise
artifacts coming
with that ult and destroys Walter's board here like nothing.
They told us that Blasters wasn't very good, and we said, no, it is good. It's just conditional, and Clement and I, we've broken it down for you. We have the condition. It is What the Forge with 6 additional items on it. You find that, I promise you, Blasters are going to be a lot of fun.
I just want to say, Gangly, that you were the one who said that Blaster was not good.
No,
you were the one.
no.
No one told you that.
We're favorites. Come on.
All right, thank you, everybody. Back to you.
Oh, that's like a Volta condition there, right? You got to make so many things happen, but somehow they just do.
Thank you so much, Clement and Gangly, in our tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. But you mentioned it already, we do have 3 players on chat.
Crazy.
So let's take a look at our standings and see how the playing field is shaking out. Zijue leading the lobby, followed by midfield, followed by Title. But if this game goes one more game than the next one, Balmeyang is also going to be guaranteed, and more players are most likely to also make check.
All pressure on Emiya now to get these first back-to-back-to-back and deny the rest of the world that Tactician's crown.
The only player that can't make it in this next game is going to be Volta. Volta coming into this global championship, we talked about a player that had a 28% win rate domestically in EMEA across the entirety of the set. He absolutely understands win conditions. I wouldn't be surprised to see him getting back-to-back wins the next 2 games.
Yeah, especially if he doesn't play reroll, right? No more
True.
reroll.
No more
for
reroll.
Volta.
All right, guys, we're going to be going into a quick break, and then we will be right back with the Teamfight Tactics, Magic and Mayhem, Tactician's Crown. Stay tuned.
We are gonna analyze what the comps are played so far and have a quick look. We have the Hunters. I would go here for the search option and then find that Hunter Jinx. We've seen her 3 times. 3 times. We have the Bastion board also played 3 times. We have the multi-strikers played at least like 1 billion times. We haven't seen, like, Balmeyang didn't pick the multi-strikers here. He went fully on blasters, but Volta went with the multi-strikers. And then we have the multi-reroll here, and then we had here 4 players going for multi-striker, while we had in round 3, 0 multi-strikers. So we have in total 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times multi. Oops, what did I do? Oh, I typed it in the search field. Good. And then we had blasters. I mean, Gear didn't go for blasters here. He totally went for his Scholar Preserver line. We had Balmeyang who picked the Blaster Vanguard. It makes sense with this comp of Trainer Golem. We had Midfeed who actually also chose his vanguards, but didn't go for blasters. He played the Syndra and the Cassiopeia here, and Gio went for Shapeshifter Portal, even though he had the blaster emblem. He only had his Smolder playing blaster. So we have seen blaster here once, we have blaster seen here twice, and now twice. What am I doing? Blaster twice. And we have seen pre-servers a lot, actually. I mean, it's not the vertical you would think of, but still, we have seen pre-servers being main characters a lot. We have seen once, twice, thrice. And then scholars, oops, with the hashtag, without hashtag we want that. Scholars, and we have seen here 2 times scholar. So scholar we have seen 4 times. We've also seen a lot of witchcraft, I would say. Shapeshifters, of course. We have also shapeshifters. I've seen once, twice. Here, 3 people played shapeshifters, and then 1 more shapeshifter last game who actually reached the 2nd place here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oops. Shapeshifter. Shifter 6 times. Actually, I have to take away the multis here because this was very, very favored. So we had 4-time multi and very. Only seen twice, but both in the same game. Six, 10, 12, 15, 19, 25, 27 out of 24. 8 plus 8 plus 8. Ah, no, we have 32. So we have 25, right? $27. So we need 5 more comms that have been played. We have seen witchcraft. Twice. We have seen Zap Attack once, but no other hero augment so far. What are we missing? Chrono? Chrono Eldritch twice, yeah. Goes together with Witchcraft. Mages. Mage. Only have seen it once. So that's the comms that have been played so far. And the most picked one is Shapeshifters. Second most picked one are Scholars and Multi-Strikers here. Okay. Oh, the game already started.
But the Bex is good on himself for it.
Okay, so we're gonna watch here our 5th game of the grand final of the Tactician's Crown. So we are back with the 5th game of the Tactician's Crown here of Magic and Mayhem, and we have the Prismatic party chosen, and we already see here by mid-feed a Eldritch start, but could also pivot into the Shapeshifters. No, he's selling the 2 Nomsies here, and we start with the first Prismatic Augment. We have Hunter's Crown, but I don't think that midfield will go for that. We have the Pumping Up, which would be a very great choice here, and he picks it into, I believe that's he has only Frost units. Wow, that's crazy. We have the ticket here, Prismatic ticket for YBY. Can't really see what this is, it's too small. Okay, let's see. Oh, the Wandering Trainer with Honeymancy Warrior Eldritch. I mean, we could ignore that Honeymancer and go for that Eldritch Warrior line. But so far, we have double Sugarcraft, so that might end up in a Sugarcraft Warrior game. That would be so amazing. I would love it so crazy. Oh, that would be so sick. And he finds his first victory here on against Darkest. I love that Wandering Trainer. Such an interesting potential. And we have Obalmyong, the Living Forge, already found the locket here. Ooh. Triple Eldritch units. Not sure what he's going for. He's not really sure yet. He has a Hurricane. He has an IE, which are perfect items for that Jinx. He has to fight the Pumping Up, who could also go for the Jinx. Knock up on, but Balmyong losing against Walter here. Ash 2. Walter with the Twitch 2 already has 4 Twitches and 5. Warwick's also 2 Zillions. That could be a Frost game. Or a Warwick Vanguard. Did you just see like how he moved his Warwick here and tried to, like was thinking for a moment if he puts all his units here, but then he decided to keep the Warwick here and not moving his units. What did that Warwick just do? What might be a very good choice here against Geo. And that Warwick takes a lot of kills, and by that a lot of stacks. That Pumping Up pays off. That could actually be a very interesting game for that Warwick, since we also are guaranteed 2 more Prismatic Augments, which could go very hardcore for that Warwick reroll. And we have the Hunter emblem by midfeed. He actually took it. That might be the Briar Hunter here for midfeed. Geo playing that Kog'Maw right now. Darkest on the multi-strikers again. This time only contested by Gear. And Title with the mages. I believe Title will stick to the mages, so I'm gonna lock that in for Title for now. I believe Darkest also will go with the multis. Not really sure. But we have gear also on multi-strikers, so... Ooh, okay. Midfeed is going towards that Jinx. That Hunter Jinx. Makes sense. I mean, he won last game with that Hunter Jinx comp, and now he gets a Prismatic Party and the emblem, which could mean he's gonna go crazy here. And he already found 4 Hunters. So actually only needs that Olaf to already have 6 Hunters completed. And Tidal defeats Walter here on the mages. Here's the perfect lineup for Ari. Reroll with the Lily he just found. Could go for Ari or Zoe here, but I believe he will stick to the mage comp. And it's very interesting. Oh, he actually picked it. He actually picked it. I really like that Vex positioning, because this is a very strong positioning. I was always wondering how actually to position the Randuins properly to actually make the most value out of it without using it not on your frontline units or backline units like straight, so you have to miss one of these two. But this... that Warwick survived it actually. This is a very nice positioning of the Randuins here. I like that. Especially in the early game. Very interesting choice. And he moves his units towards that one Krug. Or maybe the new players who are watching, why is he going for the Krugs? Because Krugs, when he destroys the first Krug, every other living Krug will heal the entire HP bar. So if he focuses on this and kills this one, these ones are untouched and he's not wasting any attack power on these other Krugs. Now you see it, he healed back, and that's why you go for that right side if you don't have a crazy bursting strong board yet and need this very smart positioning. And this is a good choice. Ooh. YBY finds a lot of gold here, but only 39. So he's like 1 gold away from making that extra interest. Has a lot of AP items. There is a Morello. There is a Jewel Gauntlet. There is also already the Crown Guard. And he's rolling down to find that... Ooh, 6 Gallios. And he's crafting that mage emblem. Goes on 4 mages. He couldn't really find that Veigar or that Vex. So we have actually 2 mage players here. 2 players committed to mages. And that's... Ooh. That's interesting on the Blitzcrank actually. That's freaking tanky. But we have 2 mages. We have YBY also locking in that mage comp. We haven't seen it a lot this day, but... This Blitzcrank is simply not taking any damage. Now he will get another ult. Yeah, the healing. Did you see the healing? Oh my god. And the healing. He keeps up the healing. Oh, where did that come from? Okay. Ooh! But Blitzcrank goes down against Seraphine and Soraka. Totally not overpowered. Mage Crown. Oh my god, it would be so amazing if we see prismatic mages. It would be so crazy, guys. Oh my god, please pick the no, he didn't pick the crown. How can you do that? Boring. We have the trench coat, we have the Freaky Friday multi-striker crown. Pick the multi-striker crown. And again, we have one player picking Living Forge into what the Forge? That's so good. It's so good. Why would he not pick the other mage? Maybe he doesn't need it. It makes sense, but dang it, I would love to see that. And he removed the items. No, he actually took it. He took the mage crown. Oh my god. Oh my god, he has 2 mage emblems. I love it. 5 mages here. Oh no, that Seraphine. That Seraphine goes down against this crazy Warwick. But there's Blitzcrank 3 and Galio 3 already. Whoa. And the Ascension Charm makes this Galio almost unkillable. But he's not choosing that Warwick. No. And he goes down. What the hell? Oh no. Ooh, what are those items? Yo, if he can find that Wukong. He can find that Wukong. Is Wukong gonna be sick? The Honeymancer. Gio. Honeymancer. Crown here. Ooh, double Gwen. But can these Gwens actually slice or snip through that? Oh my god, that Blitzcrank. That Blitzcrank. I actually believe this Blitzcrank will out-tank these 2 Gwens. And meanwhile, yep, meanwhile that Kog'Maw is just farming gold and killing them all. Oh my lord. Okay, we have the comms locked in mostly. Titled going towards that Sugarcraft board, it looks like. Dropping the mages, going for that Sugarcraft. He knows he's contested and the other player already has 2 mage emblems. Balmyong playing so far the Kog'Maw reroll, might go into Jinx, but not sure because it is already contested. And mid-feed found Wukong 2 and Jinx fully itemized both of them already. So it can be that Balmyong chooses another way to play here. Maybe the Blasters line, maybe something else. I'm not sure yet. Gear with the multi-strikers. Both Darkest and Gear both holding on to the multi-striker line. Gear even with the anger issues. And the Randuin's, oh my god, that's actually a very good combination. The Randuin's giving these defensive stats and then anger issues making more damage possible. Gio with the Honeymancy reroll might have a difficult life here because everything is contested. Honeymancy Kog'Maw reroll. And then we have Volta with, I believe it's the Warwick reroll, but not sure. I'm gonna lock in Warwick for now. I have to see him playing. And the only ones missing is Balmyong, who is currently, I'm not sure what he's gonna play, but we're gonna keep an eye on him. Gear made us 2 win streaks so far with this incredible board of anger issues and Randuins. Oh, he also found that Tahm Kench on level 6. For the extra tankiness, actually. Has to stand against the against Balmyong's Honeymancy reroll. And I believe that that board goes down. Oh my god, that Kog'Maw farming the gold here. What an incredible play. Oh, it's so good. It's so good that Kog'Maw has the fishbone. He's just randomly attacking anybody and giving that attack speed to the team. Whenever he ults, so he ults extra and gives the entire team so much bonus attack speed. Not even sure if this stacks though. That would be very interesting to know. Darkest with the even shroud and double Hodge on that Kassadin, but is still 4 Kassadins away from Kassadin 3. And his comp is contested. We should not forget that. Finds a lot of gold. Can go next level here. Oh, that was very close, actually. And places 7 multi-strikers for Darkest. We even go for... Wow, interesting. I think it makes sense to play the gloves, the Thief's gloves, on multi-strikers. Because you have the potential to hit either way offensive items, which is very good for multi-striker, but also the defensive items on the right unit do actually good amount of work. Okay, the backline is killing that Nunu. And Jiui with the Honeymancy reroll seems like not really having a chance. But is that... Nunu just ate that Kog'Maw. That Nunu just ate the Kog'Maw. He just made nom. And it... Oh my god, this Kog'Maw was gone. What the hell? Okay, what do we find here? A lot of Blossom Lotus actually. The Golden Egg. The Ascension. I think Golden Egg won't be really picked. There is the Bastion. But he took I am the carry now, Golem. Okay, they got HP buff in this patch, so this is actually very attractive. Double Glaciers. Not really finding the Gwens, not really finding... He put in that Ahri, but then sold the Ahri and put in the Nora with the mirror here, like Trickster's glasses, and picks up that trench coat on that Fiora, which is basically the best item you can, or the best item you can find on that Fiora, yes. But still takes a big loss here. It won't work out always, Kyle. It won't work out always. But I mean, still he's on a good run. Cannot really say he's like... done already. We have gear with the anger issues. Double Honeymancy. Of course it makes sense. Oh my god, I totally forgot about his trainer. Oh my god, can these 7 Honeymancies actually defeat that Warwick? Doesn't look like it. Doesn't actually look like it. And Gio is losing against the Warwick and the Twitch with the Radiant IE. Even though he has Giant and Mighty. Wow, that's a so strong comp. But he's only using 1 emblem of the trainer, so it's not that huge benefit for him. There is a spatula, which will be taken by Darkest, which could mean either a Pyro emblem, it will be a Pyro emblem, most likely, or a Fairy emblem. I don't know the items of Darkest, so I cannot really tell, but... Jiui going for the gloves here. Really interested to see what Dark is gonna do with this spatula. Here is the Veigar. There is the Nunu. Really gonna roll down here. That's 6. Oh, Nunu 3. Takes the charm for the reroll, but cannot find any Tukos he need. He need only 1 more Rumble It looks good, actually. It looks really good. Oh, the mages also with Radiant. Oh no, the Seraphine is dealing so much damage to Kog'Maw and kills both. And I think that's it for Gio here against the mage board. Yep. Not a lot of econ. Oh, the augment is gone, right? Nice. This is always great to see the non-working images. The augment is gone here. We cannot really see everything which is going on, the win streaks and everything, which would be great. Nobody is on a large win streak though. But Gio was also leading the lobby, so it's actually okay that he lost here. Finding Jinx 2, Ezreal 2, Kassadin, Jinx 3, Kassadin 2. Okay, Jinx 3 is actually huge for midfeed. It worked out for him last game. It might work out for him again. And Volta with the Warwick Vanguards here. Totally locked in on 5 Vanguards. Only missing that Blitzcrank, right? Yep. Only missing that Blitzcrank. And is destroying Balmyong. Oh, okay. He picked... Oh my god, he actually picked Pandora's items into What the Forge. Tamkench 2 for Darkest. We have 6 Hunters for midfeed. It worked out for him last time. It might work out for him again. He's still a lot of Wukongs away, though. He needs 4 Wukongs. For that Wukong 2, he's also only on a Olaf 1. He's holding, interestingly, that Bard. He's 86 gold. Not interested to level up here, maybe. Ooh. Finds another Wukong. And the free rerolls. Ah, he took invested. Okay, okay, that's why he's not rolling his gold. He took invested, so he get the extra rerolls. Oh my lord. And taking Zeke's for a little bit more frontline. Ah, it's very interesting. Tidal finds Fiora too. Oh, but Gear finds Camille too. And Darkest going towards the 8 multi-strikers. But can he make it? If he cannot make it, it looks very, very bad for him. He's on 15 HP only. Can the Camille 2 actually work him out of there? And she can. The Camille, she dies. Darkest with 4 HP. Oh, Tidal also lost on 2 HP. Oh my god. 8 multi-striker. He's 1 multi-striker away. He's 1 multi-striker away. What is he missing actually? Ah, he's 1 multi-striker away. He has Jax. He has Ashe. He has Kassadin and Akali. He has Hecarim. He has Camille. He has every multi-striker, but what is he missing? He needs 2 emblems, right? I believe so, yeah. He needs 2 emblems. And multi-striker emblem is made with bows. Ooh, he actually defeats Balmyong here. And Tidal also survives. So both lowest players here survive that fight here before the carousel. One more fight in between them and the carousel, and carousel could give them the needed components. Tidal finds that Nico, but does he really need that Nico? There's also double Fiora, but he could lock the shop. He could lock the shot, but does it really make sense to go for Fiora at 3 here? I don't think so. Title has the classic Warrior Pre-server board. Has to find the Warwick board. There is a Radiant blue buff and a Radiant IE on that Twitch 3. But I believe that Title can actually bail himself out and... Oh no, Darkest lost against Balmyong, right? Yes. Oh my god, the same scenario like last time. And Darkest... No, wait. Balmyong loses. Oh my god. 2 players out. Darkest and Balmyong are out. I thought actually... Am I confused? I am confused. Wait, YBY killed Darkest like last game. Title actually made it and finds the static shift here. And again, multi-striker player is down. The fairy emblem is popping up. YBY with a new glove here. He is now in cash out range, so only playing two Sugarcrafts with a very strong mage board. Balmyong, I don't even know what he played actually. We have Title on that. Where's Title? Sugarcraft. Pre-server board. Okay, the Fiora got popped already. But it just means... Oh no, no, they cannot reach the Ash. Oh no, I think this is a loss for Title. Yep, Title is out. He cannot break that. Crazy anger issue. Gear, PYM. And Title is out. So sad actually to see that going like this. Meanwhile, Volta with the 6 Vanguards pivoting to, or like hoping for that top 4. This is crazy. Radiant IE and Radiant blue buff. Midfeed also on very low HP. Midfeed will face YBY, who is on a win streak. Okay. Emilio giving items. A death cap to the stunned bard, but I think that's it for Midfeed. And he's going down and he's losing. Midfeed defeated by YBY, who keeps his win streak. Makes at least top 4. Midfeed goes here, top 4. Volta cannot make it to top 4. Drops on 5 here. And we have Gear. Gear also playing the multi-striker. So Darkest actually tried again. He tried again to contest the multi-strikers. He found the multi-striker emblem. But he didn't really find more than that. He even found a frying pan, but couldn't really make it far enough. And it's only 3 players left. YBY, Gear PYM, and Gio here. There is the Zerath being itemized. Does he get the Honeymancy emblem? Oh no, he get the red buff. And Honeymancy emblem actually on Hecarim. Oh, that doesn't look good for Gio, but nope. And Gio's gonna be out. He survives? Nah, he's down. Yeah. So it's now YBY versus Gear. You haven't seen them both, right? No, both don't have a top 1 or 2 yet. I mean, these anger issues are crazy with that golem. Gear didn't really position against the mages, but this is crazy, right? Adaptive helmet, radiant on that Seraphine. Oh my god, oh my god. Kassadin was one shot. And there we go, Gear. Oh my god, surviving with 3 HP. YBY is on a crazy win streak, actually. 46 HP, it doesn't matter if Gear defeats him in the next fight. Ah, there we go. 9 win streak, level 9. 46 HP, so he can tank at least 2 more fights with YBY. We are in front of the carousel, so there is the chance Gear can come back if he now can defeat YBY, but I'm not sure. I didn't see if he picked any combat charm. I'm pretty sure YBY did. He mana reaved. Okay. Gear mana reaved the mages, which is one of the strongest charms against mages, but it doesn't really matter. And Gear goes down, and YBY is gonna be our 5th game's first here. YBY first, Gear with multi-striker goes second. Multi-striker was contested, so if Gear was alone here, he might have even win the first here, but
Stop it. I think it had to be
some
sort of positioning where the Ashe was able to get aligned onto the Kog'Maw.
And we see the difference in performance from the anger issues at 3-2, where you really make use of that, compared to the anger issues we saw from Araya yesterday at 4-2, which just was a little bit too late to find that value.
Definitely helped to preserve a lot of HP to make sure you could end up getting that 2nd place, but wow, that mage board was so strong. We've seen mages be able to
Blaster.
do a lot in this tournament, but it
was Blaster for
off the back
Balmyeong
of
here.
re-rolling for that Soraka, that Seraphine.
We need to take the screenshot here so we actually can make use of that later, but Balmyeong went 8 here.
So he can go for a lot of things 3-star, and actually
with the blaster board, who didn't really find anything, had 2 Gallios here, but not really enough to make it against this incredibly strong lobby of game 5. I mean, it is crazy. And I'm very, very, how do you say, not really surprised, but it's very interesting that Title took again What the Forge, hoping for that crazy power spike here for his forecast unit board, but couldn't really find the angle and got kicked out on 6th here against these very, very strong reroll comps.
Prismatic orbs being spread across the board, and that was a big reason why YBY1 was able to win this one. He had the mage with the Horizon focus that Necra pointed out.
You guys were laughing at me for saying that you should reforge the Radiant item, but I'm like, it's Volta! You guys can't laugh at that. Volta's gonna get the perfect item for the Warwick. You just have to believe.
Oh, I'm believing, Necro, believe me. This has been my thing with Volta for 5 years now. We mentioned it a few games ago. I'll mention it again just to remind viewers. Volta came into this tournament as one of the players with the highest set win rate, almost 30% in EMEA. This is a player that absolutely knows how to find win conditions. The Warwick didn't quite pan out in that game, but he is not scared of taking the risks, and that's exactly what himself and Darkus have to do in this next game.
Yeah, when we're going for win conditions, ZUA, he played Honeymancy. He knew that there was a possibility of getting a first place, but they were very capped. Gear, PYM, YBY, so strong there with the mages. So I think there was a world where ZUA with that comp could win it all, but now maybe the threshold will be a lot higher. So everyone will go for the cap out. Everyone will try to go for 2 win conditions. You don't only need one. You need a good charm, you need good elements, you need good units, and the game to help you and give you luck.
It was a group effort. There was also 2 Hunter players right there just kind of grabbing on his ankles, making sure he doesn't go too far ahead. And I love TFT checkmate format. I think this is why it's the most fun, because there's it's not just the standard meta, it's about what position each player is in and how he can influence that.
We even saw on the carousels a lot of players noticing, oh, well, I can't let you have this one champion with this one item. I have to take it from you.
With 3 players in check, I would hope so. I think we saw Tidal taking one of the second jinx that was in the carousel in time there for mid-feed. Before we get into this game, I want to start setting up. We're seeing it here now. 6 players above 20 points. 2 players who are not. We've been talking about it already. EMEA forced to cause, heroics here in this game, number 6. The rest of the players are no longer scouting and contesting a particular player. There's targets on everyone's backs, which means essentially this is a game where everyone is trying to win for themselves. And I want to set up the idea and the arguments of what are the win conditions? What are the ways that players will try and win this game, number 6?
Well, it starts at Portal, doesn't it? Because I think that does influence a lot of where our players' decision-making is going to go. We saw reaching Prismatic Party a couple of times now, which has allowed you to reach them.
The Portal deals a lot of here. Like, if we can, for example, make him cook or something, that would be so fun to see how pro players actually make use of these spatula and frying pan, or anything like, or like also collaborate to see how these players play towards that crab boss. That would be very interesting to see in a pro play how these players adjust in their comms, but also in the portal towards something extraordinary than just maybe loot subscription or a spatula or anything that is not that crazy, or like, I don't know, 3-cost champs or something. It would be very nice to see something very special, something very extraordinary. That would be incredible.
Cost, Pandora's Bench, Volta, being a player that needs to try and go for it. He's someone that historically has won so many games and won, so many big games, especially off of Pandora's Bench, off of taking this massive risk and then high rolling into a 3-star 4 cost. Maybe that could open up in this game as well.
And I just want to say, for the format, everyone wants to go for first. You're never going to be happy just taking a second, because I want to talk to you about the prize money. It's 150,000 for first. It's only 50,000 for second. So there's a huge gap there just to make sure everyone goes for the check.
25,000 for third. So there's a massive drop-off in every single player fighting for their own individual success in this game 6.
And even more important than the money, the honor. For example, CUA recovering this dynasty of the CN region, and we have it there on beside of Clement, the crown. Being able to get the honor of having it on your head and actually showing to the rest of the world, my region is the best. We are proposing this is the highest celebration in TFT.
This is the second set in a row that I am asking that the players who win the Tactician's Crown wear it in their player cams in the upcoming set.
I'm just saying, if you look at the standings here, there's an 86% chance that APAC is going to wear the crown. I'm just putting that out there, 5 APAC in check.
And there's a 1% chance that EMEA stops checkmate from happening. 1% is all we need, baby.
I'm saying there's a chance.
I mean, we actually now have that possibility of going even to a game 8. If Volta gets up top 1, we go again, and Volta then has a possibility even to win it all.
It would require one of Volta or Darkest to not reach check in this game, and then again, it would require a lot of things. Game 8 is maybe a bit too much. Game 7 is maybe the end of the possibilities of reality.
I think that the biggest probability right now is that Game 6 is going to be our final game of the Magic and Mayhem Tactician's Crown. Cannot wait to get into the action. And don't forget to stay tuned after we do crown our champion, because we are going to be showing you an exclusive dev drop and have an exclusive dev talk about the next TFT set Into the Arcane. So exciting that we have all of this new TFT stuff ahead of us, and also all of this incredible history in front of us right now to be able to crown our 10th Tactician's Crown champion.
It's so amazing to see Into the Arcane coming to TFT, because TFT has always been a high peak in the beginning of the set, and now everyone will want to play, okay, I want to play, I don't know, Powder, Reroll, I want to play Jinx, I want to play B, I want to play Violet. So this is great for the environment, for the ecosystem. We know Riot Games as a whole has this huge background of entertainment, and having it all funneled out into TFT makes me joyful.
As you mentioned, Jinx and Vi and reroll, I'm just thinking about set 10 Punk. I'm all for it. I love Punk reroll as a D-Gen reroller, so I'm just waiting for the possibilities of new reroll options. But our players are waiting for something a little bit more important, which is for this game to start and for us to finally maybe find out width of these competitors who have been working so hard the entire set, first in the rank ladder, then in the regional tournaments to make it this far into now a day 3, working to break the barrier of those 20 points and now setting themselves up for a championship win over that 20 points.
So we're dropping in, right? Yes, we are dropping in on the portal choice here. We have Spatula, Anvil Buffett, and Gold Subscription. Not the ones I hoped for the 6th game of Magic and Mayhem Tactician's Crown. And I would really, or I hoped for a very, very extraordinary portal here, but we won't really get that. And I believe it's gonna be this. Oh, it's gonna be Spatula instead of Gold Subscription, even though it was 2 to 4 players or 5 players. And we're dropping in, and we're gonna watch Gio here first with the Spatula. I mean, a lot can happen now, but I really hope for something a little bit more extraordinary, like make him cook, or another trainer golem, or what is it called? Come on, the Crab Rave would have been so much more exciting to watch than another Spatula game here. But it's also going to be interesting because here, have you seen, there was already the Hui drop for Gio, and we have Gear finding these pair of Blitzcrank. Not a lot more, but very interesting unit choice here. And he's finding gold. Not units, but I mean... And he buys the Soraka. Sugarcraft start. That would be absolutely my thing to go for. Not sure if the pro players would go for that too. Darkest has already that Twitch 2 and that Seraphine 2, which both gives him opportunities. He has the components to craft the Sugarcraft emblem. I don't think that he will go for that. I believe he might more look for something different here. I mean, he could already go for the mage reroll. He has the Galio, he has the Seraphine, finds 2 more units. Has a lot of 2 costs in his shop as well. And we start with a silver augment. Not so my thing, but makes it very hard to determine what we're gonna see, what comps are being played. But overall, silver ticket here's help is on the way. Keeper's placebo still has the double attack speed buff here. It's still 2% in this patch. In the next patch, it's only 1%. Ooh, young, wild, and free. But it's not being picked. And okay. Volta. Oops. You have to check the silver augments for this game now. But it is branching out, and he finds the warrior emblem. I was not really sure if it's branching out. And he found the warrior emblem and instantly went for that witchcraft emblem. So that's gonna be Walter's witchcraft warrior here, and I'm very hyped to see that. I love witchcraft. I love the warrior comms. That's great. That's so beautiful. But he went for witchcraft, right, instead of the sugarcraft emblem. I would have liked that sugarcraft emblem a little bit more, to be honest, than the witchcraft one, but I think he believes I believe he knows what to do. We have a fairy player. Balmyong goes for the fairy here, and we can instantly lock that in, actually. Balmyong with the fairies. We have Volta with the witchcraft warriors. Already committed with a Rage Blade and the Crown on that Soraka 2, which is at the moment his strongest unit by that. Fighting that Soraka and goes down, but we have Gear already collecting sugar. Ooh, finding Lilia 2. Very, very good here. If he finds another ferry unit, he's already... He has not found a Seraphine yet. So if he finds the Seraphine, he already has the 5 ferries here. And midfeed with... I don't know the name. Cold shot. Set your win streak to 4, gain 4 gold. And already could make 2 win streaks bonus here. It looks like he's going for portal, but... He also had a very strong early board here with this Wukong. And he wins. 7 win streak after the first 3 matches. We have Balmyong already committed for the ferries. We have Jiwei with the warrior. Interesting. Warrior no, it's warrior multi-striker at the moment. Could go into Eldritch because he has that spatula. If he finds the belt, that might be... Where's he? Jiwei. Actually find the belt, so it might be Eldritch. Oh, that's so interesting. Eldritch would be so crazy nice to see. So that's gonna be Eldritch here. Midfeed, not really committed for anything yet. Volta on the warriors. Currently checking the other... Yeah. And Geo went for that Eldritch emblem and triple multi-striker. That's actually so good. Can he end midfeed's win streak? That's actually... Well, he get this extra unit, but this Jinx deals a lot of damage. There is the Nila too. And I believe this is the end. Nah, this is the end of midfeed's win streak here against Jiu, who makes it actually possible. Wow, 7 win streak cracked. Balmyong goes for a 4 win streak though. 5 Eldritch. 2, 6, 5 Eldritch. Midfeed now thinking about what he can change on his board to actually get more value out of it. Balmyong with the ferries. I wrote that down already. Yep. Branching out into... No, not branching out. That was actually the one I was looking for. Nope. Component... okay. He's gonna go for a component buffet. Okay. Wins with his 100 HP. I mean, the board... His board is crazy strong. Triple Fairy, double Bastion, double Witchcraft with the Nico frontline. Now he's gonna replace... Oh, he's not gonna replace the Zoraka, but he's... 1, 2, 3, 4... No, three fairy units. Ooh, title with the Sugarcraft. I love it. I love it. 4 Sugarcraft. I love to see that. That makes me so happy. Title with the sugars. Amazing. Bard and Soraka. He could go for this Bard too. That would be so great. Levels up here. Puts the second Bard. But no items on them so far. He could actually go with the... he holds the components for the next carousel to see what's going on. He is also on a loss streak, so he might want to hold that loss streak Not really slamming his components, but he does. He slammed the Titan and the Tier. And he's fighting Volta's warrior board. He didn't really find the other warrior though. He has the warrior. But he's on a loss streak. Okay, it's more interesting to actually play the loss streak here. Gets a lot of damage. He's going down to 62 from 71. That's 9 damage to Volta. And not really sure if Volta can actually take this many losses. And YBY loses here as well. Another silver augment. I think that's not what the players hoped for, but Young Wild and Free picked here. Can't really see that. Also not really sure what he picked. It's hard to see, it's so small. I think that's Keepers. Is this also a Sugarcraft emblem? 5 Fairy, 2 Bastion. There it is. And yeah, oh my god, we have 2 Sugarcraft players. YBY also playing the Sugarcrafts. And it's actually YBY. That's wrong here. YBY, this is not for Witchcraft, actually. This is also not Eldritch. What is this? I would have loved to see Volta changed his loss streak into a win streak. I think Darkest branching out on Cantor. Frost doesn't have Encantors. He has a Reforger though. Not sure what this is going to be. It's a Frost Vanguard set. Ooh, there is a Varus already on Midfeed's board. But I don't think that this Varus has... Yep. Oh, that's a big loss for Midfeed. Who was on a win streak is now not on a win streak. Okay. Balmyong on an 8 win streak. Jiu on a 7 win streak. Only one player still has a spatula. Okay, let's pause that for a second and see what's going on here. We have Balmyong with the fairies. We have Jiu with the Eldritch. We have Gear with the fairy. No, not fairy, I mean mages. Mage. We have YBY with Witchcraft. He has 4 Witchcraft. Witchcraft. Midfeed with blasters. I believe it's gonna be a blaster board. I'm not really sure. It might be blaster. Yeah, blaster Vanguard. Blasters. We have Tidal playing towards that Sugarcraft. And we have Volta with also Witchcraft Warrior. And Darkest. Here, Darkest with... So far it's a Frost board. He might go for Frost Varus, but for that we have to keep watching. Okay, the blue buff on Bard already. Now he's gonna remove it and put it on the Hui. He also has the Titan, so he might go for the Titans. We'll see, we'll see. And the Thief's Band as his augment, second augment. On... Ooh. Okay, Asterax. So this might be for Olaf then. Asterax and Titans. But that Hui doesn't deal enough damage and Title is gonna lose here a lot of HP. Ooh, but the Volta also lost. So he's on 34 HP. We have the PvE round. Balmyong decided to remove the items from Tristana. Midfeet holding his removers. Oh, has already triple pyro. And still has the spatula open. So if he finds a bow here, he could go for the Arcana pyro board. And he finds the bow, actually. He found the bow. Yep. IE. Oh, now I couldn't see it. 6 fairy for Balmyong already. 0 gold, level 8. And now 7 fairy. And double rage blade with the crown, man. Double rage blade with crown. Oh, it's so disgusting. And now the armor. Oh, he even has 3 component anvils. And he finds the gargoyles. Oh my lord. BF sword, right? BF sword. He's gonna go for trench coat and not really finding. Okay, but he, yeah, I mean, adaptive helmet is good for the Melio. Instead of itemizing Camille here, going for Melio is actually a nice choice. And the fairy's gonna destroy those multi-strikers, and he finds the Rakan. He even gets this free Rakan. Oh my god. That's Rakan 2. That's Rakan 2 for the fairies. Oh my god. What is that? That's crazy high rolling. Vanguard blasters. There's another blaster crest. Didn't really reroll anything. Ooh, okay. Did he actually go for Pandora's items, and we have What the Forge on title again. He's trying it again. He knows it's the strongest prismatic augment in the game, so he tries to make it happen. Meanwhile, Jiue goes for the Nasus here with the Warmogs, which is an incredible powerful 2-star. Oh, and the egg. He's going for the egg cash out, but can he make it against YBY's warrior board, who already has both of his main warriors? But yes, he can actually make it. This Neela is going crazy together with the Volibear, and oh my god, YBY is taking a huge loss here against Jiue. 6 witchcraft though. And Walter finding that Rise 2 with the Witchcraft emblem, have another Witchcraft emblem now, is on 6 Witchcraft, decided to play not another warrior because he has the warrior emblem, goes for the pre-server here as the second trait, still holding up the portal because he could find already Taric. It's a very delicious board right here, and it could be that we see actually Volta with another comeback, and hopefully this time the top 4 comeback, because he has 34 HP here and a 2 win streak, so it can be that Volta actually make it possible. Ooh. And Rice fired all of his shots on Neela, which has no lifesteal. She has, and she's dead. Can Rice do it? Yes, he will be able to destroy the last 2 units, and Volta gets Gio's win streak here. Do we miss anything? I would actually love to know if Darkest keeps on playing the Frost. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Frost. Yes, he does. Ooh, okay, and he has a Radiant item because of the Pandora's items here. What else do we have? We have Giant and Mighty for YBY. We have the Randuins. Okay, Giant and Mighty for the Warrior. Witchcraft here. And the Rise is not really necessary, I believe. Oh, and he has the Golden Remover. That gives a lot of potential, actually. Rise has the Wit's End. Oh, cute. Oh, cute. And there's a Sugarcraft Smolder. Oh, no. Oh, no. But it looks good, actually. Rise gets another cast and gear goes down against YBY. Gear drops on to 20 HP. Balmung with the Mr. 100. But 0 gold on the Hecarim. Oh, he can sell. Yeah, he can sell a lot of units. Still on the Kalista one. Would be very powerful to find that second Kalista. Or the third Kalista, actually. And we have... Oh my god, so nice. 5 Pyro on mid-feed. That Briar got knockback. Briar is going for... But Briar is stuck on the front line. And it doesn't look like... Oh, it's very close. It's very close. But mid-feed loses against a 140 stacks. Alista. Balmion keeps up his 15 win streak. And we have to go for mid-feed. He's not going for blasters, he's going for pyro. It's just a pretty smart choice here. Oh, he found a Melio. Would be 20 gold, but he might. He sells. Oh, he even sold the Melio and he sold his 4-cost unit, whatever it was. Varys. Akali. Shen. He sold the Shen for the extra gold. There is the Nasus too. He has to be fast. And he goes for Giant Slayer. He goes for Crown Guard and Aven Shroud on the Nasus. Can he make a comeback against the 7 Eldritch? Whoa, that Nasus won and goes down against the Neela and the Briar. No, I mean the Briar. But Briar died. But this Nasus 2 will definitely stay strong. Mid-feed. Keeps on winning here. What was the cash out actually? There was one player with the cash out. Get a random effect. Oh, Morgana 2. YBY Morgana 2. Ionic. And is it gonna be the Warmogs on Morgana? No? No? Oh, okay. Actually, Tarek got the Warmogs. Yo, and this actually won him the game, right? Yes. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, and Gear is already out. Gear got 8. Oh, and somebody defeated Balmyeong, actually. Maybe title, I don't know, I haven't seen it. Didn't really pay attention there. Midfeed has a very nice board with these 5 pyros. But Darkest also has Frost Pyro, yep. Will Eldritch... Yes, Eldritch will actually win against the 7 Frost Pyro. Oh, and Volta and Midfeed are out. We didn't see that. That's sad. Volta doesn't really have a good run. Okay, mostly defensive items are being picked. I want to know what Jiu got out of his golden egg. Ah, now the cash out is happening. And, oh, okay. Okay, he got the extra unit. Frontline itemization here. Nami has... Is it Radiant? It is a Radiant Archangel, right? Oh my god. Oh. Oh. And Darkest is out. It is YBY on both. YBY and Darkest on both. YBY and Darkest are both out. And Title gets the first cash out. No, actually not. It's he got a lot of cash outs before. Oh, and again, he finds all the crazy items. It's so unbelievable. What is this? What is this Mordekaiser up to? He's even on 40 gold still. What is this? What is this Mordekaiser up to? Ah, there's the Mordekaiser too. Ah, what is this? Perfect items on that Fiora. Oh my god, 7 Eldritch versus the Warrior board. 6 Sugarcraft Warrior board. Okay, Fiora is down, but Fiora has still... Oh, we see double Fiora ult. My god, it's such a massacre. Okay, but can Volibear actually kill that? Oh! Oh my god! Title keeps his win streak. 9 wins! What is this? He would have lost. He would have lost if his Mordekaiser wouldn't be 2-star now. What the fricks, man? And he goes the locket on Gwen, so she has actually more sustain. Oh, that's so interesting. Instead of using this... Ah, it's so genius. Instead of using it on his front line, doesn't matter what you pick, you have to... And he finds a Lichbane. Lichbane got changed now. And Jinx too. Oh my god, he goes level 9. Can he actually find Emilio too? He finds the Rakan too. Which will... Oh, Okay, he puts in Rakan 2. Huh. He has the Nora, he has the Fiora. Oh my god, he's buffing up that Gwen even more. Blighting Jewel on... He has double Blighting Jewel. Oh my god, and for every kill they participate in... Oh, it's gonna be a massacre. It's gonna be a massacre. This Katarina tried hard, but... I don't think that the sport has a chance. Or has it? No, it doesn't. Oh my god, Title. What is Title doing? He's cooking. He's always cooking the greatest shit. It's unbelievable. Oh my god, and another cash out. And he finds a full item Fishbone. Fishbone for his Jinx, of course, yeah. And he executes units below 300 HP. Oh my lord. He goes for more pre-servers. Oh my god, can he actually make it possible and find again against the Eldritch, which is still on 7 Eldritch. There is nothing more you can get if you cannot find more Eldritch emblems. Eldritch is capping out on 7 Eldritch. But here are Radiant items on the Mordekaiser, but it's not enough. It's not enough. Volibear versus Triple Fiora, Gwen, Bard, and Jinx. And Gio goes down. Actually, whoa. But Balmyeong won. Balmyeong won against the Shadow. Or they played against each other and Tidal played against the Shadow. Because Gio had the... Okay, Gio had the Eldritch board. So actually Tidal played against the copy or clone or shadow or whatever you want to call it. Insanity, pure insanity. And it doesn't matter who wins here. The other player will not die, so we can see another carousel. And then we also gonna see another cash out for Tidal. Oh my god, it's gonna be so interesting. Okay, Rumble is down. What is wrong with this Rakan, man? This Rakan deals so much payback damage, and Balmyeong goes down to 11 HP. Not really any emblems we can use. What Tidal goes for? Wow. Okay, it doesn't really matter for what he goes. He can actually just go for the full item and the 5 cost. The other 5 cost wouldn't give him another item, so this is actually smart. And he gets... Is this good? Who will he give this item to? He takes the bonus units. Why do we see on both the same? Sometimes this game is actually dumb. Zerath 2, Milieu 2. No Camille though. 6 Sugarcraft. I love to see that. I love to see that. Guys, you cannot imagine how happy I am to see 6 Sugarcraft. Ooh, okay, and Camille is not dealing damage to any proper units. And it's a first for Tidal. Damn, it's a first for Tidal, and not even one single warrior goes down. And Tidal makes it happen with another What the Forge game. With another What the Forge game. It's insanity. You can see how crazy it is for him. Oh my god, we need to...
All TFT, Clement.
I was so worried when Tidal actually sat out set 10 when, you know, he won the championship, he didn't go to Las Vegas. I thought we were gonna lose that star, but he comes back again to be the best player in APAC, and now the best GOAT, undisputed champion of our esports.
You can see the emotion on Tidal's face, realizing what he has just done. He has absolutely made history for himself individually as a player, for his country, for his region. You could not have
Hey, that was the wrong champion, actually.
Winning his second title. My goodness.
Really
Holy
living
shit.
up to the namesake. I did not think it could be done
Crazy,
again, but here we are,
crazy,
TFT
crazy.
proving that this is not
Oh my
just
God.
a game of variant. It's a game of strategy, and you can win.
And I'm so happy that Sugarcraft made it. That Sugarcraft actually made the champion here. It's so amazing. And he sits there and everybody's celebrating and he's like sitting there and having nobody to celebrate with. What the hell?
We have to do it to the maximum possibility of our board.
We
Wow.
have him here on the back, and in the end, we saw a sigh. We saw a breath from him, inhaling full air, knowing that he actually achieved it. So glad for him. This is so huge for TFT. It's like we're starting to build a faker here. 2 times Tactician Crown
The
winner,
TFT faker.
title taking the win. He's the main protagonist. We always saw him like this.
Wow.
And it makes me feel so proud and so enjoyment to have this as our first
It's
two-time
crazy.
champion.
And I really want to highlight.
And there's even the sugar. You see the sugar here. And it's so amazing that Sugarcraft made it. It made it to champion. I knew it. I told it. I told it from the beginning as soon as I started playing this set. I told that Sugarcraft is the best vertical trade in this set, and it proved it. I won so many games, and all my climb I did was thanks to Sugarcraft. All the climb all the way to Emerald, it was because of Sugarcraft. It made it possible, and it's so crazy that the crown has the sugar, not the mages, not actually what the set is about, not the magic and mayhem. No, it has the sweets around it, and Tidal told them I'm gonna make it with the Sugarcraft. It's so crazy. I'm so freaking happy for Tidal, and especially for that Sugarcraft. It's boom. It's so amazing that they actually made it.
He did it with the
Crazy.
cake, with the Sugarcraft. You call it out also, David. He was 1 away from the cake, and I want to take a time here also for the audience and ourselves. As you just mentioned, yesterday was his birthday, so 22 years old for Tidal. The 2-2, 2 times Tactician Crown champion.
Wow,
It's all
2
coming
times
together.
Tactician Crowns
It's
champion
either
from
written in the
Japan, actually.
stars, or it was
He is
written in the
playing
script
all the way
somewhere,
from
and we just
Japan.
didn't get a chance to read it just yet. This has
And made
been a
it.
phenomenal
And it's so interesting that I was finding out about him, like I didn't know him, and I found out about him just a few weeks ago, and I wanted to make a video about him because he came out of nowhere and he made it possible. I can show you here. I was preparing the video. Maybe it's not that interesting, but the blabbering is also not that interesting. And I wanted to just quickly show you this. I found out about him and I was so... Oh my god, I was so stunned by his performance. He came out of nowhere. He didn't really had that crazy performance before. I didn't know that he's one of the best players. Not him. Not him. Whoops. That's Ironbog who actually lost it. But so crazy that he actually made it happen here. Tidal. It's so crazy. I don't know where it is. I made a post about him. I don't know where it is. Anyways, I found out about him. I was so stunned that he came out of nowhere for me. And then he won the championship with Sugarcraft. You can't imagine how crazy this is for me. What a crazy moment this is for me.
Like in this last game, I also love the metaphor here of scaling into this day 3. Day 1, Tidal was not the favorite. YBY1 was dominating. Tidal did not look like even a strong player in this field, finishing middle of the pack. Day 2, 18 more points than he was able to achieve in that day 1. Really increased his form, understood that really what he had to do, with the requirements from him were scaling up as well. And day 3, I mean, the rest is history. What a performance on these 6 games.
Every time the stakes are higher, he gets even greater. So you just said it. Day 1 wasn't amazing. Day 2, 18 more points than day 1. Day 3, he takes it all. So this is what I want. We would love to see from him once again. So I'm sure we have more title in the future.
What if we get another title win?
Oh, it could happen. I mean, he's so young, only his 22nd birthday so far. And you look at some of these players like, Robin has a decade on him. So if he continues with that longevity, we could be seeing the faker of TFT really be emerging on this stage. Someone that can propel our esports to the familiar audience, a face to go with the title.
And as a first time, an inspiration to the APAC region, an inspiration to Japan, to their scene as well, and having them now have someone to look up to and to try and emulate when it comes to putting in the work, putting in the hours on ladder in tournament formats, putting in the time to study this game at its absolute deepest level, to see it's not just he played the best lines, he really knows every single combination. That Vanguard Blasters game was really, I think, the first clue into how dominant Title would be on this stage.
Absolutely.
Getting absolute chills. And another shout out to Japan just as a region. This is kind of crazy, but if you look at the times that they've been to finals, it's actually only behind other much bigger subregions like CN and North America. For Japan to be in that position, I just think it's incredibly, it's crazy. They are the 4th largest server in APAC. They're not Vietnam, they're not Korea, they're even smaller than the TW server, and yet they pack such a huge punch.
And we're seeing like a trend
it's
here,
crazy.
Clement, because also APAC
so amazing to see Title winning
this
championship.
And now once again, and also
and I think I told it on day one already that he's my favorite. That I believe that he or Ironborg will make it to the finals and actually are able to take this championship or
other
title.
Players that had to fall for this to happen, because it was a battle and a photo finish to see which one was going to take the Tactician's crown at the end of the day. Congratulations to all 8 players that made this final lobby, and commiserations as well. This was a very, very hard lobby.
We always say that for the CN region, they're trying to go again for the first place, but I think CUA make a statement here. This second place is so amazing for him, and the dynasty of the CN region could even perform even better. So I think there will be revenge also for them, so they will keep coming back strong.
Amazing, but equally bittersweet. Another second place, another runner-up for ZUE. We saw it in Set 10 Remix Rumble. So close to that title. Malala snatching it away in that very last game. Once again now faced up against Title in that, that top 3 really with Balmyung as well in the mix.
I actually thought that you were going to mention the other person here. That's YBY1. Also another third place coming into the Tactician's crown. All said though, that is a showcase of consistency. 2 for 2 for both of these players into the top 3.
And I want to give a big shout out to Midfeed, Balmyung, Gear PYM, and Darkest, 4 players that came into the final lobby of this Tactician's crown for their very first Tactician's crown ever. That's gotta feel still like some type of result, some type of pride behind being able to make it here and have to contend with these giants.
It's a breakthrough for all of them, and for someone that is not a breakthrough, but it keeps going into the curriculum, is for Volta. 4 times here, once again, the 5th, and 3 times in the final lobby. He's done it again. He's always so consistent. If we want to find someone that's most consistent, it has to be him. So his performance is so amazing. I had a chance to meet him in person. He's actually a bore in person. I asked him, why are you such a bore? And he was like, bore. That was his answer.
That was his answer. It was just 4.
Yeah, and for Volta, despite the 8th place, I think this is part of the format as well. Since the bad start he had in those first 2 games, he's been playing a very risky first to 8th place style, trying to claw back up that difference that he had already lost in those first 2 games. So again, as you mentioned, so consistent, a player that EMEA respects since very, very long ago, but I think the entire world really is trying to respect at that same degree.
Well, we are finally ready to speak to our winner of the Magic and Mayhem Tactician's Crown. We have Title with us on the broadcast, as well as Victor, our translator. Title, first off, I want to say congratulations. What are you feeling in this moment, being a 2-time Global Set Champion winner?
タイトルさん、まず重賞おめでとうございます。最初は今の、2度目のタクティシャンクラウンを獲得できて、今の気持ちを伺ってもよろしいでしょうか。
はい、ありがとうございます。ちょっと疲れで言葉が出ないんですが、そうですね、2度目の世界王者になれた、世界初の2度目の王者になれたということで、そうですね、もうとにかく嬉しいです。
First off, I'm a little bit tired and it's hard to pull out any words. But most of all, I'm happy to become the first person to be able to take 2 world champions. And I'm just extremely happy that I managed to pull this off.
A lot of people had you as a favorite heading into this tournament. Did you also have confidence in yourself, and why?
タイトルさんに評価高い人が 多くの人数がいたんですけれども、これでもタイトルさん自身この大会出場に関して自身でプレーできたことはできたんですかね。
そうですね。タキシャンクラウンの前のタキシャンカップゴールデンスパチャーの方から好成績を残していたので、今回のタキシャンクラウンにおいても自信を持って臨むことができました。
So before this Tactician's Crown, the Tactician's Golden Spatula, I was able to practice a lot of different compositions, and I managed to use them pretty well for this tournament. So I felt very confident going into this tournament.
It's great to see the confidence come to fruition.
Crazy.
And we've seen overall just a big improvement from the APAC region. Was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about APAC region's strengths and what the Japan community is like.
特にこの大会にはAPAC の実力の成長は明確には現れてきましたのところで、そこの APAC の強みとそしてTFT ジャパンコミュニティの強みを伺ってもよろしいでしょうか。
はい、APAC 地域の強みは、多数のサーバーがそうですね、一つの地域としてまとめられているので、各サーバーのトップのプレイヤーが一つの地域に集まっているということなので、非常に強い地域なのかなと思います。日本サーバーのコミュニティにおいては、そうですね、トップ層、開発を行っていた八橋さんや、その他チャレンジャーのプレイヤーの皆さんで、日々、お互いのプレーを見せ合ったり、そうですね、互いに高め合うことができる関係なので、それが功を奏したのかなと思います。
First off, the APEC community, because all the APAC regions are put together into one region, so all the APAC players, the top players are put inside one community, and they all practice and play with each other, which kind of take them all to the next level. And furthermore, with the Japan community, there's a lot of top players there as well, such as Yatsuhashi, and everybody in the Japan community is such a friendly and really pushing each other to make each and every play better, and everybody is just trying to get better and share information as much as possible.
We could really see that come through with the final lobby being mostly APAC. But we know that there are so many TFT players worldwide that look up to not only your region, but also you, Tidal, as an incredibly just innovative TFT player and an inspiration. I was wondering if you could, for your final question, tell us maybe what you might want to say to the people that are looking up to you and support you.
最後の質問には、タイトルさんには尊敬されてる、あと憧れの選手にはなっているところにで、そこに対してはタイトルさんがそこに人々と今後プロプレイヤーを目指す人たち、そしてファンの人たちにちょっと一言お願いいたします。
はい、そうですね。TFT のプロプレイヤーを目指す方の、そうですね、指標となるよう、特に日本サーバー、APAC 地域、マイナーリージョンでは、プロプレイヤーを目指すプレイヤー自体が少ないので、TFT のプロプレイヤーとして自信を持って、先駆けのような存在になれるよう、これからも精進していきます。
Within this smaller community in Japan and the APEC region, that there is not that many players that are aspiring to become professional players. But also, I want to really tell everyone that push, and anybody can do it. And best of all, as I will try to keep doing my best to keep being an inspiration for new and upcoming players, and continuing to show that a new level of professional play.
Ooh.
Thank you so much, Tidal, for your time. Congratulations on your success and win, and happy birthday!
Thank you. ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
Happy birthday! What a better birthday present!
Oh, crazy.
Say, I really think that Zeta Division really signed a monster right here just before going to the EWC. They kept a team of Japanese players together, and along with Kaido, Kez, and Taro, who also have a lot of finals experience, we saw those four-man group talk a lot amongst each other and level each other up. One thing that's, I think, really cool about them as a study group as well is they actually do watch a lot of the CN stuff too. I think that's why APAC is so well positioned. It's very close geographically in terms of playstyles all across the board.
And after this interview, I think we're so fortunate for Tidal to be the player to become a two-time champion, not just due to, as you mentioned, Necra, the innovation and the creativity he displayed every time we see him playing TFT, but also I think he's a perfect player as a role model and as someone that's so humble, despite the success, despite the unimaginable levels of success with becoming a two-time champion.
Yeah, it's a story that we already heard with one of the finalists here, Balmion, who was inspired by jaywalking, a previous set champion, to play TFT, and now with this second win, he said it in the interview, I want to be an inspiration for all these players that are to come. So this is a big open path for TFT for the future.
Well, while Tidal may have put us under his spell with this win at the Magic and Mayhem Tactician's Crown, we are going to graduate and go into a new set of TFT into the Arcane. Let's take an exclusive look at what that set has in store.
Ooh. I have to record that.
Whoa. What is it? I want to drink it.
No, guys, we need this for the new set.
What are these people cooking? Oh. Okay, we definitely gonna make a video about the analytics of this gameplay. I've seen Orgot.
And welcome to Into the Arcane, a set that lets you recreate, even rewrite Arcane stories however you want. Play past and present simultaneously, activate unlikely alliances, or maybe even make everyone friends
Silco
again.
is back.
I'm Sean, Into the Arcane's lead designer, here to tell you about what we've been cooking up. This is the most Arcane set ever, with a roster full of TFT exclusive Arcane characters, traits that pull from every part of the Arcane universe, and a mechanic that's, shall we say, transformative.
Oh, shapeshifters are back. Traits and champs.
First up, we've got a trait we couldn't possibly leave off the roster. They'd come after us if we did. The high-stakes Chembaron Alliance puts the eek in streak as you stock up Shimmer and get powerful and highly illegal items from the black market.
Rennie.
This crew is full of
Draven,
TFT exclusive
Tristana.
champs, including our old pal Silka, the backline blitzing Yordle Smeech, the chainsaw-toting tank Rennie, and our heavy hitter of a 5-cost Savika, whose robot arm randomly shuffles through abilities, including a flamethrower, extendo punch,
There's also
thrash,
a Momo, Nono,
and a tiny chance of hitting a
Urgot.
jackpot. You can also pair Savika and Vi with their Pit Fighter trait. Whose Steely
Next
Punch hits harder?
Blitzcrank, Vladimir.
More of a topsider? Join up with the Enforcers to hunt down wanted enemies. This trait gives bonus damage amplification plus more against wanted enemies. When Enforcers catch an enemy, they'll get even more power. This vertical trait has TFT exclusive characters like Steb, a frontliner who'll sustain himself and his pals, Loris, whose shield blocks for more than just himself, and Maddie, who shares the sniper trait with the Enforcer's top gun, who you've probably already guessed.
Caitlyn.
As the 5 cost for the Enforcers, Caitlyn's ability reflects her leadership and strategic planning, as she calls in an airship to circle the battlefield barraging enemies with physical damage and dealing even more when an unwitting enemy gets caught in the epicenter. If you'd rather conquer nations than criminals, look no further than Conqueror, which brings Mbessa and the might of Noxus to the Convergence. As your Conquerors rack up takedowns, you'll get to open war chests full of loot.
Told you Darius and Draven gonna come
the
back.
more powerful the loot gets, and your Conquerors grow more powerful with each war chest. Everyone's favorite Noxian brothers will kick off your comp as 1 costs, and 4 cost Mbessa will gladly hold on to the riches you've racked up in the late game. In her TFT debut, this Noxian warlord swaps between 2 stances on cast. The first gives her additional range and damage, while the other gives her the ability to dash to the current target, strike in a half circle, and slice everyone in the radius. So yeah, Conqueror's a lot of fun, and as a large vertical for the set, it's even more fun when you can devote more Conquerors to the cause. They don't even have to be Noxy. Garen and Mbessa are both 4 costs for our Emissary trait, which only activates when you have just 1 or all 4 unique emissaries, each of whom grant different bonuses, things like attack speed, mana, or an aura of defensive stats. With all 4 emissaries on the board, you'll have achieved Runeterra-wide peace. Just kidding. All bonuses will drastically increase them. Next up, we've got a couple traits for those of you who are in your ungovernable era, starting with Rebels. These blue-haired devotees of a certain 5 cost have traveled from all over Runeterra to give their all to the cause. Upon losing a portion of your team's overall health, their signature smoke signal empowers surviving rebels with things like attack speed, health, or a brief board-wide stun. The rebels' ever unpredictable leader Jinx alternates between 3 weapons to deal AoE damage with her Flame Chompers, strike and stun enemies in a line with her Zap, and finally fire off a death rocket that deals massive damage to oh so many enemies. It's like the entire board. One last thing about Jinx. Even though she doesn't share a trait with Vi, you can pair up these sisters by using one of our team-up augments, a new type of augment that will bring relationships from the show into the game. And we couldn't forget Echo and the Firelights. Every few seconds, these slippery speedsters dash about the board, attacking while moving and restoring a percentage of the damage they take. Though there are only 3 Firelights, including TFT exclusive Scar, your foes may think there are more with Echo's ability that summons an assault of afterimages.
Ooh.
We'll also have traits for the scientists, mad or otherwise, but I'll stick to Piltover's version of scientific progress for now. Harness the power of knowledge with Academy, a trait that plays like Exalted, but for items. This one's for the big brains out there, featuring Heimerdinger, a ramping, rocket-firing carry, and Jace, a 5 cost for our Form Swapper trait.
Shapeshifter.
The last trait I want to reveal is a bit of a blast from the past, with 3 more TFT exclusive arcane units: Violet, Powder, and Vander. These 3 make up Family, a small splash trait that's a great boost to any reroll comp, because Family is stronger together.
Told ya.
There are so many more traits and champs to discuss, but time is short, so I'll pass it to Singapore to discuss a brand new cosmetic type before we wrap things up with a reveal of our set mechanic.
Hey everyone, Theo here. I'm with Tommy, the art director for the cosmetics team, and we're so excited to welcome an entirely new style of tactician to the Convergence. Unbound tacticians give us a whole new way to express champion fantasies and cater to a wider variety of player taste. While chibis are the adorable, humorous, and lovable TFT spins on your favorite champions, Unbound tacticians are the purest embodiment of that champion at the height of their power.
And who better to let loose alongside a new cosmetic type than the loose cannon herself? Arcane Jinx Unbound will hit the Convergence at the start of the set. This new style brings a champion's unique power fantasy into every facet of the tactician, from their emotes to their run or cast animation to their splash art. every piece will be grounded in the ultimate version of a champion's power, personality, and backstory. The same goes for finishers, where we'll capture a pivotal piece of that character's story in a matter of seconds. In Arcane Jinx Unbound's case, we're reliving an unforgettable scene from the show.
Or just an R from LoL.
Eesh, I hope everyone's okay.
Anyway, this will be an evergreen tactician time. Who knows, maybe your favorite champion will be next to be Unbound. As for our dedicated chibi lovers, no need to fear. We'll still be releasing new chibis you've come to know and love. In fact, we're going to be releasing more than ever in the future. Roll the tape. With the launch of Into the Arcane, we'll be introducing Chibi Caitlyn alongside her mythic variant, Arcane Caitlyn, and new mythic variants for existing chibis, Arcane Vi and Firelight Echo. Absolute cinema.
And what better place to hang out with all your chibi pals than our new Mythic Arena? Ah, the good old days. But this isn't your infallible father's last drop. As the game progresses, this arena transforms not one, but 2 times, celebrating one of the most iconic settings in Arcane as we journey through Jinx's emotions in Season 1. Vander's warm, inviting version won't last long, turning dark under Silco's leadership of the Undercity. Finally, Jinx takes over, putting Powder away for good, and the transformation is complete. Boom!
This arena is for the Arcane fans out there, ourselves
It
included.
will just cost
so we hope you
$500.
love it. Last but not least, we have a new Prestige Chibi, one who loves Arcane as much as the rest of us do. Chibi Prestige Arcane Superfan Annie.
As the first skin thematic from and by TFT, we decided that our original troubled child would definitely be a superfan of the blue-haired girls. So this chibi and her Chemtectivers is the team's imagined version of Annie, celebrating her Arcane super fandom.
She's definitely forcing Rebel every game.
All right,
Absolute
I will
cinema.
send you back to the team in LA to walk you through the set mechanic.
Hey everyone, I'm Christy, the UX lead for Into the Arcane. I'm here with Brian, the design lead for our set mechanic, to talk about how we brought the anomaly into TFT. Every game, at stage 4-6, you'll have a major decision to make. Choose one of your units to enter the anomaly, a powerful force that will transform them for the rest of
Into
the
the
game.
Arcane.
Just how they transform is up to you. You'll be able to re-roll transformation options for 1 gold, limited only by how much you can spend. Once you're happy with the effect, place your favorite unit in the hex, and they'll come out with the buff you selected. And probably be fine, too. Mostly fine. Now, you can only transform 1 unit per game, so choose wisely. This will be a permanent, strategy-defining decision as you head into the late game.
Ooh.
You can send anyone into the anomaly and be able to control, to an extent, how they are changed. Some options offer pretty standard power, tankiness, or utility, while others will have a more specialized, unique effect.
Maybe you'll make Savika an assassin in the anomaly, who'll jump to the backline to unleash randomized and mechanized havoc. Or make your unit a bully, so they can deal increased damage doubled against units with a lower star level. Take Cosmic Rhythm, and your champion will no longer gain mana. They'll instead use their ability every 6 seconds.
Those are just a few options of many, but regardless of who you select to enter the anomaly or what the outcome is, every champion in the set will work with every anomaly. With over 50 anomaly effects on release, there will be thousands of potential game-changing decisions. And with that, we'll pass it back to Sean for a hint on what's next.
That was a lot. But if you feel like something or someone is missing, that's because they are. Like we said in the beginning, Into the Arcane is the place to play Arcane stories, past, present, and future.
Damn, I
And
was
this
so
isn't the
correct.
last you'll hear from us. As the show evolves, so will the set. We'll be back soon with more updates for you on gameplay, the Macau Open, and more. See you then.
They tried to hype up this Warwick, but everybody's like, yep, Warwick's gonna be there. Oh.
Wow, so much excitement coming out of that dev drop, and I'm so excited to be here with one special guest we've got with us in studio, Julian, one of the set designers of Into the Arcane. What does it feel like seeing your set realized on the screen like that?
Oh my God, it's so exciting. We've worked so hard on this. I love the show so much. We love the show so much. And getting to see the final version of everything, it's really been incredible.
Well, I love that you say we, because we also have another special guest that we are very excited to be welcoming to the broadcast as well. You just heard from Sean, and now we welcome Sean into the studio too. Sean, how you doing? How do you feel seeing all of that?
Oh, it's so exciting. You know, we work in secret for so long, and then it's like amazing when it's suddenly out there for people to actually start, you know, seeing, getting excited for, all of that.
I'm so giddy. I was
Sean
every time
Elizabeth
I look
Main,
at this, I get so giddy because I cannot wait to be able to play with those units, play with those traits. Clement, there's so much to break down from that.
My favorite game, my favorite show, being married together in one set. I think that is an absolute dream come true for so many players. And I would like to start off by asking both Sean and Julian here, what are the sort of tie-ins we can expect from the show into the game?
So this is the most Arcane set ever. That's what we said the goal was, and everything we did, we tested against that goal. We have every character you would expect, so Jace and Jinx and Vi, of course they're all going to be here, but we also have 10 exclusive champions. We're so excited. You know, we were really happy when we made 2 exclusive champions in Inkborn Fables and when we made Nora in Magic and Mayhem, but 10, just so you get every shop will feel a little more arcane. It also means we could represent a much larger vast of factions throughout the show. So the Firelights get a trait, Chem Barons get a trait, Enforcers get a trait. It really just feels like every board is a moment pulled directly from the show.
It's been so amazing to look at all of this. Sean, I'm sure you have thoughts as well after seeing all of this, but I would love to ask as well, kind of what was your favorite lore to build around for this set?
Oh, I mean, there's so many characters that are just so much fun. I really loved the way we brought in elements from all over the show. I think I particularly am delighted by how we brought in Powder and Violet and Vander from season 1. And so you get this dramatic contrast of the adult versions of those characters versus their child selves. I don't know, there's so many things that were fun to work on.
If I could actually jump in here, the tone is very different for us. TFT sets are funny, they're jovial. Magic and Mayhem had so many great traits like bees. We are doing something completely different here. Arcane is a dark, gritty show, and so if we're making a set around Arcane, it's going to be a dark and gritty set. I think the overall high stakes of the set is going to feel exactly like the show. There's a lot of nail-biter moments.
Talking about the set in general, the most important thing I think a lot of people are waiting for are these new set mechanics. We saw a little bit of how the anomaly works on 4.6. Can you talk to us about how impactful anomalies are and what do they actually feel like in an actual game?
So the anomalies are really transformative. It's one moment, 4-6, it's always going to be 4-6, where you're going to be presented with an option and you can either re-roll it or you can put it onto one of your champions. And it can take a champion and really make it feel like your own. These are not items that everyone can build. These are going to be super niche effects at times. So Miniaturize turns the champion into an item. Mini-Me's summons 2 little copies and they all attack at the same time. Laser Eyes gives them laser eyes. Wow. And you put them in the front line and you're just blasting people, staring them down. They really break the bounds of what a TFT champion can do.
Do you think they would be tied down to a certain composition? Because when we first heard it, our first question was 4.6 is a little bit later into the game. You're usually already sort of locked into a specific composition. And the first question from us is, well, am I just rolling for the anomaly that fits my composition? Or is there more chances to kind of pivot?
I think there's going to be a lot of skill expression in the anomaly. You don't want to waste your gold. If you're burning 60 gold looking for the perfect buff, you are not going to have any economy in Stage 5 and Stage 6. And so the best way to play it is to ask, how can I use the board I currently have and find something for the late game? Of course, putting a buff on your carry that makes them a better carry, very straightforward. Same with your tank. But there are also times when a utility one makes more sense. There's one called Dual Wielding. It gives you 2 items the champion would use. Super flexible, just take the 2 items and run. There's another one called Dramatic Entrance, which removes the unit from combat for the first 8 seconds, and then they come in and stun a bunch of units. So you actually want to put one of your tertiary tanks, one of your weaker tanks in, because you don't want your main tank to be gone for the first 8 seconds.
So a lot of flexibility there. Sean, I'm kind of wondering maybe what some of your favorite anomalies were to sort of build around, or at least see kind of come to light.
I think Julian named a bunch of the fun ones. I really am excited by how wild we were able to go with them. I think miniaturized turning a unit into an item was one that when it was first proposed, I was like, that's going to be too far for us to go with this, and we were able to build it. Center of the universe creates stars that orbit the champion. I think there's just a lot of really fun ones that create really transformative moments in the game.
It's going to be so fun. I mean, you talk about was that maybe a design build challenge you were a little worried about? We ended up seeing how Aurelia ended up performing and how you all ended up working through that incredibly creative challenge. And so is there anything else kind of like that you can tease that you were excited about for Into the Arcane?
We are really proud of Firelight. Fortici, the animation studio behind Arcane, did such a good job creating these long, beautiful trails. And to capture them, we had to get it exactly right. So our engineering team and our art team, we spent many, many months trying to make Firelights feel like exactly they are in the show. You're going to watch Echo dash around and think, yep, that's what Echo does.
And I do want to talk a little bit about the units and the traits that we've heard so far. Now that you've mentioned Firelights here, what is the one for maybe new coming players? They've only seen Arcane, they're just getting into TFT. What is the newcomer-friendly trait that you would recommend?
Sean?
Hey, Rebels and Enforcers are both ones where you're going to have an okay time if you just take every unit with it. You know, we try to make everything a little bit accessible, but I would not point them towards something like Academy or Chem Barons. Stick with Enforcers and Rebels.
We got some really interesting details about some of those traits, though, and so I think that's where maybe we up the skill level a little bit. Where is the skill expression going to come in then if you're going to see some of your maybe top TFT players really get excited about a trait?
So there are a lot of really high skill expression traits in this set. Academy will present you 3 items every game, and you need to find the best way to use them. Sometimes you're going to play selfishly. You're going to say, hey, Ezreal's an AD unit. I got AD items, perfect. And sometimes you'll play selflessly, thinking, actually, I think these items could go better on Jinx. Jace is a form swapper, which is a class we have similar to his Transformer effect in set 6, but across 4 units. And so deciding, okay, who needs to be a frontliner? Who needs to be a backliner? How do I use these champions? I think Academy is going to leave a lot of expression for players. Also, Chem Baron is our high-risk trait. We are really excited to make a new style of high-risk trait. This one is going to be very different than anything you've played before. It has elements of Underground, but I really think this is going to feel different in the sense of you want to put the items on Chem Barons. They get stronger for every market you skip. And so you have to decide, do I play 3 Chem Baron and keep the items, or do I play 7 Chem Baron for the maximum power?
Well, I think Title's going to be happy to hear about that one, because it sounds a little bit like Sugarcraft. You know, taking a step back, we have some of these really fun traits. I wonder what the design goal for this set in terms of the traits and units really were. It does sound like you're trying to add a lot of build diversity into everything, that every game is going to be different. Is that the goal, or can you guide me through this?
We really wanted the set to feel very grounded in the world of Arcane. So every decision sort of started with how much can we infuse that flavor of Arcane, the characters, the world building into the trait itself. And only at the edges did we really start to piece in other elements that you wouldn't see from the show.
I mean, that's where I get maybe more excited about bringing the conversation back to some of the heroes that we actually got a chance to see in the preview. I mean, so many exclusive Arcane characters are going to be in TFT. Maybe what was your favorite? We were so excited, like, oh, I cannot wait to turn so-and-so into a TFT champ.
Savika goes through a very transformative moment in Season 2. And she's such a fun character because she has such an interesting arc in the course of the show. And I think all of us, when we saw that moment, we knew she could make a really fantastic 5 cost. We leaned into sort of the slot machine theme really hard. And so every time she casts, there's 3 potential abilities, multiple Jinx mods on top of it, small chance of a jackpot. So just so much can happen. That's a champion that I really fell in love with.
Ooh. I think family, the traits with Powder and Violet and Vander also did really great things for us. We love the first 3 episodes. They're almost a perfect movie if you just watch them on your own. And it allowed us to give players their favorite champions at every level. If you are a level 5 player or a level 10 player, Jinx is on your board. Powder and Jinx are both that character. And especially when you play them together and you get to see that transformation, moving items from one to the other, really captures that feel of going from episode 3 to episode 4.
Ooh, I haven't watched the episodes just yet, but I know what I'm gonna do once I go back. Yeah, that sounds amazing. I did hear that we have a new kind of augment that sort of captures the idea between these characters in Arcane and their relationships. Can you talk a little bit more about how these will actually work?
Sean?
Yeah, so team-up augments were an answer to, we have all these characters in the show with relationships that you wouldn't naturally be seeing on a board together. So team-up augments were an answer to that, where you take an augment, it unlocks a trait for you, it gives you the champions you need for that trait, and so you have like unique boards that you're getting set up by these team-up augments. For example, we were able to bring back Sisters from Gizmos and Gadgets. So there's a reason to put Vi and Jinx on a board together and have them both powering each other up.
That's so exciting. So can you tell us a little bit more about any of the other team-up augments maybe that you're like, okay, this is one I had to put together?
I think
oh, please, Julian.
Geniuses is Echo and Heimerdinger's team-up augments. They are such a fun pair together. Echo's sort of awkwardness around Piltover characters in general, and Heimerdinger's wackiness is such a great dynamic in the show. And Heimerdinger fires a bunch of missiles, and Echo summons a bunch of copies of himself, and you are just blasting units. It's so great to play them together.
That's so
I
fun
would
to
also
hear.
mention one of my other favorites is one that puts Silco and Powder together and lets us tell the really tragic story of Season 1 through giving a reason to put them together.
I don't know if any of us are emotionally healed from that.
Yeah, at least we can still play Silco in TFT, even if he's not going to show up. Maybe, but when we're talking about augments, there was one big discussion about hero augments that we had from the dev learning article and such. I know this discussion, there has been a lot of pros and a lot of maybe cons about this. Where have the design team landed on kind of the hero augment design philosophy for this set?
So we love hero augments. I don't think they're going to go away anytime soon. But with one-cost champions, we are moving them from gold to silver as just a way of saying, hey, look, you should not be relying on a one-cost into the late game for a gold augment's worth of power. They're still very fun. Singed gets to be similar to his Elements version, where he walks around and poisons everybody, but just with less power budget now. We also think it's a really great way to make characters who don't get to be the star of the show a lot of the time, get to be it every now and then. Vander is a tank in this set, but he has an augment called Gloves Off, where he punches people and sends them flying backwards, and this is some one-punch man stuff. He deletes units.
I cannot wait to see that actually play out in action. I feel like there's so many unique things that I really want to be able to get my hands on when it comes down to this TFT set. But I'm really interested as well to kind of hear about your thoughts on the kind of skill expression just outside of maybe even making the game easier for new players to get into. We have so many huge Arcane fans that are probably also eager to be able to play TFT. Is there anything else that you might be able to share about maybe ways that you're hoping to make the game more beginner friendly?
So we're going to be trimming the fat in a couple places. Encounters are going to be replacing portals. There's no longer that, oh my god, what are these 3 options? What do I choose here? Hey, 3 prismatic augments, go. And that's going to be a lot simpler for a lot of players. We are also doing a new item bench. So no longer you have to think, okay, I need to reforge, but I have 8 items on my bench. You have 20 item slots now, and reforgers and removers also stack, which makes it so much easier to manage your items. If you remember in Magic and Mayhem, we made it where every monster round drops a remover if you don't have one. We are changing it now. If you hit a monster round and you beat it, you get a remover. And so by stage 7, you're gonna have 7 removers. And we were only able to do that because of the new item bench.
Oh, so you can fix all of your past mistakes is what we're talking about. I totally understand that. I wanted to ask you about like the most fun positioning maybe that you've seen in the set so far, because that is always, you know, we're at Tactician's Crown. A lot of it does come down to the micromanagement. For those players with fast fingers out there that say this is maybe just a static strategy game, what do you have in store for them?
I think the anomaly is going to really push players into a lot of directions. Sometimes you're not going to have your carry at 4-6, and knowing what to do with that is going to be a real moment of player choice. I also think that there are a lot of traits in this set that really do good things, like Form Swapper we mentioned earlier. There's also an anomaly buff called Assassin. If you love that trait, guess what? It's back.
You can roll for it.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of great choices for players.
Awesome. Well, I think the other thing that we saw in that dev drop was also being able to see a little bit on the cosmetic side of things. You got to talk about these unbound tacticians just a little bit. If you had a bucket list and you wanted to see one become unbound, what would your bucket list be?
Fiddlesticks. I think he's a perfect character for an unbound tactician because, yeah, you could try to make him a chibi, but it wouldn't really feel representative of his character or his power level. I think as an unbound champion, he'd be really, really cool.
And with Warwick.
Sean?
Oh gosh, Fiddlesticks is a great answer. I don't know, maybe Scion, I think, is a character who's really fun and doesn't really translate to a chibi very well, but would make a great unbound champion.
That would be super fun to see. Okay, final thoughts from both of you. I know that everybody is so excited about Into the Arcane, and we have asked you a lot of questions. Wanted to give you the opportunity, though, to share any final thoughts that you are looking forward to sharing with the fans that are eagerly waiting.
Congrats the title. I just wanted to make sure I got a chance to say that. And
absolutely.
We've worked so hard on this set. We love the show so much. We've poured our souls into this, and I really hope you all enjoyed the show, and I really hope you all enjoyed the set.
Yeah, I think you can see the passion from so many different teams, all of who really cared about Arcane and bringing Arcane into the game and letting players tell their own stories. And I'm just really excited to see what players do with it.
Yeah, Sean, Julian, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Thank you for sharing all of those amazing insights onto our next TFT set, Into the Arcane. Cannot wait to see your brilliance on the game itself. Yeah, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. I think that's going to about do it here for the, well, Magic and Mayhem Into the Arcane waiting room Tactician's Crown, I think is what's going to happen here. But we want to thank everybody so much for watching the set finale for Magic and Mayhem, and we are so excited to see you in the next set, Into the Arcane.
So funny that actually Sugarcroft made it. It's so incredible. Wow, amazing. We never seen the casters, sadly, when they were casting the games. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I'm so happy that Sugarcroft actually made it. It's so insane. It's so insane. So insane. Well, lads and gents, before we go over and watch this, I definitely have to eat something, so there will be a short break, maybe 15 minutes or something, where I'm gonna eat, and then I'll be back, and then we're gonna play some TFT, I would say, and enjoy the last moments of set 12, my first set ever I played competitive. So I would love to see you back after that short break. And yeah, I think we're just gonna leave on the stream here. And I'll be back in a second.
was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I'm back. Seems like it stopped. Hopefully not too long ago. That would be a little bit sad. But anyways, very interesting. Crazy, crazy, crazy that title made it. I'm so happy that Sugarcraft won. I'm so crazy happy. It took everything a little bit longer. I hope I was not too long gone. Amazing snackies. Oh, and we also have to... Wait. I think we have to exactly. Ooh. I didn't take that. It's okay, doesn't matter. I didn't claim everything. Gonna play some Chong's Treasure games, right? You know what I forgot? I forgot to take a screenshot. When title 1. And we got the spatula. Nice. Starting with a Nami. Still nothing will stop us from playing the Sugarcrafts. The tier. Shyvana. And we got the BS sword. A little bit of gold. Blue buff. Edge of Night. Let's grind. 7 gold. Still no. Not very lucky. Also no mages.
Time flies like an arrow. Fruit flies like lightning. Magic goes in, might comes out. As you wish.
Oopsie. A little bit more items. Casio. Definitely not. There we go. This is what I was looking for. So, shimmer scale, clockwork, worth the wait with 6, partly cluttered mind, shapeshifter crest, higher education, spoils of war. Okay. Next we're gonna take our Nami into the fight. Ooh, okay. We need 8 gold. That's the better choice here. One more R by Nami and we're good. He found the Tahm Kench though. We won't win that one. Okay.
Magic goes in, might comes out.
Maybe if we win the next fight we can buy Seraphine, otherwise I would actually prefer selling this Kassadin. We have Sugarcraft against us, but we think we're gonna win this. There is a rise though. Okay, Jace killed him. Beautiful. Can. Oh, what? That was close. We didn't really find that Soraka, which is very sad. There's no Sugarcraft unit. We want that Shyvana. For Titans. We don't have a Bloodthirster yet. There is the Soraka. Varus. not really interested in this Varus, actually. Nami's ult is already through. We cannot really fight what we need here. Okay, but this Nami kills them. Yes, very, very nice. Sinigan, Wukong. I think our team is quite strong like this. Hunter. We hadn't faced this dude before. There we have triple pyro. We should be fine. Okay, we have to fight fun. I'm not really sure if we can actually win this. Okay. All our units are 1 star yet. We need to kill this Olaf somehow. Yes! But I don't think... Whoa! Okay, well played, team. Okay. Don't want to sell the Tarek here. I mean, it's a 4-cost unit after all. That's very valuable. 23 gold, 29, 30. Shit. Only 1 component. Not perfect.
Keep still.
Oh, wrong unit. Swain 2. Okay, my backline is out of range. And there goes the ult. Ooh, didn't deal enough damage. But we anyways win this. Perfect. The goal would be crazy good here, but Giant and Mighty is... the gold would be give me back the econ we are missing. We find Melio. Nice. Okay. Want another ult. Come on. Boom. Nice, well played, team. $50 sugars only. Gain 2 gold, lose 0 HP.
Magic.
Time flies like an arrow. Fruit flies like...
Oh, that's very strong. Oh. Still 54 sugar. We need that Gwen. Can we find a Gwen on carousel? Not really. But we can find the BF swords here. Okay, then Katarina. One more BF sword is there. If we cannot hit... Then, okay, perfect. That's a Bloodthirster right there. And that's the Bard. Don't need that Nami. Okay. We don't necessarily need that Nami. Depending on what the Jinx can farm us gold here. But I don't think that Jinx will farm a lot of gold. But can she actually? Okay. Nah, we won't really get any gold. We will lose this, right? Yep. But we get Melio too, it's fine. And...
I feel a blizzard coming.
Maybe that's not that smart. Maybe I should have put the items on Melio, but maybe Diana and Morgana will do their job here. Shit. Shit, that was so close. 75 at the moment. Drown Guard on Morgana, actually. Where is that Gwen, man? Celine. Still far away from literally everything. But we get that Olaf here and that Shyvana, that's nice. Maybe hold that Nila here.
I lend my aid.
No fucking luck here. There they are. Bloodthirster. We need to hold that for... Come on, Gwen. Come on, Gwen. Oh my god. No. No way. No way. No way. We're holding way too many useless units, right? Little a only a little percent win chance here. Yo, okay. Yeah. Wave 3. We want that Morgana. Or that spatula. Don't have to be F-sword though. Spatula's gone. Morgana's also gone. The F-sword. Or Jinx. Perfect. Now we get the cash outs here. And we're back in game. Briar. Something big. Okay. Actually... Did I just freaking... Oh my god, did I just delete my chance for... Ah, that's bad. I just deleted my chance for 8 Sugarcraft. That's unlucky, man. But maybe I find another BF sword. Come on, give me that Nasus. Yes, perfect. And 2. Okay, it seems like to be working out. So we're gonna take this. We're gonna give the Bloodthirster. We're gonna give this. We're gonna take this. Give this. We're gonna take this. Give this. This. And this. We're gonna give this. And we're gonna give this. And then we're gonna go level up, level 9. Put him, and then we should be fine. Come on, Milio. Shit. Fuck, we're losing so much here. And we need that Soraka. We need that Soraka. We need these Reforgers on the BF swords, right? Okay, we have another chance. We have another chance for a BF sword. Okay, there's the Soraka. There we go. Okay.
This is so fun. The answer lies within.
Challenge accepted.
Okay, we have 8 Sugarcraft. We actually made it to the prismatic. We still sit on a Fiora 1 though. Not sure if we win, but we will. Okay, GG easy. And fun is down. Gain a copy of each 1-cost champ. Kinda useless, I believe. There's a Morgana too. There is a tier which would give us an adaptive helmet. We do want to do that. Now we just look for that Fiora too. Fiora knockup, but Fiora's only level 1, so it's not that big deal. Okay, backline is dead. And you know we're gonna die against us. Not dead, but...
Yes, no one expects the banana.
So if we can go level 10, we can put Zillion. Another BF sword and a bow. Yes, Fiora 2. Now we really want to go level 10. Is there any more Melios? No Melios. We have the chance actually to hit. Oh, the other player also hit 10 Sugarcraft. Ooh, interesting. Okay. We're still gonna stick with the pre-service though. I'm just gonna delete everything. Get that Nasus. Yeah, that's the better choice here. I wanna go level 10. There's no Melio. Take that Soraka frontline here. We have the better one, we have the better Sugarcraft. Radiant upgrade. No, what do we get here? Hunter emblem. No, we want fairy emblem. Okay, we need to get the Reforger on. And then we need a tier. Where can we actually get tier from? And we're back at 11 gold. Nice. Oh, he actually survives that. GG. What do we get? A Tactician's crown, okay. So now we need a tier. Do we have a component somewhere? We have. Oh, we want that tier. There is another Gwen. But seriously, we want that Melio. Okay, he dead. The one who also played Sugarcraft is dead. Fire. Fire 2. Soraka 1.
I never hold back. What a delight!
One more Gwen. Nope. You only mana reap the enemy, so it's not really going crazy here, but... Okay. 7 Honeymancy, 9 Fairy, 5 Preserver. Another Fiora. Okay, 8 Sugarcraft, 4 Preserver versus 9 Fairy, 4 Preservers, right? I think my team gonna do a good job here. Yep. Oh, and you find that Kalista actually, some Morgana.
Some fun!
I think that's an easy GG here. I don't think that the fairy player actually has a big chance against this insanity of prismatic Sugarcraft. Yep. Oh! Okay. We need that Gwen 3. the spatula for another unit on the board.
I lend my aid.
Huh.
I only need time.
Couldn't really find that tier, right? Oh, and I didn't feed my Briar. GG! That's it. Prismatic. 8 Sugarcraft Prismatic. It's insanity. Insanity. Gwen 3 versus Kalista 3. Morgana 2, Milio 2. But nothing else. We had a Briar 2. Yeah, that was actually a very solid game. I didn't even move the items from Fiora to Gwen. But I think we just had more items. That's why we won that. Okay, lads and gents, I think that's it for today. I also have to prepare the videos and everything. I really want to do the uploads very soon. So stay tuned. Tomorrow there's no stream. It'll be on Tuesday again. Today's Sunday, right? Yes. So Tuesday is the next stream. Tomorrow will be a video, but I think I'm gonna upload a lot of videos tomorrow because I'm gonna upload all the videos about the weekend and my impressions and everything. So stay tuned for that. And yeah, I'll see you in tomorrow. No, day after tomorrow. Tomorrow in the video. Check out my YouTube channel. But day after tomorrow then again on the beautiful stream here on Twitch. So thanks for watching and have a great evening, have a great night, have a good morning. I don't know wherever you are right now. And yep, thanks for watching.